Live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the CTP live draft coverage here, live from Lake Monster in St. Paul, Minnesota. We have tons of giveaways, lots of draft talk, and a whole lot more. So grab your Lake Monster beer. If you're in the Twin Cities, come on over to Lake Monster, and we're happy you're going to join us for the next 3 hours.
Welcome to live NFL draft coverage, where a new era is about to begin, right here at Climbing the Pocket.
Hello and welcome back to night 2 of Climbing the Pocket live draft coverage. Like I said in the opening, we are here at Lake Monster Brewing in St. Paul, Minnesota. Our sponsor for about 2-ish months now. But anyway, I am joined tonight by Tyler Forness, NBC Sports Edge, Climbing the Pocket, Vikings Wire, you name it. Tyler, how are you doing on this fine day 2 of the NFL draft?
Matt, I'd like to welcome you to Malik Willis Day. He is still available somehow at pick number 33. It's quite frankly an abomination, but the Vikings could really leap into a new era here. We have Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, we have Kevin O'Connell, and you can get the best Tracy quarterback since Michael Vick. This is a dream scenario, and I really hope they pull the trigger or they get an absolute king's ransom for the pick.
Well, let's talk about the King's ransom there for a second, because yesterday the Vikings had the 12th overall pick, and they traded to the Detroit Lions back to pick 32. They got pick 34, but they also had to give up some other stuff. Miles, I think you were a proponent that you were kind of in favor of that trade, or maybe not as opposed to it.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't hate the trade. The more I had to think on it a little bit, because it was at the initial trade. I was like, whoa, they didn't get enough in return. I think after the fact they did a pretty good job, but I still think a future pick would have been nice to include it, or at least not have to give up pick 46 to get that deal done.
Well, we're getting a little feedback here, so we'll see how we can fix that. But Ryan, what are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on the first round draft pick that we took last night?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the pick. I'm a big fan of Lewis Cine. I think I don't think that there's that much of a gap between Lewis Cine and Kyle Hamilton that a lot of people out there are trying to make of that. And I think we're getting a really competitive player who hard-hitting safety, who's not afraid to get involved in the run game, has incredible range, can really do everything that you want your safety to do, from single high, two high, in the box, in the nickel. So, you're really getting a quality player. And in my opinion, I know, Miles, you didn't really love the trade. I'm sitting here saying we got a high quality player. We got moved up 12 spots in the second round. We have an opportunity, as Tyler said, to go grab Malik Willis. I mean, like, Malik Willis and Lewis Cine over Kyle Hamilton, I'll take that all day long.
I just got to check in with Dave here for a second. How are we doing from a live production standpoint?
Oh, we're doing okay. It's not too bad.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
The only problem is I don't have any of that great Lake Monster Climbing the pocket, Norseman, hoppy, red ale in my hands right now. I need that.
Well, we can talk about that for a quick second because I think everybody here at this table, the beers are coming up. I got another one next to me, but our buddy over here, Matt Lang, he's sitting off to the left, and we'll get him on the show here in a little bit to talk about the beer. But he brewed this fantastic Norseman red ale for the Climb in the Pocket draft show, and it is exceptional. I will be drinking it all night, and if that keg can come home with me, Matt, I will gladly take it, and I'm sure Dave might as well. Let's talk about the draft. Takeaways from day one. I'm going to let you guys just kind of freeform this, but takeaways from day one and kind of what you're looking forward to day two.
Biggest takeaway for me was how contracts are being valued currently in the National Football League. I've been talking since the trades of Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill that the wide receiver contracts are going to be skewed more towards quarterbacks as far as inherent value on a rookie deal. And we really saw that yesterday with teams not willing to pay big money to A.J. Brown. The Ravens, for a different reason, got rid of Hollywood Brown. And 6 receivers went off the board in the top 18. This is a deep receiver class, and we saw those guys prioritized really early, more likely because of that fifth-year option over waiting on a guy like Christian Watson or Sky Moore at the top of the second round. So we saw that, and then we saw Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder and Matt Corral slide into the second round, which Albert Bird brought up a great point earlier today, that the fifth-year option, with it being fully guaranteed and not just guaranteed for injury only, is less valuable for a quarterback now than it ever has been since the advent of the fifth-year option, the 2011 CBA. So even though quarterback's the most important position, is securing that fifth-year option is not nearly as important anymore. And I thought that was a really interesting point. And in my opinion, the only reason why Malik Willis is available here at this spot when he has all-world tools to work with.
And I think that point too, Tyler, is I think as you have to make the decision a year earlier, and the difference between the fifth-year option, if the quarterback is good their first 3 years, or the difference between the franchise tag isn't astronomical. So you can wait it out another year. Like the New York Giants right now, they declined Daniel Jones's $22 million fully guaranteed fifth-year option, and they're going to roll the dice this year. And if he plays really well, they could essentially just franchise tag him next year. And yes, it'll be a little bit more expensive than the fifth-year option, but they still get another full year to see what he can do and if he can become that guy, or at least give him another year to see if he can be that guy. So I'd rather take that value or take a little less money, or have it cost a little bit more money to take that extra year for like value.
Absolutely. And it's better to have to pay a couple extra dollars later than be guaranteed to pay a bunch of money to a guy that's not worth it. Just look what happened with the Carolina Panthers and Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, for one, wasn't worth a 2, a 4, and a 6 to begin with. And then after the Panthers paid that, they knew that inherently they had to pay that fifth-year option, because if he all of a sudden, it was the Jets' fault, and he blew up and became this guy that Mel Kiper's just been booming over since he came out in the 2018 class, then all of a sudden you're not talking about $18, $19 million. You're talking about 40. So that's the risk you have to play with that fifth-year option. If you already have the guy, it doesn't matter. Like Josh Allen this year, his base salary is 16. That's a steal. That's tremendous. But if you still have Josh Rosen, if you picked it up, you'd have to be paying like 16 as well. So how these contracts progress throughout the course of the next 5 years, because we're not going to really have a good enough sample size with these wide receivers, these first-round quarterbacks, because this is a very new advent. This is the first class that actually has to deal with the fact that it's 100% guaranteed, not guaranteed for injury only. So it's going to be fun to watch the landscape of football change, how positions are going to be prioritized and deprioritized. Does this mean a return of the running game because wide receivers all of a sudden are just more and more expensive? Like, how are things going to be implemented in that capacity? I don't think the running game is going to take over football. This isn't 1990.
You got to bring it back to 1990s.
Yeah, I love me some neck roll football, but at the same time, it's just not valuable like the receiving game is. So how things evolve, I'm going to be fascinated to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, there's a lot of intrigue around Vikings Nation. The fact that we're sitting here at 34, second pick in the second round, and Malik Willis is there. Obviously, Tyler, we all know that you're a huge stan, right? Obviously, I've been on Malik Willis since day one. I think all of us are here really would love that pick. Is it realistic? Probably not, right? But there is steam coming out today from not just local reporters, but national reporters around, the fact that we could be a surprise team that takes a look at him. Obviously, I think that's smoke. I think that's trying to create value. I think that's trying to set us up for a prime trade back position where we can maybe pick up another day 2 pick. But at the same time, we're sitting here with a win now move. We have Kwesi who's sitting here saying we want to be in a competitive rebuild. I tweeted out earlier today, there's nothing more competitive and nothing more of a rebuild than taking a player like Malik Willis, who's going to push Kirk Cousins to make sure he's the best possible player he can be. You're going to have an opportunity to let him sit and learn behind one of the top 10, 12 best quarterbacks in the league and really truly be able to develop. So, again, do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. But if it does, I swear we're all getting hammered tonight. So.
Oh, you better believe it. The champagne's going to be pouring at about 6:07 if the Vikings turn that card in. And
It's not champagne, Tyler. It's the red ale Norseman beer from Lake Monster.
Matt, does it bubble?
Well,
then
maybe when it
it's
comes
champagne tonight, baby. So Willis just represents everything all of us have been talking about for nearly a decade, taking a chance on a high upside toolsy quarterback that is trending to where the NFL is. Like, I keep relating him back to Josh Allen, even though they're slightly different players as far as how they run and throw the football. Their traits are the same. They came from very similar situations in college with little to no help around them their last year, and they both had inherent issues with their mechanics. But they flashed their mechanics, and they flashed the ability to throw incredibly accurate footballs to all levels of the field.
Leadership part of it too. I can't 100% speak to Malik Willis, but what we've seen from Josh Allen and that leadership is something it's really hard to quantify when you're coming out of the draft. Especially when you're reviewing prospects, you can't really dive too far into that, but he's clearly has those traits. I think Malik Willis, everything you hear about him, his teammates, the scouts that do talk about him, they talk about the traits that he has to be a leader. So it doesn't always develop into the NFL, but when you have those traits in college and people are raving about you like that, it's definitely worth taking a shot to go with all the tools you mentioned, Tyler.
Absolutely.
Right? I think the work ethic part of it is as important as some of the tools he has, because there's flaws to his game. So if he's not willing to actually improve those flaws, he's never going to do anything. That's what Josh Allen was able to separate himself from the pack, is he was able to develop those tools because he was willing to and wanted to. And so I think that's as important as some of the tools that he currently has.
And by all accounts, he has that mentality, right? Like, he has that hardworking mentality. His A+ grade and all the interviews that he had with teams. Obviously, we all saw that video, that iPhone video of him helping that person out on the streets there. Like, again, all of that comes back to character, that comes back to leadership, that comes back to, do you stand behind the person that's at the quarterback position? And for me, that's yes, and that's what I'm excited about. As we move along through this process here, right? Obviously, we're about 17 minutes away from the draft. Let's talk more realistic possibilities, right?
Before we do that, I want to do one thing quick. For people who are here live at Lake Monster, if you buy a Climbing the Pocket Norseman Red Ale beer, you get entered into a giveaway. We have a bunch of giveaways over here, and you can just drop your ticket in the bucket. But additionally, if you come up and you want to ask us a question at any point tonight, we have tickets up here. We can give you a ticket for every question you ask. And as they say in elementary school, there is no such thing as a dumb question. So come up here, ask us a question, get on the mic, and get a T-shirt, a hat, a beer, who knows, gift card. We'll let the night play out. But Ryan, continue your conversation.
Yeah, so I was just saying, as we look into the draft here, obviously quarterback's intriguing. Malik Willis would be a dream. Even Matt Corral, I'm a big fan of his. I had him as my QB2, so either one of those would be great. But again, that's probably not on the most important position list for us right now. After taking a safety in round one, we have needs at edge, we have needs at corner clearly, and wide receiver, I think. So taking a look at the prospects that are out there right now, you have Andrew Booth, You have Kyler Gordon, you have Christian Watson, you have a lot of and a ton of edge talent, including Ojabo, who was at one point maybe a top 10 pick before the Achilles. So, Tyler, where is that looking at for you? Where are you excited about? Who do you want outside of those quarterbacks?
The top of this class is really interesting because there are a lot of guys that were projected at one point to be first-round picks. And the one specifically that was projected to be like that top 15 guy was Andrew Booth Jr. The one real big concern, and we saw it last year with Christian Darrisaw, he's had 2 surgeries to report, 1 sports hernia. That, when you have that core muscle injury, it is a big factor. If he's 100%, this guy is a top 5 cornerback in the class. Likely is a little higher on people's boards because if he would have had the athletic testing, he did measure out with good size, which is always a positive. I think what Kwesi is going to end up doing is what we saw last night. He's going to manipulate and maximize the market, and he's going to prioritize high upside athletes. Lewis Cine was in the 96th percentile for athletes. He runs a 4.37 40. He's also 21 years old. One guy that really fits the bill for that, Sky Moore, the receiver out of Western Michigan. Receiver is a very sneaky need for this team. If Justin Jefferson goes down, there is not a lot of depth behind him. We're projected to do a lot of 11 personnel this year with what Kevin O'Connell likes to do. If you look at the Rams offense, a lot of 11 personnel. You have an inline tight end. We don't have an inline tight end right now. So you look at all those factors, you get another receiver, and then you all of a sudden feel way more comfortable about your depth. Plus, if something were to happen with the Justin Jefferson contract, you have somebody who can step in and be that alpha dog. So it's a good now need, and it's a good future need. So you're really doing a lot of things there. Is it more important than corner? Probably not. But with how this scheme is set up, safeties are more important than corner. You have your back end 100%. You have Cam Bynum, who might be able to move inside to play corner. I feel a lot more comfortable taking wide receiver because of how we address the secondary.
Yeah, I kind of agree there. I think that the receiver is a little sneaky deep, though. There's a lot of guys that I like that likely will be there at 66. You got Alec Pierce, you got Khalil Shakir. There's a variety of different receivers out there. So cornerback, where I'm a little bit more concerned because I don't think there's depth. You have Andrew Booth Jr., you have Kyler Gordon, Roger McCreary maybe, but again, as you've alluded to in different shows, short arms, is he going to be a nickel guy only? I think he play outside still, just given what his work. But, you take a look at these guys, I think corner has got to be the play here. And if it's not Andrew Booth Jr. or Kyler Gordon, I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, I don't think you have to force it here. Obviously, it would fill a great need, and Booth and Kyler Gordon, I think, would be awesome value. I just don't want us to feel like we have to pigeonhole it. And we have enough guys right now. I love the prospect of Tariq Woolen at 66 or with a slight trade up, because what Tariq Woolen gives you is 100% abnormal size, athleticism profile, and the flashy plays he makes reminded me of Darrelle Revis, just incredibly dominant. But he has a long way to go.
Incredibly unproven.
Yeah, he's only been a cornerback for 2 years, but you can basically start with a clean slate. And that is what is going to be really appealing to coaches. And if you can develop that athletic profile, you can develop the technician, you can have a top 5 corner in the National Football League at pick 66. That's the big allure to him. The problem is, if he fails, there's a high likelihood of that. So you have to be able to balance that out and convince yourself that you're going to be able to be the guys that take him to a level he's never been before.
I'm going to interrupt here for just 1 second because we have a special guest joining us tonight here at Lake Monster, a friend of the show, Thor Nystrom. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing well. Good to see you guys. Can you hear me?
I can. You might want to speak just a little bit closer to it.
Okay. Can you guys hear me at home? How you doing? How we doing tonight?
Busy time of year for you.
Busy time of year. Last night sure was busy. I'm still catching my breath from that. Now we're going to have, 68 more, 70 plus more
Yeah,
picks?
it's going to be a grueling
73.
Grueling night for you.
Yeah.
But I got to know, what were your takeaways from night one as it pertains to the Vikings, but also just as a whole? And while you answer that question, I'm going to go get you a beer.
Oh, awesome. Great. Okay, sweet. So as far as the Vikings go, once they made that, initially when they made that trade, my first impression was that they hadn't gotten enough, especially dropping down 20 slots with a division rival. But you're waiting for the picks as they come and what the entire plan is. And I love the pick at 32. You on the same page, Tyler? love Louis Cine. That kid can play. I ranked him in the 20s. I just
Thor, you know who he reminds me of?
Yeah.
He reminds me of Andrew Sendejo if Sendejo was athletic as hell and smart.
Yeah, I mean, we got 2 hitmen now. 2 hitmen for sure. And Louis Cine is awesome in coverage too. He's going to help out in run defense. And he's one of those guys, probably more than any safety that's come out the last 5 years. Receivers hear his footsteps coming from a mile away. He has Herculean, Babe Ruthian power when he hits you. You know, he pops that ball out a couple times crashing downhill, and the other receivers start being like, I don't want to get hit by him. It's not just, the Kyle Pitts hit is the most famous one. He got a whole highlight reel of those, but in the running game, he has a long lineage of stopping enormous running backs in their tracks. Brian Robinson, he did not want to face Louis Cine anymore in the open field. Stopped him in his tracks several times.
No, 100%. And I remember that hit on Kyle Pitts because it was nasty. Not only did he concuss Kyle Pitts, he concussed himself. And he was like just a blob over the top of Pitts, and he had to almost be pulled off because he just couldn't move.
Yeah.
This guy can do everything you want, and he's got one of the best mentors alongside of him who can still ball. And as long as he can still ball, all of a sudden you have one of the potentially a top 5 safety duo like for the next couple of years. And that is incredibly appealing with how they like to run this defense. And I am very excited about the pick. It sounded like that they were really high on the board, or on who's his board? Kwesi's board. So it feels like a win. And as you alluded to, I hated the fact that we gave up 46. Like, it depends on what chart you're looking at. The Rich Hill chart and the Jimmy Johnson chart is a total fleecing. But at the end of the day, when you look at some of the more progressive analytic charts based on production, the Pittsburgh Spielberger chart, big win. PFF, win. Like Ben Baldwin's model, win. So that's something that you can really take to the bank, that even though it doesn't work with some of the historical draft charts or the Jimmy Johnson one, the people who are the most forward thinking are calling this a win for Minnesota. And I think we need to take that to the bank and just trust what Kwesi is doing.
Yeah, and people, there's a thought that the Jimmy Johnson trade chart is antiquated. It's actually not within the league. They actually use it like the Kelly Blue Book during negotiations. It's just sort of like we could sort of both, sort of ballpark the thing or whatever. But one thing that it doesn't bake in is context year to year with the classes. This class, as we all knew, top 10, top 15 was weaker in comparison to the last, 3-4 classes, 5 classes, maybe even the last decade. But where it's really deep, it's rounds 2 to 5, 3 to 5, power alley for this class. The waiver in 2020 with the NCAA, with the COVID waiver, made the last class 1/3 the general size in terms of declarees. This class is bigger than a usual class because of that, because you get the excess coming into this class. Next year will be 2. But because of that, those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks in this class are worth their weight in gold. So, the Jimmy Johnson thing, it ain't going to completely get at it. And I think Kwesi really prioritized getting that 30 and 34 specifically. I'm sure that he had other options. I mean, the trades were coming fast and furious, and teams wanted to move into that, 12 slot or whatever. He certainly was picking between multiple offers. He might have even taken an offer that had less Jimmy Johnson points so that he could keep 2 picks within the top 34.
Yeah, and that makes complete sense. Yeah, this draft is just so deep on day 2. And where we picked last night was basically day 2 value because it's the last pick of that first round. And now you're up at 34. You and I are the highest 2 analysts on Malik Willis. And bringing him here would just be an incredible joy. So, of course, it's not going to happen. We've seen a historic amount of movement with the betting markets, having him go from like a 15-1 like underdog to like a minus 500 favorite. When you look at this and how the betting markets have shifted as far as where he's going to go and not just that pick 34, what is your best projection for Malik Willis in the second round here?
Well, I would say after my conversations today, unfortunately, I hate to say this because I love Malik Willis, but...
Are you about to break some news on us right here?
I would be floored if Malik Willis is a Minnesota Viking after tonight, after my conversations. I would be knock me over with the feathers shocked. I wish, I hope that I'm wrong, but that I've been led to believe that is not going to happen. What else was I hearing as far as that thing? I don't know who they're going to pick. I don't know if there's been any reporting on that. I thought it might be, some of the names that I had thought, Andrew Booth, Kyler Gordon have been names that have been tossed out at least earlier. I'm not sure that the Vikings are going to go that direction. That's where I thought they were going to go. We'll end up seeing, but we'll see. We'll see.
Very good, very good. So you were on our show a couple weeks back.
Yeah.
We had extensive conversation both with our live listeners as well as, just between us three around Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
You said maybe QB5, QB4, QB5, QB6. I know for sure you had mentioned Sauce, McDuffie. I think you said you take Elam and Booth ahead of him. And he goes number one corner, 3 overall. Again, obviously it's not really Vikings related, but what are your thoughts on that, just given the context of our conversation from a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, so I did rank him CB3, just mostly just on upside. Honestly, he ain't I think I ranked him 19th or 20th overall, something like that. He ain't the 19th best player in the class right now. I can promise you that. That was all on upside. I don't know what the Texans are doing. I don't know what they were doing when they were hiring Lovie Smith. They had to go and pick him up from the retirement home to bring him in. Now you're taking a cornerback with a Liz Frank injury that only had 1 good season out of 3 in college. I don't know what you're doing taking that guy in the top 3. We'll see if it works out for him. Certainly they're shooting the moon on upside. But I'm sort of surprised that I'm living in a world where Derek Stingley is seen as the sure thing and Malik Willis is seen as this too risky proposition.
Yeah, you and I are in lockstep on this. I was very anti-take Derek Stingley at 12 or anti-even trading up for him because that breakout year happening as an 18-year-old freshman, tremendous, beyond impressive. If you would have come out after that season, he would have been the number 2 overall pick. But ever since then, he wasn't playing on the best team college football had ever assembled. And he had the soft tissue injury, and then he had the Liz Frank. You never saw anywhere close to, 1, the ball production, 2, the completion percentage more than doubled. And all of those factors, and he's not having all that extra support around him, all reports were that I had heard that he was still properly motivated and he wanted to play for that LSU Tigers team. And then it just really fell off a cliff. Why are there so many analysts who are still buying into only that 2019 hype and not really contextualizing or worrying about the fact that what we've seen the last 2 years is problematic?
Again, it's like they're the people that love Derek Stingley, they're shooting the moon on upside. That's fine. But if you're going to do that with him, I don't understand why you're not doing it with the guy at the more valuable position in Malik Willis. Some of the decisions that are being made by people evaluating, I can't jive them in my head in that way. Just in terms of the cornerbacks in this class, there is zero quantifiable data that you can point to that suggests that Derek Stingley is a better player or a better prospect than Sauce Gardner at the same position. You could almost say the same thing about Trent McDuffie, except the ruler is the one thing where Stingley has got McDuffie.
I can feel your passion about, or maybe it's a hatred for Derek Stingley.
It's not. I ranked him as a top 20 overall player. It's just like as a top 3 proposition.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So before we keep talking, I think we need to set the rules here for how the night's going to go, right? We're a minute 45 away from the draft, night 2 starting. Are we spoiling picks or are we reacting live? Because we all need to be bought in. We can't have notifications coming across our phone and we're knowing 3 picks ahead.
I prefer it to be live.
You want it to be live?
I'll say this, if we end up doing live because of how day 2 goes and they like to announce the picks live before they actually show them, we may end up being 5-10 minutes behind and the chat's already going to know. So it might actually be smarter for us to just, as we hear it.
We'll test it out.
How about at least for the Viking pick, we don't spoil it?
I can get behind that for sure. I have a strong feeling that pick is going to be traded, though. So
the Vikings one?
Yeah.
I heard they might be staying in the slot. We'll see.
Would they take a slot corner?
I don't know the identity of the guy. I was trying to throw out a whole bunch of names and a whole bunch of, you trade down. I've not been given a clear indication of it, but I was pointed in a couple directions like it's not that one.
It's not the one we all want.
It's not the one we want. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want Andrew Booth, so I'm glad to hear that it's not going to be Andrew Booth then. I'm just kidding. So what do we think is going to happen at the turn of the second round? We got Tampa Bay sitting in front of the Minnesota Vikings here. Any indication on where they're going to go? Do you think they're going to trade out?
They're taking Logan Hall.
It's been Logan Hall all day. The markets have skyrocketed. DraftKings even took him off the board. So you can basically write that in Sharpie. It'll be Logan Hall unless there's a substantial offer that they just can't say no to.
Do we want to do a little friendly bet here on the chances that it's not? I mean, the NFL draft can do anything crazy.
If you wanna bet against Logan Hall, we can bet whatever.
I mean, Vontae Mack went first overall
That
in
is
draft
true.
day, so I mean, anything is possible.
Costner traded 3 picks for him too.
Yeah, I mean,
He got him back.
He did, yeah, he sure did. What a ridiculous movie that was, and I love it so much. He trades 3 first
I just
round.
watched it today.
All right, well, I always watch it the day before. That I watched it on Wednesday. But Costner trades 3 first-round picks for a linebacker that calls him earlier in the day and is afraid that he's going to fall into the late teens. It would be like trading 3, first-round picks to move up to 1 to take Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, well, the weird thing is they called him a middle linebacker, but all of his highlights, all of the plays, he's an edge rusher. Does Hollywood not even understand what football positions are?
And then Costner takes the running back at 7.
Is Costner Dave Gettleman?
He might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ray Jennings.
Much more affable, though, and much more charming.
What should we do with this pick? Ray Jennings. That's what he wants.
Hey, look, Dalvin and James Cook.
One other thing I can say is I have heard that James Cook is going to go a lot earlier than people expect tonight.
Oh, so pick 34.
We'll see. Well, that might be a little quick, but don't be surprised that he comes off the board way earlier than you're expecting.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at something Miles put in one of our fantasy football things. All right, so Logan Hall, he's with a bullet. That's what we're going with. You think he's 33?
Logan Hall.
Okay. We know Thor can't tell us directionally where the Vikings are going to go, but Ryan,
I don't know.
What do you think about the Vikings pick? Are you hoping for something specifically? What is your gut feeling?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I just think that the talent is a steep drop-off at cornerback after this, and not to say that you need to be stuck at a position per se, but again, I think Andrew Booth, as we've all mentioned, is a top 15 pick if he didn't have a sports hernia surgery or core muscle. I've heard both things, but so I think he's of value here. I think he's a great value. He's going to be ready for training camp, and it fills a direct need. So I think it's a knock out the park home run if you take him. I think if you go with a high upside guy like Christian Watson, very toolsy at wide receiver, I'd be very happy with that. And of course, any Oklahoma player, Nick Benito, Perrion Winfrey, I'd be really happy about that as well.
When I take a look at the board, obviously Andrew Booth Jr. and Malik Willis are the top 2 guys. Malik Willis is number 3 on my board overall, and Thor, he was the number 1 player. There's really nobody higher in the industry than us. If that's not the option, it's going to make me a very sad panda. Outside of that, Andrew Booth Jr. just feels like a natural fit. Christian Watson, I think his fit in this offense would be reminiscent of a bigger Robert Woods. He knows how to block. He can seal off edge rushers. And with the priority of the running game, that is an invaluable asset to have. Plus, he has a true X build. He's got a 4.3, 640. He knows how to dip his hips. He needs to learn a little more of the technical nuances of route runner, but he can learn that when you have guys like Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson in your receiver room. Plus, Keenan McCardell was low-key the most underrated receiver of the 1990s, just with how he was able to win as a smaller prospect. I would argue, and I know this is also Thor's guy, Jalen Petrie. I know we just took a safety in Lewis Cine, just double down on it. You can let both of those guys, you can have them play almost smaller linebacker roles in nickel and dime situations. Let them roam the field. His comparison is Honey Badger. The way Baylor used him, they used him all over the field. For a guy who's 5'11", 208, he's an absolute thumper. He has no problem just whipping your ass. And I love the fact that at the Senior Bowl, nobody wanted to go against him in one-on-ones, and he was dominating. Bigger receivers, quicker receivers, faster receivers. He was just winning everything. That's a guy that I would stand up on the table and I would just pound it for, because even though we drafted safety, you draft good football players and you figure it out. And I think they would be able to do a lot with both of those guys in different types of packages.
Well, and again, it fills another need, right? I mean, he's basically a slot corner, right? I mean, he can flex the safety, but he's basically a slot corner. So it is filling a need that we currently have. I mean, we have Shannon Sullivan, and we have I forget the other guy that we signed, but yeah, I mean, like, we definitely have a need there. And talk about setting a tone on with your first 2 picks with some attitude in that secondary. I mean, you already have Harrison Smith, who's got that as well, but you're really changing the tone of that defensive back room.
1,000%. Wait, and to the point about Petrie and Cine, safety, they're listed at the same position, but they don't actually play the same position. Like Ryan was mentioning, Petrie is a nickel defender. He's going to play in the slot. He actually only played like 6 snaps deep at Baylor. I don't think there's any reason to believe that he couldn't play deep safety, but on this team, there'd be no need to ask him. The Vikings have one of the better. I love Cine. I think at this point we have upper echelon safety group. You don't need to play him back. Just put him in the slot. Take care of one of your starting positions. Nickel defender is the starting position in the NFL at this point. And by the way, one last thing on Petrie. I don't know if I don't know if the Vikings are even looking at him. I really don't. If he gets through, one team to keep a real eye on with Petrie that I heard today is the New York Jets.
Which they've been killing the draft thus far. So if they could come away with a guy like Petrie, like that's just like icing on the cake for them.
Yeah, the 2 New York teams are having some of the best drafts. Like, I don't know what to do with my hands. It's weird.
When you guys were talking about the potential here of taking another defensive back, my heart kind of sank because there's a ranch in Kentucky somewhere that Mike Zimmer is crying at the fact that he can't be here to pick 2 defensive backs in the first and second round.
Sure is.
Just want to make another announcement here for the people who are live here at Lake Monster. I've seen some people come back and drop in some tickets for the giveaways. All you need to do is go order up a Norseman Red Ale, a Climb in the Pocket collaboration with Lake Monster. If you do, you get a raffle ticket, and you can enter it back here in the bucket. Also, if you come up and ask us a question, we will answer it, and you also can enter the giveaway. So,
I got to say, looking at the comments right now, Richard, Tyler's a Malik Willis groupie, and then Lauren asking if I'm his agent. Let me tell you, I would love to be both of those things, but I'm just trying to be an objective analyst. Like, this guy is the only prospect to have Michael Vick skill set since Michael Vick.
Tyler actually staged the combine thing with Malik Willis, like helping that homeless person out. That's true, right? I heard that as a rumor.
That would be a pretty good rumor, but unfortunately, I contracted COVID right before the combine, so I was unable to attend. I was stuck on my couch doing all kinds of writing stuff for NBC and just watching it. And watching a bunch of guys running in underwear is quite an interesting thing for a 4-day weekend.
A tradition like none other. Should we boo Roger Goodell before he starts this second round?
No, I see Tony Gonzalez on stage. I see Jerry Rice.
Yeah, what are they doing up there?
Roger Goodell's just trying to find creative ways to not get booed. I give him credit.
Oh, he's getting booed all right.
Oh, for a second, I forgot, Dave, that we couldn't hear you because we got Ryan's mic live over here. But Thor, I want to talk to you since we still got you here for a little bit. Day 2 sleepers. I know you mentioned James Cook as a potential guy that might get taken a lot earlier than people thought. Is there anybody else that could sneak up? And Cole Strange got taken in the first round yesterday. Tyler is not as surprised as I think a lot of people because it's Bill Belichick, and Belichick just does whatever the hell he wants to do. But any other day 2 sleepers that you're thinking of?
The day 2 version, Cole Strange. Well, he won't be considered a reach show, but it'll be Cam Jurgens from Nebraska. He's sort of a similar player, super athletic center. Tyler Linderbaum, he ain't as good as Tyler Linderbaum, but he got longer arms. He's almost as athletic. So he gonna go in the second round for sure. We got a whole bunch of edge rushers left. We have a whole bunch of talent left at receiver. You're going to see a big run on running backs. Quarterback, I think there's going to be as much day 2 talent at quarterback as we've seen in a little bit. The round 1 quarterback talent got poo-pooed and crapped on. But I think on day 2 here, we're going to see a lot of talent go off the board at that position.
Any thoughts there from you, Tyler?
Yeah, I think he's right. I think a lot of these guys, there were just so many question marks about the quarterback class. But in reality, there is talent to develop. I know Carson Strong is probably going to be the last one. He was my quarterback, too, in this class just because he's got an absolute bazooka arm. And he really got, unfortunately, knocked because of that knee. What? Bazooka? You know what? I chose not to use
What
Piss
happened
Missile.
to Piss Missile?
Yeah, Piss Missile still exists, and he's got one. But, I was trying to be, a little bit more PG for the crowd. But F it, Piss Missile. And he got, I think, unfairly knocked. And Thor, in his quarterback rankings, really did it justice talking about it. But he was just knocked for it. He couldn't move, and he also couldn't throw at the base. Chrissy Freud, our colleague at NBC Sports Edge with the Draft Network, talked about how he was finding more power because he was starting to be able to use his base again. For a guy who's got that big of a Piss Missile, that's pretty impressive. Matt Corral with the RPO-centric offense and really not having to do anything outside of half-field reads. And can he make those steps and progressions? Probably. Is it a guarantee? Absolutely not. But he has the guts, he has the running ability, and he has a fantastic arm in order to make all those big boy throws, and he is not afraid to do it. I am lower on Desmond Ridder than just about everybody because I think his ceiling is relatively low. I think you're going to peak at Alex Smith, and I think that's fine for a round 2 pick. But at round 1, it was way too rich. And then Sam Howell, I don't understand the hype. He's Baker Mayfield, but if Baker Mayfield didn't know how to take a risk and had an al dente pasta noodle for an arm.
That's not Baker Mayfield. So.
No.
Speaking of Baker Mayfield, before the Tampa Bay Bucks put their pick in here, do you think the Panthers will make a move for Baker Mayfield? Or what? I'm going to ask Thor first. Thor, what do you think happens with Baker Mayfield?
I think Mayfield ends up on the Seahawks. I've heard that Carolina doesn't like him, and I think Garoppolo's going to Carolina.
Oh, you think the 49ers are going to be ready to commit to Trey Lance?
I do.
Okay. And Ryan, as a fellow Oklahoma Sooner stan, how do you feel about Baker Mayfield going to the Seattle Seahawks, who have our number when it comes to playoff game? Well, just games kind of in general.
That's my number one place for him. I mean, number one place I think was the Colts, but the Seahawks was my second favorite spot because he's going to be surrounded by DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and a strong run game similar to where he's at with the Browns. And I think he's going to be able to produce at a high level and really show all of the haters that he's still a high-quality quarterback.
I had something and I just completely lost it.
For this pick being a sure thing, locked in, loaded, they are sure taking their sweet-ass time. 3 minutes left.
We should have made a damn bet.
You should have made the bet.
It's not too late. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet, Thor?
What do you want to bet?
I mean, I'm pretty confident that I'm going to be correct and it won't be Logan Hall.
Okay,
so.
let's bet. You want to bet? You want to bet next round?
Sure. Yeah, no brainer.
$5.
All right, I'll bet you $5.
$5. $5. You're on.
All right, deal.
All right, deal.
$5. There it is. We could do this for every pick.
Oh, I don't get
Let's
it
do
either. Okay. I was saying I'll bet $5.
Oh, you want to be that he doesn't get drafted?
No, that he does.
You-
I think it's Logan Hall with a
Here we
bullet.
go.
Pick is in. Does someone have it spoiled out there? Do you know? All right. Well, we just kind of wait here right now. This is a good chance to tell everybody who's watching live via YouTube, thank you for joining us on night 2. And I'm sure you had a great time last night, night 1. Tyler was there pretty much all night. He's going to be going strong tomorrow too. But we just want to thank you guys for continuing to support us. And if you haven't yet, make sure you head over to Climb in the Pocket on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel, like, share, turn on notifications. We do this every week. We're psychopaths in that sense. We can't get enough of it. So if you can't get enough of us either, join us every week. Monday through Thursday, we have a live show. And then we have 2 podcasts, Kindred Skulls and Unbelievable, that drop during the week as well.
Someone just called. Someone just called you.
Tyler hit me on the arm here. Do we know who it is?
No, you forgot about 2 old bloggers on Saturdays with Dave and
Oh,
Darren.
shit. Dave didn't correct me, though.
That's because Dave's looking to see who the pick is.
Did you find out who the pick was, Dave?
I believe so, but it's not confirmed yet.
Who's the pick, Dave?
Defensive lineman Logan Hall.
Shit, looks like I'm out of money here.
All right,
Go Thor.
$5. Will you take our $5?
Well, the problem is I'll have to go to the ATM to get you guys your money.
There's this wonderful thing. I don't know if you've heard of it yet. It's called Venmo. It's wonderful.
Shit. Does Thor have a Venmo?
I actually don't.
Yeah, I figured as much.
He's got a PayPal, though, so we're good.
Apple Pay works too.
All right, Jonathan, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the show. This is actually our first time meeting Jonathan. I only know about him in the Climb in the Pocket group chat, but welcome to the show. And how are you? And what are your thoughts on night one of the Vikings draft?
I didn't like the trade down.
No?
No. Get closer to the mic.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So, I'm a pretty big fan of Bynum. I think Bynum is like legit safety material. I didn't think safety was a need for us. I really wanted us to get Williams. So,
well, Jamison Williams, right?
Yep.
And so there was a conversation, or not a conversation, but a tweet that came out that I think actually Kwesi straight up said that they liked Jamison Williams, right?
Yeah.
And they pulled the trigger to trade back. So it looks like
They decided to take the trade offer because they thought the trade offer was too valuable in comparison to what Jamison Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a trade.
Yes, we do.
The Vikings have traded the number 34 pick to the Green Bay Packers.
What?
No.
Hopefully value.
that can't be.
All right. Well,
It's-
if we're gonna trade with the Packers,
The
and
Packers
the Lions,
are on the clock.
Oh,
if the Packers take Malik Willis, I may die for a second time.
they're so committed to Rodgers, it doesn't even matter.
They took Jordan Love 2 years ago. Nothing's off the table. But I think this is a receiver. This is probably Sky Moore or Christian Watson.
Got to be Christian Watson, right?
Pickens?
With all Pickens off the field issues, I don't think the Packers will go there.
Should we make another bet?
I already have a $10 bet that the Packers.
Nope, not Pickens.
I already have a $10
You
bet.
got
The
sources.
Packers
I'm
will
not. I'm done betting with
the
you.
Packers will take a receiver in the first two round, or their first two, with one of their first two picks.
All right, Jonathan.
It's got to be a wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't take wide receiver here, it is the ultimate troll to Aaron Rodgers.
How crazy is it that the Vikings have now traded their, within the first 34
Division rivals.
Detroit Lions and now the Green Bay Packers. Never thought you'd see it.
I wonder if we get 53 and 59 from this.
Oh, I'd love it.
No, that'd be tremendous. All right, what is it?
We might have to
The
send
Vikings
it back.
traded out of pick number 34.
Oh, yes.
They're getting picks 53 and 59.
I like that.
Tremendous
from the
value.
That's
Packers.
great. That's great.
Tremendous
That's
value.
a good trade.
That is a win.
Now the
That's
Vikings.
well done by Kwesi.
Kwesi now has 4 picks in the top 77. Sorry, 5 total picks in the top 77, and the Packers have 1 less in the top 60. That's a great move.
We do have one Packer fan here with us this evening. He's sitting straight across from us in there.
Ooh.
And so we'll get to watch his live reaction to whoever the Packers take here. And I'll take spoilers if anyone's got them.
I want to know why
I really
Kwesi
think this
is
is Christian
trading with
Watson
the Lions.
territory. He fits their size profiles. He's an incredible athlete. He's fast down the field. His potential is a much better version of Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Pick is in.
I think it's got to be Christian Watson. I also wouldn't be the most surprised if this could be maybe Trey McBride. I don't think it would be a great value to really jump up with how deep this class is at the beginning of day 3, but it's got to be a pass catcher.
It's a brilliant trade. I still want to make a trade or a bet. I think Thor.
Okay, what's our bet?
I think it's gonna be Pickens.
I say it's not Pickens.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Hey,
Okay, done.
It's another bet.
It's Watson. It's gonna be
No.
Watson.
It's got to be
Oh,
Watson.
you don't know?
I will
about-
bet you $10 it's Watson. You can have Pickens.
Jesus, I just bought a house. You guys are trying
Look.
to rob me blind over here.
Is that Jones?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in.
I like the sombrero. It's a good look. I mean, outside of the colors and the
Yeah.
logo and the.
Well, Thor, I owe you a little bit more money here.
It's Christian
It's
Watson.
Christian
Yeah.
Watson, NDSU, wide receiver.
See, now this is frustrating because I tried to tell you it's Christian Watson to make a bet, and you wouldn't even look my way.
Well, the thing is I know Thor doesn't have a Venmo, which means that it'll have to be a cash transaction, and then maybe he'll leave before I can get cash. So
That's smart.
that's what I'm saying.
From a Vikings perspective, having to guard Christian Watson for potentially the next decade's a nightmare scenario. This guy is only going to get better. He comped himself at the combine to Deebo Samuel and how they used him in North Dakota State. Because of their diverse running game, they never prioritized the pass, and he never had great production. But he was a top 5 wide receiver of all time per relative athletic score. The guy knows how to win down the field. He can blow by people. He can separate with his route running. He needs more nuance and more technical refinement, but you can't deny the flashes, and they're fantastic.
So there was a point, it was probably a couple months ago, where Thor, you had Christian Watson mocked to the Vikings. What do you love about him so much? And you can finish your tweet there first. I know you have a full-time job that you got to take care of as well. But what do you think about Christian Watson? We'll just start with that.
Well, I hate to say it, this is a great fit for the Packers, and it's really good value as well. Although the trade the value that the Vikings got back in that trade was really good as well. The Packers gave up a lot to move up there and get him. But Watson is a guy who, as I talked about with Eric Edholm in Mobile, Tyler was there too. Edholm turns to me the very first day of practices, and he said Christian Watson came off the factory line as a Green Bay Packer receiver. 6'4", 210, runs in the 4.3s. He's a pop the top outside boundary receiver. Blocks his, can I swear, butt off?
Absolutely.
Oh, he blocks his ass off.
Matthew, can we swear? Can we swear? Yeah.
He's like, they just lost that Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Christian Watson is like Marquez Valdez-Scantling fell into a radioactive tub of goo. And
Pretty good list right there.
It's not a bad list, yeah. But, so you get those utilities, you get the blocking, you're going to get the deep thing. That's just a given. He also is really good in terms of the running game. Like, he adds a utility there, both in terms of, like, the end-around game, and then he also will come into the backfield. You can hand the ball off to him. He had all kinds of long touchdown runs at NDSU. The one thing he didn't get to do as much there, just because of the constitution of the offense, was run the entire route tree. He didn't see as much as stuff in the intermediate area specifically, but we did see that down in Mobile. Oh, we got another pick here.
I know the Titans have already picked
Is
her.
this an Kobe Dean?
There's one second.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We'll wait for the pick to come in here.
McCreary.
Okay.
All right.
So a corner off the board here early in the
Surprising to see
round.
him over Andrew Booth and
Gordon
and Kyler Gordon.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's got to be some real concerns in the league about that sports hernia surgery if guys like McCreary are going over Booth.
Well, the thing I'll say about, beyond the sports hernia thing, he's got really high upside, but he's on the really young side for this class. And there was games last year where he really struggled. He got whipped by NC State. Like Emeka Emezi, who is not going to get drafted, bodied him. He's had also games where he erases people, but his game at this point, it's really up and down. He got all the physical tools you need, but it's going to be an upside play, and you're going to have to work with him a little bit. McCreary, he's ready to go right now. I mean, he's the opposite. He's capped athletically and a little bit with the length, but he is one heck of a player. He's going to get everything out of himself that he's got.
Oh, wow. Before we address the tweet that Tyler's sharing with me right now, how does it impact the Vikings with Christian Watson going to the Green Bay Packers?
The Vikings are going to have trouble guarding him for the next decade. He's got an elite package of size, speed, and he has the flexion in his hips and the ability to really develop with that full route tree. Like, I would have taken him in the first round if I were Green Bay. They pay a massive premium to go up and get him, but this is a great move for Green Bay long term and short term because it gives Aaron Rodgers, a nice weapon to work with as they try and make another Super Bowl run.
Thor, I saw you peeking at a tweet that had the Rich Hill trade chart on there. And we talked about trade charts and trade values as they pertain to at least last night's trade for the Vikings. What are they saying about this pick? like good things, bad things.
Let me pull it up right now. That's the one thing I don't got memorized, but I'll get it 1 second.
Because to me,
so no, I got it right here.
Perfect.
So which picks did we? What was the full trade?
53 and 59, right?
So 34 was worth 175 points. 53
is
worth
106.
Yep.
And what was the other one?
59. That's what, 90?
91.
So the Vikings inherently win that trade value-wise by about 16 points.
So,
which is equivalent to one of the last picks of the 4th round.
That's a lot.
Yeah, free equity.
Jonathan, I want you to lean into the mic here a little bit because I feel like I haven't heard from you enough, and I know you're in the chat quite a bit. So, what were your thoughts on the trade back last night, and how do you feel about this current trade that just happened?
So the trade back, I think the value is very questionable. And when you're trading with a division rival and you're giving a division rival an opportunity to get a wide receiver like Jameson Williams, I don't know if we want questionable. I think we want like a clear win with that trade. I think we want a clear value win. This trade here, I see this as a clear value win. I'm not bothered with it being with Green Bay. We get 2 players now, 2 second-round players for 1 second-round player. I think you win that the majority of the time. So I like this trade. I didn't like the last trade as much. But
I don't know where I saw this, but I think the Vikings win it purely based on the fact that the Lions didn't take a quarterback, right?
Yep. So that was Ben Baldwin talking about it, and he had some nice charts to go with it. And essentially, if with the caveat that no team picked a quarterback, the Vikings win that trade hands down. It's kind of the philosophy because you're only supposed to trade up for guys at elite premium positions, which is essentially quarterback. When you're making that kind of jump, especially when you're a team like the Detroit Lions that is just not all the way there as far as their team building, they still have a long way to go. And prioritizing a guy like Jameson Williams long-term is a great play. But to give up that kind of capital when you need a lot of positions and a lot of holes to fill, it can be a tough pill to swallow.
I absolutely agree with that. The only other consideration is we've seen what happened with the wide receiver market this offseason. Wide receiver is the next premium position besides QB. And if Williams turns into a top 5, top 10 wide receiver, we are going to regret that trade.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. And ever since the Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill deals, it's now a quarterback contract, and you need to maximize that value early. And I think we're going to really see it with Justin Jefferson, how that contract plays out. It's a tough pill to swallow, but based on essentially right now, here's where we're at. We gave up 12. We got 32, 53, 59, and 66 for 12 and 46. Mm-hmm. Just looking at that and how that value is maximized, it's hard to say we didn't lose that trade. I think we won it, but you still have to hit on those picks. And the later the picks are, the harder it is to hit. But in this class specifically, and Thor mentioned earlier, just because the Rich Hill trade chart is based on historical data, but it doesn't allow for the context from class to class because each class is built so differently, especially when you're talking about how the position groups are. Yep. This class is so deep in rounds 2 and round 3, the Vikings can get great inherent value with 53, 59, and 66. That'll help make it up.
That's so fun. They knew Houston was going to take Breece Hall.
It's been buzzing all day that Houston was going to take him, and now do they take Kenny Walker? Is he that valuable for them?
Very well might.
This could really hurt the Buffalo Bills, something I know you talked about earlier today, Thor.
Yeah.
The Bills and Kenny Walker just makes all the sense in the world.
Well, and I'll tell you what, James Cook and Isaiah Spiller, wherever they are, they're celebrating right now.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys are going to get pulled. Once Kenny Walker goes, those guys they're on the clock. So, and Kenny Walker very well might go next pick. He could also go to Atlanta. He's in play for both of those spots. And for me, the running back talent falls off the shelf after the top two guys. I love James Cook, but the top 2 guys, they're the special kids in this class.
So one interesting element, Thor, before you end up having to leave, I want to ask you about Malik Willis because all the talk was that he was going to go at 34. The betting markets swore that he was going at 34, and there was a little bit of regression at the end right before the pick, but he is still available. It's pick 37. What is the deal with this quarterback class? How are you looking forward to how they're going to come off the board at this point, considering everything that's developed in the first few picks?
Well, we knew that the Vikings were looking to trade them, and I think that information that was leading to the money that pushed those odds, there was this supposition that was a team moving up for Malik Willis, or maybe even the Vikings at that time were leaning towards taking an offer for a team that was moving up for Malik Willis. They got a really good offer from the Green Bay Packers, and obviously the Packers weren't going to be taking a quarterback. Petrie, yeah.
Oh,
that's interesting.
I like Petrie in that Tampa 2 defense.
Yeah, I love Jalen Petrie. He's staying home too. That's a great pick. That's the first good pick the Texans have made in this draft.
Derek Stingley Jr. is going to be a stud.
Petrie's going to be a better cornerback than he is.
Yeah, I don't know what the trade value was or what the compensation was for the Texans to go back 2 spots, but to get Petrie and then extra capital, which I'm guessing it was either a 4th or a 5th. I'm going to pull up the trade tracker.
But yeah, I mean, as far as the quarterbacks, everybody you talk to in the NFL says the quarterback run's coming in round 2. Right, you know, I mean, at the top of the round, there was still some guys from the leftover from the first round that they had to churn through. But Atlanta is the first team here that could be taking one. Seattle's got 2 picks coming after that. They need a quarterback. So I think in these next couple picks, you're going to see at least one quarterback come off the board.
The value's too good for QB now.
Yeah, I talked about with our friend Kevin Knight of the Falcoholic on their stream right before ours started on Thursday night that I would have argued for the Falcons to prioritize Malik Willis at 8 because it's Michael Vick incarnate, and he's an Atlanta kid, and we know what Arthur Blank saw business-wise with how Michael Vick revolutionized the town. He brought a lot of press, good press before the dogfighting stuff to the Falcons, and everything just business and football-wise was tremendous in those few years. Willis can bring the same kind of dynamic, and he's a local kid, which gives it an extra touch. I hope the Falcons run it in for their sake.
It looks like they turned that card in real quick. So whoever they like, they pick real quick. Who is it? A Bettichetti? Oh, that's it. So just heard that it's going to be a Bettichetti. That's kind of interesting. A Bettichetti, I thought he had a shot to go in the first round, but today in the betting markets, he had dropped way down. So there were some really smart people that thought he was going to be falling in the second round to the end of it. But it looks like the Falcons have stopped that nonsense. A Bettichetti absolutely deserves to go here. You know, he was a late first round, early second round talent all day.
Seattle has to take QB, right?
Yeah.
They apparently love Drew Lock.
Nobody loves Drew Lock.
It doesn't matter. Drew Lock is not good enough to not take Malik Willis or Matt Corral.
I'm not arguing with you, but the Seahawks also are the weirdest run franchise in the National Football League, so it wouldn't shock me if they believe it.
Let's transition a little bit here. So you see some of these guys falling. We fell back to 53, is that correct? So we're about 15 picks away. Seriously, there's still people falling. Andrew Booth is still falling. Malik Willis is still falling. Who are some of these guys that you think will actually make it to those 15 picks?
So, it's going to be really interesting because Andrew Booth could go at 39 to Chicago and he could make it all the way to 53. This grouping is going to be very fluid on how they come off the board. Some of my favorite players for the Vikings that I talked about earlier yesterday, and then I wrote a piece for NBC Sports Edge about guys who could be day one impact players. Boye Mafe, the Minnesota kid, I love what he brings to the table. He's got a little bit of the shorter arms, but he had a pressure for every 6 pass rushes, and Minnesota really liked to rotate those guys, so we didn't have as big of a sample size rushing the passer as others in this class. I think that Kobe Dean could be a really fun option, just an elite defender on the second level, and his PFF grade in coverage, was above 90. The guy's weakness is in the running game. And in this day and age, having a linebacker that can really do a lot of that coverage stuff with the Eric Kendricks on the downside of his career can be a really valuable play. Kyler Gordon hopefully will still be there. Tariq Woolen needs to be getting some conversation at corner. Same with Martin Emerson from Mississippi State. There's going to be a lot of really good talent that could be maybe not day one starters, but be starters by the end of their rookie season.
What do you think about Ojabo?
I'm really worried that the Achilles injury is going to hinder him enough where the first 2 years of his rookie contract are going to basically be null and void. He is an incredibly explosive player, and when you tear your Achilles, that massively impacts your explosion. I'm worried he doesn't necessarily get to that next level, but I will say, with the added value that the Vikings have acquired for day two, taking him at 53 would be a good value bet, because if he didn't get hurt, he could have gone top 10.
Like his potential.
Oh, absolutely. He needs to learn how to work the running game, but as a pass rusher, you could argue that he was a better pure pass rusher than Aiden Hutchinson. And Aiden Hutchinson went number 2 overall in this draft. That's how highly I view Ojabo as a pass rusher, but I'm just so worried about that Achilles injury. Just crushing for the young man, going from the top 10 all the way into probably the 40s and 50s.
I got bones.
All right. Well, hey, Thor, we really appreciate you coming out
Thanks
here
for
tonight.
having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, what do you have coming up the rest of this draft weekend so we can get you some publicity here?
Oh yeah, check out my. I have day 3 best available will be coming tonight. You know, right when this thing gets done, we have the NBC Twitter Spaces. Tyler will be joining me on that. And then after the draft gets done tomorrow, you know, after we get done with pick 273 or whatever it is, I'll be having a best available UDFA, and that list will have like 250 players on it or so.
Thor, we greatly appreciate your time, my man.
Appreciate it.
Have yourself a great night.
Thank you,
for having
Thor.
me. Enjoy Christmas
You rock.
Day, and
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you.
start manifesting Malik Willis to Minnesota.
It ain't gonna happen.
I know, I'm going to dream anyways. Everybody, give a round of applause for Thor Nystrom of NBC Sports Edge. Really fucking loud.
Oh, there's so many people that are cheering me on. Yeah.
All right. As we kind of transition here, we are at pick 39. The Bears are finally on the clock, and we are looking at potential Vikings prospects, as we were just talking. Matt, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. I won't be back very long, but what we're going to do here is we're going to bring in Brewmaster Matt Lang here from Lake Monster, Minnesota. So we're going to do a little changing of chairs here. So we're going to put Matt Lang where I am. Jonathan's going to go here. And Dave, I'm turning you on here so you can oh, that sounds really weird. That was a horrible line. I am turning on your mic so you can chat with Matt about all the beers, and Tyler, lead the draft conversation.
Am I going here?
You're going here. You take this one.
Oh, okay.
Dave, my friend, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Matt. How are you?
Doing great, man. What's going on?
Hey, we're having another fun night, and my throat is parched because I haven't had the opportunity to try what looks like a fantastic red ale full of that beautiful coppery color that I love so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's turned out pretty good. I'm happy with it. Oops, sorry. Bumping the mic.
So what inspired you to brew that batch?
Well, I mean, I was just kind of thinking about, the name of the podcast, Climbing the Pocket, Daily Norseman, and I thought about the Vikings. And so the thing that's kind of unique about this beer, it uses a yeast strain called Kvek, which is actually a Norwegian farmhouse type of yeast that's really funky and interesting. They've only kind of become available to American brewers within the last couple of years, and they ferment warmer than is traditional. Like this will ferment up at 90 degrees, 100 degrees, which is really bizarre.
Yes,
yeah,
it is bizarre.
Which normally would make a beer taste like jet fuel, but it doesn't. It makes it taste like a nice fruity ale. And it also ferments really quickly, which a lot of commercial brewers really like, because they can turn a beer around faster. But it works really well with American hops. So I kind of thought that was what started the brain working, and then just thought about, football season, even though we're not in football season. It is more of almost an autumnal kind of color. So I don't know. Just got the juices flowing and thought about what hops would work in there. And it's only 5.2%. Wanted to keep it nice and drinkable for draft day so you can have more than one while we're sitting here for a couple hours watching the draft. And there we have it.
Oh, it sounds fantastic. The guys have already said they love it. I'm curious about everybody inside.
I'm sorry I didn't send you one. I only kegged it this morning.
You don't
so
need to
to
apologize to Dave. It's okay. It's okay. He doesn't need any.
Oh, I could. Yes, I do. The guys love it. How does everybody inside Lake Monster Brewing feel about it?
They seem to be liking it so far. Yeah, like I said, I literally kegged it this morning, so it's as fresh can be.
Good. And I can tell you what jet fuel tastes like because I worked on airplanes for 25 years, and you don't want jet fuel.
No.
All right, so
Ooh, Bears pick is in.
Yep.
Yes.
So Matt,
Yeah.
being a Vikings fan,
Yes.
how do you feel about the draft so far, and kind of what direction are you hoping they end up going?
I'm not really sure what direction I hope that we go. I think loading up on some more. I like that we got a safety. I'd love to get a cornerback, and maybe keep loading up on the defense. I think that's the direction I'd like to see us go. I'm a little disappointed we let the Packers get their wide receiver because I was really looking forward to watching Rodgers try to force it to Allen Lazard all season. But
You still will. It's okay.
I know. But yeah, no, I think it makes sense to try and get as many picks as you can in a draft like this where there isn't tons of top end talent. So far I like the strategy, and I've been hearing you talk about Malik Willis all night. I'm more of a Desmond Ridder fan myself.
Desmond Ridder's my sixth QB in this class. I don't like him at all.
Interesting, and I'm sure you've crushed a lot more tape than I have. I just heard one commentator compare him. He called him Kirk Cousins if he could make throws off script, which sounded pretty good to me. But that's the only reason I like Desmond Ridder. I don't know.
Yeah, the big thing with Desmond Ridder is he's incredibly intelligent, but there's so much mechanically that has to be done. And as a 4-year starter, how much growth are you really going to see with that? That's my big concern. But
Interesting.
there is a big draw for a guy like that, especially with football coaches. Coaches love smart quarterbacks.
Right.
And that's exactly what Desmond Ridder's going to give you. So it wouldn't shock me if he's the next guy off the board, but this is a very divisive quarterback class.
Yeah,
sense.
no question. Oh, cornerback.
Yep, Kyler Gordon off the board.
Good stuff.
That's kind of a downfall for the Vikings just because, he was one of the best corners on the board. It's now pretty much down to Andrew Booth, and your mileage is going to vary, but Martin Everson and Tariq Woolen. This is a really interesting pick for the Bears now that they have a couple young corners they can build with.
Go ahead and mute me. I think that's what's causing it.
Yeah.
You're good. All right. Well, perfect. If Matt, if you had to take one guy, who would you take for the Vikings at their next selection?
Oh my gosh.
Or if you're not quite sure on the player, what position is your priority?
That's a really good question. I think I would still keep trying to load up in the defensive backfield. I think that's with where the league is going. You can't have too much depth in the cornerback position.
No, I agree completely. It would be really nice to see. Dave, my man, do you have any more questions here for Matt about the delicious Lake Monster beer? I don't think we can hear Dave anymore.
Can't hear Dave. We lost Dave.
No, other than I can sit and talk beer all day, but this is a football broadcast. So
it's true.
We're combining our two loves, football and beer, together at Lake Monster Brewery, and you can't beat that with a stick. Great beer and better times. Enjoy.
Fantastic.
Matt, we greatly appreciate, one, your partnership, and two, your camaraderie. You've been a great help to us, and
Absolutely.
we look forward to continuing this great partnership between us.
Yeah, appreciate it. Absolutely.
All right, give it up for Matt, the brewmaster for Lake Monster. All right. Perfect. Now we have our first giveaway of the evening. The giveaway is for a Lake Monster Brewing hat. So, Paul, your tickets. The last 3 on the ticket are 944. There we go. Come on up.
Seattle just selected
Thank you, sir. This could be the Malik Willis spot. You know, Ritter.
Seattle picked Boye Mafe.
What was
from
that?
Minnesota.
If we got any U of M fans here, Boy Mafe off the clock here with Seattle Seahawks.
Really nice pick for Seattle. They prioritize that powerful 5 technique edge rusher, and he's going to be able to deliver that in a similar way that Michael Bennett did for them back in their peak years in the early 2010s. He's incredibly athletic. He had a pressure for every 6 pass rush reps. This is a really nice pick for the Seattle Seahawks. I had him going at the end of the first round, so from a value perspective, really nice. It's almost like Seattle got rid of Russell Wilson and figured out how to draft. I don't know what to do with this information, Matt.
Well, they did trade a first-round pick for a safety a year ago.
Not just 1, but 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird.
You see the questions from the crowd. Sizzle Sticks wants to know, is Matt going to brew more of that fantastic Norseman red ale?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know where he went.
We'll ask him when he comes back.
Oh, he's over here. Hey, Brewmaster Matt.
Hey, Matt. We got a question from the crowd. Are you going to be brewing more of this beer?
Hold on, sorry. What's the question?
Are you going to be brewing more of this beer?
I wasn't planning on it. We did 2 barrels, and when it's gone, it's gone. But if people really like it, we can always do it again.
Maybe like training camp.
There we go. I like it.
Or we come up with a new one.
Or we could, exactly.
I say we like I had any influence in what you were doing. But
oh yeah, no, you were total inspiration for everything we do. Yeah, yeah. No, we could do the same one. We could do something else. Absolutely. If the next time we have another live, I need like a month notice to plan it out and get it in the tanks and everything. But yeah, if we plan another live show, we can definitely do another little batch for sure.
There you go. Question answered then for the person in the chat, Sizzle Sticks 72. They're not even here. They can't even have it.
Yeah, well, that's just a sign that you really got to get down here and drink some delicious beer. We've got a question in the comments. Timothy wants to know what I think about Zion McCollum. He's got some technique he's got to work through, but the athletic profile is the best that we've ever seen at the cornerback position. A perfect 10 for relative athletic score. And Matt just trolling me with whatever sound effect that was. But I think Zion McCollum could come off the board in a similar way to Reek Wolin does in the middle of day 2. I initially thought he was going to go in day 3 just because of the lack of technique at times. But the athleticism is just stupendous. So we'll see where he comes off the board. I would like the Vikings to target him. Kenneth Walker III to Seattle.
Wow.
They are really committed to Drew Lock and running the football.
Wow.
Wait, whoa. I think I'm behind the 8 ball here. I thought Mafe went here.
They had back-to-back picks of the Denver pick.
And so did I. They backed out of it.
So this is interesting. I've been talking to an indie beat writer for a long time. I think this is going to be Sky Moore. Andrew Booth could be a potential, but it sounds like receiver is going to be the direction they head with this pick. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Sky Moore or maybe Alec Pierce come off the board here.
A question for you, I guess, Tyler. Gosh, we're getting a lot of feedback here now. Malik Willis still on the board.
Everybody knows my thoughts about Malik Willis. Everyone knows my thoughts about Malik Willis. I would have taken him at 12, and I wouldn't have thought twice about it. The fact that we passed on him then we passed on him at 32, and then we passed on him again at 34 with the trade back. Like, at what point are you going to actually pull the trigger with Malik Willis? Are they going to be willing to pull the trigger at all? Like, I genuinely don't know that question, but the value's freaking tremendous. You take him, you hire the Secret Service to escort you to take the pick in. Like, I think it's that simple, but the Vikings are not in that mindset, at least at this point. Will that change? I hope so.
So who? It's hard to see the whole draft order here coming up. We got. Oh, Jonathan's got it right here. So we got the Giants, the Browns, the Ravens, the Lions at 46.
They are committed to Jared Goff because they had 2 chances to take him. Who knows?
So there's a lot of potential teams then coming up here that could take a Malik Willis. The Commanders.
I'll be honest, even the Colts should consider it. Like, Matt Ryan isn't that long for his career.
Because of where they're at, I wonder if they choose not to, just because the trade for Matt Ryan really signals we're trying to win now, and that roster is ready-made with a couple extra pieces to really contend in a weak division. You get a home playoff game, things can change. I think the perfect landing spot for Malik Willis is the New York Giants because of what Brian Daboll did with Josh Allen and how he'd be able to slowly grow and develop, and they wouldn't force anything, and they'd really cater everything on offense to him. But we'll see what happens. We only had Kenny Pickett go off the board, who has no great trait. And with the NFL trending, really being a traits-based position at the quarterback spot, like, Kenny Pickett being the only one going feels like it's 1995 again.
Did you see the meme today of gosh, that's so loud. Did you see the meme today of the Arthur one with the fist, and it's saying Desmond Ritter?
Vikings are on the clock.
Vikings are on the clock?
I just saw from Rappaport. The Vikings have traded up, and they're on the clock.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Vikings are on the clock.
So
I'd assume Booth.
I would guess Booth, but this could also be, like, I'm just going to keep trying to manifest Willis.
It could be Willis.
Sky Moore is a potential. Young guys, high athletic upside. I really think that's what the Vikings are going to be doing. I don't know if Booth is going to have the kind of, like, just on tape he's got good athleticism, but is it good enough without the athletic testing? I'm really intrigued to see what the compensation is. My guess would be 53 and 77.
This has got to be Booth, right?
It has to be. I really don't know because
I'm trying to find out what the trade compensation was.
No athletic testing.
But there's literally no other cornerbacks left. So
it's got to be Booth.
Our friend PFF Eric just said Kwesi gets another shot at Malik Willis. I don't know if that means Malik Willis is the pick, but if it's Malik Willis, it's going to be a wonderful thing.
Ryan is hopping back on the mic.
Did you say Malik Willis?
Well, I mean, Eric said that Kwesi's going to get clearly another shot at Malik Willis.
Oh, okay.
And it is not Malik Willis.
Who is it?
Is it Sky Moore?
Well, do we want to spoil it for the fans here?
Well, you already told me it's not Malik Willis.
Okay.
And we said we were going to spoil it, so what are we doing here?
Let's not spoil it.
The Vikings?
Let's not spoil it.
Not?
No.
I think we should react.
Okay. Well, I guess you already know, so yeah, go ahead.
The Vikings have selected cornerback Andrew Booth,
okay.
Clemson.
Andrew Booth!
Feels unnecessary.
I would have obviously preferred Malik Willis because he's just so high on my board. But if you're talking about a great value at a position of need, you're not going to get much better than 42 and Andrew Booth Jr. He has the ability to really dominate as an outside corner. Incredible quick and close ability, great size and length. Is his athleticism up to where we think it is on tape? I don't know that answer. We may never know that answer.
Did you want that pick,
This
Ryan?
Is a great value, and now you have two pieces to improve a secondary unit that much needed it.
Do we know what the comp was?
I have not found that yet.
I'll see if the NFL trade tracker has it. Yet.
Hey, Matt, remember last week when
Yeah.
I said I'd take Booth at 12?
Yeah. They sent
And we're getting him at
53,
42.
77, and 192 for 42 and 122.
Whoa, they got 122?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. So now we have another second, a third, and a fourth. And we gave up one of our 3-6. That's great value for this pick. We'll pull it up with the historic Rich Hill trade chart.
Oh, and I see JR's up in the chat saying yes. I'm really excited. I'm really
All right.
excited about this pick.
So
I was very high on Andrew Booth this year. I think he's an incredible talent. He is a top 15 pick if he's not hurt, and he's coming back from injury. So hopefully we can keep him healthy. Hopefully our strength and conditioning team and our athletic trainers are going to be able to work their magic. He has a tremendous talent. He potential top 10 pick at one point
Ryan,
in time.
here's the pick. For those of you who don't know, that is former Viking Ed Marinaro, who also played the head coach at Blue Mountain State.
He's been in a lot of TV shows and
No idea
movies.
what he's saying.
Yeah, I guess the fans here at Lake Monster can't really hear the NFL draft, so it's
All right. Well,
it's cornerback Andrew Booth from Clemson.
let's break down this trade real quick. So the Rich Hill trade chart has picked 42 at 142 and 122 at 25. So an inherent value of 167. The Vikings gave up 53, 106, 77, 60. So that total is 173, and then they also gave up 192, which is 6. This is a pretty even trade.
Context, I really like it. I mean, we just got like a top 15, top 20 player at 42.
Also, the first two picks, defensive back. Like we're shoring up. We got a baller alongside Harrison Smith, and then you are solidifying your cornerback depth with a dog in Andrew Booth. Like I know people. Ryan was talking here. He's been on the Booth train for a long time here, but people were scared because of this hernia surgery.
I mean, you can sit here and be scared about injuries. Injuries are going to happen. They're part of the game. A hernia surgery is not an Achilles. It's not something that is going to be able to prevent him from being a high-level cornerback long-term. So you take that opportunity to take a top talent. Like I said, he's proven to be an elite level guy. Now, can he show that in the NFL? Yet to be seen, but it's what pick are we? We're pick 42. We're pick 42 and we're getting a top 15 guy. So this is great.
Bring out that castle. Well, never mind.
I didn't see what happened. What happened there? Dave, do you know what happened? Are you watching the live? I can hear the crowd cheering here.
Because I'm trying to update my page.
Holy shit. The fans are going nuts here.
He seems excited.
Yeah, and it's the worst kept secret in the NFL, right? That the Vikings needed a cornerback at some point in this NFL draft. And then when you see Stingley and Sauce Gardner go so early, rightfully so, but so early in the NFL draft, I mean, unless you're comfortable with a guy like Trent McDuffie or even Elam from Florida, to have Booth sitting there in the early second round it's really just a no-brainer. So I have to say I'm very impressed with Kwesi so far through the draft, not being super strict with staying in his spot, but also there's an intent behind his trades, and I can appreciate that. It felt like Rick in his trades were more so just like, hey, I'm going to move back just to move back because I would have more picks, whereas Kwesi definitely seems targeted in his approach. And I think that's good for a first-year GM to kind of see these signs of him navigating the NFL draft.
Yeah, I agree completely. And the Rich Hill trade chart, basically the 6 was thrown into as a sweetener because the 53 and 77 is equal to 42 and 122. So great move by Kwesi to give up one of the 3 sixth rounders in order to acquire Andrew Booth Jr. And Wan'Dale Robinson just got picked by the Giants, which to me tells me Kadarius Toney is on the move. So expect him to get traded at some point today or tomorrow. What kind of compensation will the Giants get for the last year's first-round pick? I don't know, but I'll tell you, whoever acquires him is going to get a really good player that has had some troubling issues in the building.
Hey, Jonathan, can you do me a favor here? Can you go over and grab that bucket and just one of those giveaways over there? We're going to do another giveaway here. Yeah, any one of them. Anyone. Dave, what are your thoughts on the Andrew Booth pick?
I'm cool with it. It's a good value. And hopefully he heals up nicely. We've got supposedly now the best medical staff in the business. Get him square, and it bolsters that back end. And I like it.
All right. For those here at Lake Monster, we're doing another giveaway here. One T-shirt. So if you have your tickets with you, I'm drawing one right now, and here it is. 496937. 496937. Anyone? I don't think we have a taker on this. They might be off in the distance here.
Could they be outside?
They could be outside, so we will wait on that. Let's see if we can get another one. Jonathan, you want to grab another card there? We'll do one more. One. What does that even say?
One tin tag. So a tin sign, essentially.
A tin what?
A tin sign. Ooh, Texans just moved up to 44.
All right, well, we have a tin tack. I'm not quite sure what that is, but the next winner is 496957. We got a winner, folks.
Woo-hoo.
I'm not sure what a tin tack is. You can keep that. But if you just redeem that up at the front there, you'll be a winner. So congratulations. Yeah, we can turn this mic around and get some questions. Why don't you get the people going here?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 15 picks until the Vikings select again. We're going to open the mic up for questions. Anybody who wants to come up and ask something, go on ahead. Every question asked will get you an entry for our giveaways here tonight, which includes at the end of the night a Vikings jersey. All right, as we get that set up, Jonathan, in kind of your studies about Andrew Booth, what were the things that you really liked, and how do you feel like this value is going to come into play for the Vikings?
Into Booth specifically, but I've heard a lot of people say he's very talented, very physical on the outside, plays well as a man corner, which is important for our defense. All of those are things to like. Without the injury concerns, he's probably easily the third cornerback in the draft. Maybe you can make an argument for even one or two. And to get that kind of a player at 42 is just tremendous value. So assuming he's healthy, assuming those injury concerns don't cause issues down the line, I don't see how this isn't an absolute win for us.
I think it's an absolute win. Assuming that sports hernia surgery really did fix it this time. And that's just going to be the big thing that I'm just not 100% sold on. Oh, excuse me. Vikings pick again at 59, and then we pick again at 66. So just 7 picks in between. There are a lot of really good players still on the board, a lot of premium position players still on the board. Who are some of your targets that you're really thinking that you want the Vikings to prioritize?
If Ojabo falls, we have to take him. There's a lot of wide receivers. If Pickens falls, we take him. If Pierce falls, we take him. Wide receiver and edge, those are like the two premium positions that we could use some boost. We have a strong wide receiver core, but as we've seen with the market, you can never have too many good wide receivers because, like, we love Justin Jefferson, right? But is it worth paying $30 million a year for Justin Jefferson? It's a question, right? And getting another wide receiver who can grow into a very strong 1 or 2 role can give us flexibility down the line.
No, I agree 100%. I'm very intrigued to see if Sky Moore ends up falling. On the consensus board, he was at 57, where in a lot of mock drafts, he was going in the back end of the first round. John Mechie just went to the Texans. Very interesting.
I really liked Mechie, actually.
I like him, but I feel like this is just a little too early, and especially he's coming off. I heard that ACL was just a little bit more than an ACL tear.
Yeah.
A little extra damage. Plus, I don't know how fast he is. I thought he was just as fast as Jalen Waddle, but I watched this past year. He's not. Is he a 4.4 guy? Is he closer to a 4.5? I mean, he's beating Cine there, but
That's better.
good. I'm glad you're not hurting, Dave. The Texans had a very interesting draft. They're very New England Patriots-esque, something we really should have expected from Nick Caserio. Perfect. Dave, how are you feeling with the Vikings' moves so far here tonight?
I think we're getting value. Plus, we now have picks in every single round, so that's not a bad thing. There's still plenty of stuff that we can move up if we wanted to. So I'm cool with today. I think Kwesi's doing better today than he did yesterday.
I know you and I were big proponents, Dave, of the Vikings taking Malik Willis. How do you feel about the fact that they haven't taken Malik Willis and they've prioritized Andrew Booth Jr. instead?
It's the logical move. They're not going to upset Kirk Cousins' apple cart. Not right now.
Yep.
So something I was thinking of on the walk over here is there was a big argument, right? Extend Cousins, trade Cousins, let him sit, keep the contract as it is. If we don't extend Cousins, say either we trade him or he's on the last year of his contract right now, I think we would have taken Malik Willis. We would have had a lot more flexibility. And then I think that contract, it discouraged us from taking Willis. And that was always the worry, right? That it's a reason why, I still think we should have taken Willis. But if that contract is the reason why we didn't take Willis, it makes the contract look worse now than it was before.
So right. I don't necessarily disagree, but one thing that was brought up to me that I really hadn't thought about avenue-wise, if you take Willis high and you plan on starting him, Kirk Cousins probably asks for a trade. So then that even though you have him in that fully guaranteed contract, maybe he asks for a trade and it doesn't even matter.
Well, I think we would have had Willis sit for a year.
No. I'm saying after this year. So for 2023, Willis takes over.
Yes, and but with that extension.
Not this one, but the next one.
That's fine, I think.
With that extension, though, we got some cap relief. And that extension actually brought his annual pay per year down. And I'm cool with that versus what he wanted.
That's true. I don't understand how the QBs aren't falling. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me either, but
it doesn't matter how bad they are. They're not that bad. These are the best QBs in the entire draft class.
It is very weird.
But the question is, how do they compare to other draft classes? And they don't, and that's why they're falling.
Tyler, I don't know if you saw this, but they flashed to the Ravens war room, and it literally showed their whole draft board.
Really?
Like every single player that they had
Every year the ESPN does this, and it's hilarious.
is literally the whole draft board was just shown.
So somebody's got to have a screenshot on Twitter by now.
I'm looking.
I'm gonna need to see a picture of that.
Ravens take
I wouldn't be shocked
Ojabo.
if this is David Ojabo. And it is David Ojabo. The Ravens get richer. This is the best run football team.
The Ravens have an amazing draft here.
Yeah, they get inherent value. My second overall player in Kyle Hamilton at 14. They get Tyler Linderbaum, who would have been a top 15 pick if his arms were just an inch longer. And they get David Ojabo, who could have been a top 10 pick before the Achilles tear. They don't have to worry about having him play right away. They can let him grow. Like, I love this. They have an ability to develop pass rushers. They've been doing it for decades. Look at your Matt Judons and your Pernell McPhee's drafted outside of the first round. Like, those guys were drafted on day 3. Like, Ojabo's in a phenomenal situation where he's going to be able to get great coaching, and he's going to be able to grow while he recovers.
I know Tyler mentioned this, but another reminder that if you come up and ask a question, you'll get entered into a giveaway for a Vikings jersey. Jersey of your choice, actually, though. No customizations. I'm not going to get you one with your own last name on it. You here for a question? Oh, shit, and you got that, too. Where's my tickets? My tickets are over there. Will you grab those, Ryan? Thank you, guys. Are you going to ask a question, too?
Step up to the mic.
So you can keep this half and put the other half in the bucket over there. You had it too, right? So put one half in the bucket over there, and then you're gonna ask a question here. So I'll flip the mic on, and whenever you're ready, just lean right into it. Yep.
With our last third-round pick,
Get just a little closer.
With our last third-round pick, is there one player you wouldn't mind reaching for to prevent them getting taken on day 3?
That's a good question.
I'd say a couple guys. You don't have a lot of those like fourth-round kind of character guys this year, like you have in past years. Like if you remember when the Vikings took Ray Edwards in 2006, he came with some kind of character baggage. Fourth-round picks kind of fall into 3 groups. Great players with major character concerns, great athletes with no production, poor athletes with great production. That's kind of what you're getting in the 4th round. I think if Zion McCollum is there, the cornerback from Sam Houston State, his relative athletic score is the best we've ever seen coming into the draft at the cornerback position. I think that would be a guy that you'd want to target. Calvin Austin III from Memphis, kind of a little speedster, bigger than Tutu Atwell, faster and better with the ball in space than Tutu Atwell. And Atwell went at 56. If he ends up being there, that's a guy you would want to prioritize. If you get his hands on the ball in space, he's going to take off and do some damage. Trying to think other guys. I thought Cole Strange was going to be one of those guys that you want to take at the back end around 3. He went at 29, which is the most Patriots move of all time. I'm also a big fan of Carson Strong, the Nevada quarterback. I know he's a little bit of a statue, but he's got a piss missile. And when you can throw accurately with that kind of arm strength, I really just think you can work with the rest. So those are the kind of guys I'm looking at for that spot.
Before you go, I have a question for you, because as a Minnesota Viking fan, I feel like it's a really divisive topic. What are your thoughts on Kirk Cousins?
I mean,
Get right into that mic.
we got him for 2 more years, so I'll support him.
That's it. I'm gonna move this to get you on the screen a little bit.
He's our quarterback. I'm hoping for a good draft that can help him support the team, get him what he needs to help us win the Super Bowl.
All right, fair enough. That's an easy answer. So Detroit just came and went with their draft pick. They took an edge, which means that Malik Willis still on the board. And I think it's a conversation that has to continue to be had until he's gone. The Vikings are up in 10 more picks. They have picked 56.
I've said it ad nauseum, so I want to get Jonathan's opinion on this. I would give my left arm for Malik Willis on this football team, and I've stated that again and again and again and again. With obviously with how quarterback position is valued in the National Football League and kind of where we're at with this class, we've been talking about it, how you're just shocked that these guys haven't come off the board. If you're Kwesi, what are you going to do to go and get Malik Willis if that's your priority?
I don't know what kind of evaluation they have on him, but given the value of the QB position, I would assume it has to be at least reasonably high. I don't know if you trade up. It's up for Kwesi to decide that. But if he gets to our pick, the pick that we have left in the third round, you have to take him. No team, there are a few teams right in the NFL, but like 25 out of like the 32 teams, they are not tied that deeply into their QB that taking the second best or probably first best QB in the entire draft late in the second round or in the third round is not just an incredible value pick.
Yeah, I mean it's Rick Spielman wouldn't do it, but I feel like Kwesi might. Like it's at that point right now where it's almost you're almost hurting your team by not taking that shot.
I'll say this: we had two dire needs going into this draft, and they were to fix the secondary.
It's done,
and they've done it.
Yeah,
and they did it with great value, and they got a lot of assets in order to accomplish it. Now, I mean, you should have always done BPA, and it sounds like they still acquired BPA, just with how you can read between the tea leaves. Like, I would really take quarterback here. Quarterback or wide receiver, I think, need to be the picks. You can talk about another interior offensive lineman with everything that they've done in free agency. I don't know if that's going to necessarily be a priority. The Vikings are in a very interesting spot because there's a lot of really good football players available. The Commanders are also a dark horse for Malik Willis because Carson Wentz only has 1 year of guaranteed money left, and then they bait.
Accidentally muted your mic there instead of mine. Yes, Carson. This is probably a sleeper pick for Malik Willis if we're going to talk about any team to take one. They fought through
New Orleans at 49.
Who'd they take? Olave in the first?
Olave and Trevor Penning.
That would be it would be not laughable, but just it would just be funny to think that they traded all that draft capital to get a tackle, get a wide receiver, and then their quarterback that they get is in the second round.
Yeah. The Saints have had two of my favorite drafts. They drafted my favorite player last year in Peyton Turner. They drafted my favorite player this year in Chris Olave. Like, they have done a really good job of really building up their roster. Like, they really just do whatever they want, and they find guys they want, and they just go get them. Like, I have a respect for that.
So we're sitting here, we're waiting on the Washington Commanders pick.
No, we're not. I
never heard of this kid.
Ooh, Fedarian Mathis, interior defensive lineman. They love Alabama guys. They drafted both Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne in round 1, and now they paired Fedarian Mathis. 3 technique, who's got really long arms and knows how to utilize them. Got a little bit of quickness to his game too. I like this, but you're going to be losing Deron Payne after the year, and he's more of a nose. So how is he going to work with Jonathan Allen? Are they going to run more like odd fronts? Like, how is that going to work? It's going to be really interesting to see that process, but really good football player.
I don't know. I think Washington should have taken a quarterback. Like you said, Carson Wentz. He's not the permanent solution there. Plus, I think D tackles, especially like questionable D tackles with questionable pass rushing ability, are not the most valuable picks that you can take. I can't believe Willis is still falling. It's just Corral is still falling. Like Ritter.
You got a question? Let's jump on the mic over here. Dave, fire up that camera. Hold on 1 second. All right, if you step a little bit to your right, get your camera. You see yourself on there? All right, what's your question?
Hi there, I'm Mike Lang, Matt Lang, the Brewers' brother here, and I was listening on the way here, and so just looking to see kind of, who's going to fall. We have a second round pick coming up, I believe, at 59.
Yeah.
So, what type of players are you guys looking at on the board that's still there? I mean, I have a couple people in mind, but one person that intrigues me is there's still a few wide receivers that have fallen, like a Sky Moore is one name. Malik Willis might fall there. Maybe at that time, it's how far can he fall?
Absolutely.
Um, Another one is Dino Jabo just got off the board. I kind of liked him, but as far as like another edge rusher, you could never use too many of those. I think Drake Jackson from USC is a guy on the board.
Well, I will have to defer to these guys to my left and right here on who they're kind of would target. Jonathan, you want to take it first?
So I'm big into wide receiver. Alex Pierce, George Pickens. Those are two guys I really wanted. I wanted Ojabo. I was big into Ojabo if we could get him. Like Booth is better. I like Booth, but Ojabo was a big target for me. And then yes, if Malik Willis falls, he's the pick, right? So much value there. We aren't tied into Cousins. Even though he has a no trade clause, he could waive that and we could trade him after this year. We take Willis. It's too good of an opportunity to pass up. That's a big option for me.
Yeah, it's at first, just a month ago or so, people were saying he's not going to be there at 12. We'd have to actually trade up. So I think there's this preconceived notion, which it was. It's a bad draft for quarterbacks. Teams were not prepared to draft a quarterback, and so now I think Malik Willis is a great value. I mean, even in a good quarterback draft, you're not going to get as good of a quarterback as him in the second round, probably.
Yeah, I agree. Sky Moore's a really interesting one. He's small, but he kind of plays like an X receiver. Incredible release package, knows how to get off the line quick, avoid press coverage. But once he gains that separation, he can keep it with his deep speed. He needs to learn a little bit more of the route tree because he played a very RPO-heavy system, stuff that you saw Ole Miss run with Matt Corral. They basically run the same offense at Western Michigan. So he needs to learn some of that nuance. I love Malik Willis. I said it before, I'll say it again. I give my left arm to have Malik Willis on this football team. I won't actually do it, but metaphorically, you know what I'm saying. Another guy that I'm really intrigued in, cornerback from UTSA, his name's Tariq Woolen. He's 6'4", 210, long arms, and he runs a 4.2 640-yard dash. He needs to learn a lot of the technical elements of the position, but you won't fall a better moldable ball of clay than him. Edge rusher is starting to get really thin. Drake Jackson is a great one. There were rumors that he could go in round 1 yesterday. He obviously is still here. USC massively misused him. They wanted him to lose a bunch of weight and play in space. He is more of a true edge rusher, and he tested very well after gaining all that weight back. Drake Jackson.
So do you like Drake Jackson?
I do. He was a projected potential top 15 pick preseason, and all of a sudden now you're looking at him and he's available in the 50s. That's a good inherent value for a guy who you can mold, and you won't have to ask a lot of him early. He's a rotational guy with Daniil Hunter and Zadarius Smith, and I think that would be a really good value. And again, you're hitting position of need with value, which is the ultimate win in the NFL draft.
Absolutely. Thank
you for. By the way, Matt, make sure he drops his ticket in the bucket for a chance to win a Minnesota Vikings jersey. The Saints are on the clock, so this is probably the Malik Willis watch right here.
Tyler.
Matt, we're going to be on Malik Willis watch until he goes off the board. This is, I'm not going to call it Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers-esque falls, but this is a crazy fall for a guy who's got all-world talent. For me, it's baffling. Somebody's going to get an absolute steal, and they could potentially get an all-pro quarterback in round 2.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing that's crazy for me. I mean, mock drafts are never going to be. You're good. What's up? I split it in half for you. So you put one half in there. You want another one? All right, perfect. the crazy thing is, okay, so we talk about mock drafts, right? And we do countless ones of them. I was sitting here kind of thinking, like, okay, is Matt Corral a guy you sit here and you take for the Vikings in round 2? But we're sitting here in the real draft, and Matt Corral is still on the board along with Malik Willis. But my question for you, I guess, is let's say Willis is off the board. Are you content with a guy like Matt Corral?
I would love having Matt Corral. I prefer Carson Strong, and I think everybody knows this. I think that insane arm, you can deal with the fact that he's not the most mobile guy in the world. He's not a statue. With his knee injury, it was a 10-month recovery time. He came back in 6 because he wanted to play his last year at Nevada. He learned how to manipulate the pocket in a similar way to how Dan Marino and Tom Brady do, where they just slide away from pressure and they don't let it impact them, and they can still throw the ball down the field. Because he has added that nuance to his game, I am not that worried about the fact he's a statue. Are you going to lose out on opportunities because he can't run like a Mahomes, a Josh Allen? Absolutely. There's going to be value lost there, and you can't really replace that. But what he gives you from inside the pocket is so dynamic, and there's a high ceiling with him just throwing the football down the field. I think it's worth the shot in round 2 to be able to take that next step. I'm going to step out for a minute.
We're going to do another giveaway here. Nobody claimed the earlier one, so we will well, they didn't win, so either show up or get out.
Joseph wants to know, should we start a pool on when the first Oklahoma player gets drafted? Where's Ryan?
What'd you say?
That. Joseph Shea, friend of the show, wants to know if we should start a pool on when the first Oklahoma player gets drafted. We should ask Ryan about that one.
No, Miles, you're getting in. You're getting after this.
Miles has been continuously kicked off on this show. Now he's just leaving. He's done. He's done. All right, before Ryan answers that question, the winner of a T-shirt, 496959. Anybody?
959.
959. Did you get it? We might have a winner. I wish we had like game show music to play. He's got it. All right, we got a winner. Congratulations. And before you go, can you ask us a question?
Right on the mic.
Right on the mic over here. Okay. We'll refer back to Ryan here on the Oklahoma thing.
All right, Dave, hit me with it because I didn't hear it.
Well, first off, it looks like the Saints have taken cornerback Alante. Oh, where was it? Taylor out of Tennessee.
Nice. That's a good. I mean, seems a little early, but hey,
seems
go
early
get your guy.
Too.
We have a live question. Hold on.
I'm gonna need a squat down here.
Yeah, you're gonna need to lean in all. Well, I'll stop there.
You ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right. This one's for Ryan. Oklahoma players were really highly, looked at. I'm just wondering why they haven't come off the board yet.
Just like all great things, take time. And they're taking their time. It sounds like there's one coming off the board here soon. And Nick Benito, if it's not him, he's coming off with us. So I think we're going to be very happy about that.
Patience is key. All right, I'll leave it at that.
Patience is a virtue.
Well, okay, hey, I'll give you a ticket here for asking a question. Ryan, you can go back to Joseph Shea's question.
Oh, man, I missed it.
Joseph Shea's question. We should start a pool. When would the first Oklahoma Sooner come off the board?
All right. I mean, I'm getting hounded here. Here's the thing. We all knew that Oklahoma players are going to be in about the second to third round range. Perry and Winfrey had the most steam to maybe go round 1 at the tackle, but I think there's definitely gaps in his game from just a run stuffing perspective. He's just a pass rush specialist. So, he's going to fall down boards a little bit. Hopefully, he's going to be picked here soon. Nick Benito, refined pass rusher, outside linebacker in the 3-4 would be a really, really good fit for us if he can make it to us. So, and then you have Brian Asamoah. Those are going to be the three key guys. Over under, I mean, honestly, I didn't think one Oklahoma player was going to come off the board until about 50. So this makes sense to me. I'm not mad. I'm not upset about where we're at right now from an Oklahoma perspective. So let's see. We got KC and Dave. Did you say KC was the one that had the pick in?
No, they're on the clock. And the question is,
I got really excited when I heard Oklahoma. I thought that meant an Oklahoma player was getting picked. So that was just Joe Shea's question.
Another question is, why is Nakobe Dean taking so long to come to be drafted?
Nakobe Dean, the only thing I can think of is his size, right? You've seen these guys come in the league and be successful, so it doesn't really make a ton of sense to me where you have a guy who has a proven track record of being able to fly from sideline to sideline, make the plays, excellent coverage skills. So, I mean, he is a prototypical middle linebacker or weak side linebacker in today's NFL. The only thing I can think of is size and the fact that he was a 1 year hit. He didn't have a ton of production prior to this year. So looks like Kansas City traded the pick to the New England Patriots.
Whoa.
Miles, welcome back. How you doing? How's the beer been over there?
It's been good.
Good.
Draft's not as exciting as last night, but it's good. The Vikings did really well so far.
Hey, again, Miles and I were sitting over here talking on the side here. I think we're both very, very happy. Like, looking at the trade that we had last night, everybody obviously kind of crapped on it. Obviously, we didn't get the value that you maybe perceive that you want based on charts or whatever you want to call it. You take a look at that trade. If we don't make that trade, we don't get 2 additional seconds from the Packers. And then we don't have the ammo to move up for our guy in Andrew Booth. So
yeah, I think to the point that the more I'm coming around to it is the idea that the Vikings perceive that value of pick 34. So that's that pick swap of 34 and 46. The value at 34 got them two second round picks. So I think that in itself made it worth the trade.
Absolutely. So we'll see who the Patriots trade up for. I mean, there's a lot of different options here. And as we inch a little bit closer and closer to our pick, I mean, we're sitting here at 59, I believe. And, we got our cornerback. We got our safety. We got 2 dogs, in my opinion, to revamp that secondary. Where do you want to see us go here?
Jonathan, you want to go here?
I already answered this, but I like wide receiver. Wide receivers, there's a lot of value on the board, I think, at wide receiver or QB. It's wide receiver or QB for me, honestly.
Yeah, with the way the board's falling, I mean, if the Vikings wanted to take a quarterback, you might as well take one now. I mean, I would assume there's going to be a run soon. It's kind of weird, but I'd expect the back end of second, early third to be a run at quarterback. And obviously, I think the wide receiver run's about to start here too, so Vikings could get in either one of those positions.
It's just very interesting, obviously this fall, obviously at the quarterback position, you also are seeing some other just like high-level players falling throughout the draft in general, right? You saw Jermaine Johnson fall yesterday. You saw Andrew Booth fall yesterday and even today. And you're looking at George Pickens, right? Extremely talented wide receiver. He has some off-field issues that potentially could drag him down a bit. Why, Jonathan or Miles, whoever wants to answer, why is he still on the board outside of that? I mean, you're seeing Wan'Dale Robinson go. I mean, guys clearly who are inferior in terms of skill set. So why is he falling so far? I mean, is it that much of a concern?
Why is who?
George Pickens.
It has to be off the field concerns. People, they don't want to take that risk. I mean, he's a good player. He's performed. He's produced. He has had some injury issues, but I don't think that's enough to be the issue. It has to be off the field concerns. But I think he'll go soon. So
yeah, he's definitely one of those guys who's got all the talent in the world, but if he's not checking the boxes in the meeting rooms and meeting with teams and everything they've heard on the background of the guy, when teams do the research. Obviously, there's a lot of Georgia players in this draft, so they've got a lot of background on a lot of these guys, and they can get perspective from different players and different coaching staffs on all these different players. And so clearly something with George Pickens is keeping him falling a little further than the rest of those guys. But he's got all the talent.
So one of the positions I know we've talked about a little bit briefly earlier is tight end, unless the Patriots decide to go Trey McBride, which their selection's about to come in here. What would your guys' thoughts be on Trey McBride, who, by all accounts, looks like a tight end who has the ability to get in line, do some blocking, excellent receiving tight end, can get open, good routes, has the play strength you need. And we clearly have an opening there behind Irv Smith, who's not the most healthy guy in the world, and it's definitely going to be a need for us. So unless that's the Patriots pick here, let's see where they're at.
Tight end is not an emergency, but it is a position of need, especially if we don't re-sign Irv Smith after this year. So if we could find a tight end who we have a high grade on, who we think is good value this late, absolutely go for it.
Yeah, I'm in line with that. I don't know as much about the tight ends this year as years past, but like you said, we got Johnny Munt, we got Irv Smith, we have Ben Ellefson, and we have Zach Davidson. Besides Irv Smith, you don't have like any killers, and so you can use that depth. You can use guys for the future. Like Jonathan said, the Vikings don't know what to do. We don't know what Irv Smith's going to happen. After this year, he's in his final year of his rookie contract, so we'll see what they want to do with him. And the Patriots took Tyquan Thornton. Wow, over like a George Pickens over Sky Moore. That's surprising.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at pure speed right here. I mean, he was kind of another one-year wonder here, where he really came on this year. He really impressed at the combine running. I don't know what the official time was, but at one point it was like a low 4.2s, and I think it ended up being a 4.31. I think was official. So, I think that a Baylor offense finally started using his skill set and.
Cooking the Oklahoma defense too, I see.
Yeah. I mean, he did. I mean, that's the thing. Baylor, for as much as I dislike them, I have to give them a lot of respect because they really came on this year and they cooked us. They cooked Oklahoma State. They did a great job. So when I see guys like Thornton and I see guys like what's his name? Go ahead.
I didn't know that the Vikings still had pick 53, so we didn't move. We moved pick 59.
They're wrong.
Oh, is it wrong? Okay. I just see it on the ticker and on ESPN, and so it threw me off. So I was like, did the Vikings still have 53? All right, never mind. Back to you, Ryan.
No, so you'd see a guy like Thornton, you see a guy like Petre, some of these Baylor guys, you got to have respect for them because I literally watched them destroy us and destroy a lot of good teams this year. So now, is this pick a little early for me when you have Sky Moore? I mean, Sky Moore, he was a first round talent for me at worst early second, and so you see a guy like Tyquan Thornton who he's got the speed and that's great, but outside of that, what do you have in him in the 1 year wonder that it's worth taking a second round pick over a little bit more established Sky Moore, George Pickens, and so on, Alec Pierce and so on.
Dave, what are the beefcakes in this that the Vikings could look at taking here, if at all? Is there anybody? Oh, can.
There definitely is some beef left. I would get excited for interior O-line.
Love it. Anybody else? What else? Obviously, it's kind of slow moving with the second round. Vikings are up soon, but I don't know. What do you guys think? What do we think of the second round so far? Kind of surprises. Obviously, we just saw wide receiver go, but we still have all the quarterbacks besides Kenny Pickett available. You got a lot of defensive linemen available. Who else am I thinking? And then obviously the wide receivers. So there's a little bit of a nice little talent pool hidden here in the mid to late 50s. So we'll see what the Vikings choose to do here.
All right, perfect. Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulties here. So, yeah, let's see what the Eagles do here. Again, we're struggling here because, again, there's just so many different position players that of need for us that are falling. We're looking at ESPN's broadcast. You got ESPN here with, Malik Willis. You got Nakobe Dean. You got Alec Pierce, who, Jonathan, you say you like a lot. Tell us a little bit more about Alec Pierce.
Alec Pierce, he's not the most polished receiver, but he's very fast. The Vikings have lacked a true speedy deep threat in recent years, and Kirk Cousins is the type of QB who can really take advantage of a type of player like that. With Deshaun Jackson, he had immense success. Now, obviously, we aren't expecting Alec Pierce to be Deshaun Jackson right away or even ever in his career, but just having that type of player with that type of athleticism, it can add another threat to your offense, and that can really expand what you can do with the playbook.
Yeah, I think getting a weapon for Kirk Cousins, for Kevin O'Connell. I really want to see what Kevin O'Connell does with this offense and how creative he can get. And we know at some point they're going to take a receiver, I think, but I also think, I want to see them expand that receiver room a little bit more and utilize those guys, not just let them sit on the bench or only play special teams. So I'm excited to kind of see what Kevin O'Connell can get if they take a receiver or some sort of weapon here in the next couple of picks.
Hey, I have a question for you guys.
What?
Never mind.
Hurry up. What do you want?
I thought the Vikings were up in like
You're
2 picks.
wasting our time, Matt. What do you want?
Miles, who do you want at the next Vikings pick?
I don't know. If Sky Moore's still there, Sky Moore, Alec Pierce, I think either of those guys would be good. I'd take George Pickens. I mean, you're at a point you're willing to take a chance on a guy if he's still got a little bit of character issues. Give me that opportunity. I'd have to look and see what the other positions are available, but yeah, give me a wide receiver.
What about, at this point, even Nakobe Dean? Is he an option?
Yes. Give me Nakobe Dean. I love Nakobe Dean and what he's able to do. And the one thing that's really nice about him, he gives you some of the same things that Eric Kendricks does. He's really a really good blitzer. His struggles are in the run game, and he's great in pass protection. Pass coverage. His best grade was coverage. I think it was like a 93 for PFF. That's pretty impressive. They asked him to do a lot, and he was able to do so with his vision. He's got great burst. He's a little small. At this point, who cares about small? Just take great football players, and that's what Nakobe Dean is.
The Eagles just took who I wanted, Cam Jurgens.
I agree with that. I mean, as anytime you can get a player. Now, obviously, these GMs, they use a different process than maybe a lot of the more public analysts, where our consensus boards may not line up with what the GMs have. So just because he's high on consensus boards doesn't necessarily mean these NFL scouts, these GMs, have that same grade on him. But assuming the Vikings have any type of a top 20, top 30, top 40 player grade, linebacker may not be the biggest position of need, but it's good value when you can get a player as good as Nakobe Dean.
Well, and then you factor that it'd be similar to like taking a Lewis Cine, right? It's not an immediate need, but when you forward think, you think about the future, which Kwesi talks about competitive rebuild, the time horizons, all that stuff, all those buzzwords. The Vikings, for me, the draft isn't just about one year; it's about the future. So that would tell you that they have a plan in place to either replace Eric Kendricks or Jordan Hicks in the immediate future. So that's not a bad thing. Planning for those players. As you get expensive and a guy like a Justin Jefferson who's going to be due here soon, like the cheaper you can get in some of these areas where you're paying guys a lot of money, the better.
So there's something I want to bring up. The Eagles value quarterback more than literally everybody in the National Football League, and they just passed on the entire quarterback class for Cam Jurgens, center out of Nebraska. When did Howie Roseman figure out how to draft? Because he has had a tremendous weekend so far. Getting Jordan Davis, getting Cam Jurgens, a replacement for, Jason Kelsey. And then on top of that, you get A.J. Brown. And now you have two legit wide receivers. You don't have to worry about playing Jalen Reagor. You have a really good seam tight end in Dallas Goedert. We've seen progression from Jalen Hurts in each year he's played football at either the college or the pro level. Could he take that next step now that he has a lot of pieces around him? This is Like, Howie has done a great job. And then George Pickens to the Steelers. The Steelers just know how to draft wide receivers, and this is a great landing spot for him. Deontay Johnson just became the best slot in the National Football League.
Did you guys talk about Nakobe Dean at all?
I love him. Give him to me.
And would you be in favor of taking him?
Where were you? We were just talking about it.
Were you?
Go away.
I'm just trying to get raffle tickets.
Yeah, well, you work here. You don't get them. That's how that works.
We got insider trading going on over here, so thanks, Matt. No, I think that point about the Eagles, Howie Roseman is just, it's been really impressive to watch how he's been able to maneuver, not even just the draft, but like the draft picks they have, the Colts here. What are the Colts going to do? Hold up. Alec Pierce. So there's a wide receiver for Matt Ryan and the Colts to go with Michael Pittman.
The Alec Pierce move for the Colts just makes a lot of sense. Now they have almost like twin towers. You've got Michael Pittman Jr. and Alec Pierce. Pierce probably works best as an X, but he can play a Z. All of a sudden, you just got two guys who can be downfield dynamos for Matt Ryan. I really like this. He's got great body control, knows how to get the ball at its apex. That whole Cincinnati offense was predicated around RPOs and Desmond Ridder chucking it to Alec Pierce. And they got to the playoff because of it. Like, Pierce is legit.
Yeah, I think to that point, Jonathan mentioned this earlier. I think that X receiver that can get downfield and win one-on-one matchups is something. It's not that Justin Jefferson can't do it, but I think they're going to shift him away from that role, and they're going to move him around in that Cooper Kupp role, so they could use a guy that can win those one-on-one matchups on the outside and stretch the field vertically. So that would have been a really good pick. So I think that's a good pick for the Colts. So, but I do think the Vikings could utilize a player like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think Justin Jefferson is too skilled to be used primarily as a deep threat. His bread and butter is just absolutely annihilating defenders in the intermediate zone. He gets open, and he gets open easily against zone, against man. It doesn't matter. So to have another guy who can just run those deep routes and kind of take some of the attention of the defense off of Jefferson, it would have been really nice. But at this point now, I want to trade up for Sky Moore, honestly, or a QB. But otherwise, I don't know if Sky Moore falls to us. So
he won't. The Chiefs just nabbed him.
Of course they did. Of course they did, right? I wonder if they were trying to move up to get like a George Pickens or Alex.
Well, they traded down from 50.
Oh, they did.
And
okay,
they got compensation from the Patriots, and now that 54.
So they were willing to take one of those wide receivers. So
Thornton went, and then Pickens went, and now you get Sky Moore. The best receiver on the board, for my money, is Calvin Austin III, but he is not what you would consider a true wide receiver. He's a slot guy that can potentially be a Z because he's only 5'7.5". But my God, with the ball in his hands, he's tremendous.
Yeah, he's one of those move playmakers. You give him the ball in space, but I'm not we have seen the Rams spend day 2 picks on those types of players. They did it last year with Tutu Atwell, right? And then they obviously drafted Van Jefferson, but they also drafted Tavon Austin a long time ago. But like, I do think like if you want a player like that, I have no problem with the Vikings going after a gadget type player. I'm not a fan of spending a top 60, top 50 type pick on that type of player, but at the same time, I think if you like a guy enough, I mean, I'm for it.
So at Memphis, he was used as a gadget type player. They just got the ball in his hands with screens, crossers, little slants, and jet sweeps. But at the Senior Bowl, he really showed a diverse package to become a complete receiver. He has a much bigger catch radius than you would expect from a guy who's only 5'7.5", 180 pounds. He knows how to win deep with releases. He's got the quickness to get away from press coverage, and he's got the deep speed to keep that separation. So I think he has the ability to become a complete receiver. Will he ever get that opportunity? Will he ever get there? I genuinely don't know because 5'7" is still a hindrance for that position. But if you get the ball in his hands, he's a dangerous dynamo, and I will take that projection. I really like what he brings to the table.
Yeah, good player. It's just more of like how does he utilize and get fit into an offense like this? Not that they couldn't utilize him, but like how do you utilize him with? The Vikings have a lot of very similar types of wide receivers right now in the current room. You got KJ Osborne, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, all fit, and Amir Smith Marset. They all fit within that type of like style, that like Z type receiver, and so adding another type of receiver to the room doesn't make sense. Not that you can't utilize multiple of those guys, that type of ability, but I do think they should get a little bit more variety. But looks like we have another giveaway here, so I'll let Tyler announce that one.
Yes, we do. We have another giveaway right now. This first one is for a Lake Monster Crowler 3-pack. And the last 3 digits are 933. Hey, all right. Well, come on up. She gets a Crowler 3-pack. We're gonna do one more, and then we're gonna take a break from the giveaways for a little bit. Thank you. This next giveaway is for a Lake Monster hat. The last 3 are 929. All right, we got a winner. Perfect. Oh, take it out. Take it back out. Thank you. All right, perfect. We have the Chiefs on the clock. We already know that they are taking Sky Moore, the receiver from Western Michigan. I really thought that he was going to be a target for the Minnesota Vikings. Unfortunately, that ended up not being the case. We are just a few picks away. Ryan, Jonathan, let's hear your thoughts with what kind of how the board sits right now. What are you looking at? What would you prefer at this point, both positions and players? Well, Jonathan, we'll start with you and then go to Ryan.
I want Nakobe Dean, I want Trey McBride, or I want a QB. It depends on how the board falls. Those are my highest options right now. We've just seen a run on wide receivers. I'm not particularly interested in the wide receiver talent at this moment. We can look for it later in the draft. Another option is maybe we look for an offensive lineman, a guard, maybe Dylan Parham. Maybe we want to look for that later, though. So I like McBride or Nakobe Dean if they fall, or if Willis or Corral falls. I mean, it's exceptional value.
And it really does seem like one of those quarterbacks will be there. And I can't imagine. I mean, I can imagine just because of the fact that it hasn't happened yet. So I can't imagine them falling. But, gosh, it's such great value, especially Willis here. I like Corral a lot as well. But, Willis would be a phenomenal pick here. So I want to see that. Outside of that, edge is still a huge need for us. There's a couple of great edge prospects out there with Drake Jackson. And Nick Benito. Did Drake get picked yet?
No.
So, yeah, I mean, Drake Jackson, I think he has a higher upside of those two individuals. Extreme upside, actually. It's just whether that can be refined. Where Nick Benito comes in a little bit more polished, a little better run defender, a little better pass rusher. But, and here we have the Cardinals picking Arenas Williams. Gosh, I missed that name. He was a phenomenal player back in the day.
Hall of Famer. This could be either Drake Jackson or Nick Benito.
And there goes Trey McBride. Tyler, tell us a little bit more about him.
He's unquestionably the best tight end in this class. At Colorado State, like when you look at the stat sheet, he had 90 catches for 1,200 yards, but he only had 1 touchdown. The one thing that you need to contextualize with his stats, he was the only offensive weapon for the Colorado State Rams. The quarterback position was atrocious. They were not able to run the football, and it just a fantastic football player. He's the guy you can play inline. You can flex him out. You can really play him wherever you want. He is a good blocker, willing, physical, great route runner. He even had a 69-yard jet sweep for a touchdown. This is a guy that can do it all. I don't know how quickly he's going to be able to adapt to the NFL game because tight end is traditionally a position that it takes a year or two to project. Like everybody thought O.J. Howard was a slam dunk. He was drafted 8th overall, and then he hasn't really done anything substantial in the league. Obviously, the ACL tear really hurt that. But at the same time, tight end is just a tough position to translate. He's at 246. He has you can tell by looking at the highlights, he's got a thick build. So he's going to be able to handle some of that physicality on the inside better than somebody like, say, a Greg Dulcich, because Dulcich being that former wide receiver convert, he doesn't have that like stout build like the Mackey Award winner McBride does. I love the idea of taking McBride, but this is this is a pick to appease Kyler. They should have thought about offensive line. They should have thought about edge rusher. They lost Chandler Jones. Their cornerback room is weak. This is where when you take two linebackers back to back to basically play the same position, even though Isaiah Simmons is a unicorn, they don't use him that way. This is where it really hurts your football team, because when you lose a couple weapons and you have a disgruntled quarterback, now you have to focus on fixing that and appeasing him to try and get him to want to stay. And then all of a sudden, you're not even addressing a lot of the major needs on your team. They just signed Zach Ertz. They don't need Trey McBride. This is a vanity pick to appease Kyler, in my opinion, and that's not good team building.
However, do you think they're operating off of the best player available mantra? Because as you mentioned, outside of edge, which there's plenty of edge players right now, cornerback, there's not really many cornerbacks left. This is why we traded up to go grab Andrew Booth. And so maybe this is just best player available on their board?
It very well could be, and if it is, I'll retract it. But at a certain point, you really need to think about taking players that actually help you right now. You're in a winning window. Like, I love BPA, but if your one guy is Trey McBride and your two is N'Kobe Dean, I don't understand why you're taking McBride over Dean. Like, you should prioritize that at least a little bit in these rounds. Sam Williams, this is the most Cowboys pick of all time. Sam Williams has a laundry list of off-field concerns, and he is a very good edge rusher, but the off-field, they're going to talk about it here. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's bad. And the Cowboys taking him is no surprise, because they've taken guys with a laundry list of issues a mile long. So this is the most Cowboy pick of all time. Cowboys fans hate their drafts so far. It's really astounding that they keep doing this year after year after year. People probably weren't going to touch this guy till round 4, and they take him at 56.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, obviously, I don't think Sam Williams is better than some of the other edge prospects that are out there right now. But again, he probably has one of the higher upsides, albeit with those off-field issues. So I don't hate the pick, and I don't hate Tyler Smith for them either. I think those are two really good picks for them. It's just whether they are riskier picks, just given the fact of, mainly Sam Williams being the risk there. Looks like the Buccaneers traded up with the Bills. I'm gonna divert our conversation a little bit further back here, and I'm gonna bring this back over to Jonathan. So obviously you were in on Trey McBride potentially being a pick for the Vikings here at 59. We're 2 picks away at this point. What other tight ends intrigue you? Obviously not here, but maybe in the pick, our 3rd round pick or our 4th round pick.
So I haven't done at this point in the draft, unless you do like a lot of research like Tyler, you don't really recognize a lot of the names. So I'll just go for the type of traits that I want with a tight end. I think I want a really athletic tight end that can really stretch the field. Maybe not. I'm not big into the big blocking tight ends. I don't think they contribute nearly as much value. I would like the type of tight end, more of a Kyle Pitts and less of like a. Who's the one guy we got? Who's the Rams player? What is his name?
Johnny Munt.
Yeah, less Johnny Munt, more Kyle Pitts.
So you want Greg Dulcich then?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, and very good. Sorry, I was unmuting the wrong person here. Tyler, so I asked him about some of the different names, and he's talking traits. You speak of Greg Dulcich. What are the other tight ends? And I want to let you know that we have a big Iowa State fan here watching live, so maybe you want to mention a Charlie Kolar or something like that.
Absolutely. Charlie Kolar tested athletically really well, but on the field, he's kind of stiff. I was really surprised when I saw that athletic testing. He's going to be a great red zone receiver. He's going to be great within the 20s. Think of the similar role that Kyle Rudolph played. He's also going to be able to block. You played Iowa State and you're a tight end, you're going to block, and you're going to learn how to block really well, and he's able to do just that. I don't value him at this point. I wouldn't take him until day 3 because I think he's going to be more of a specialist receiving the ball at the next level. I like guys like Jake Ferguson and Jeremy Ruckert, underutilized guys who are in line, who tested really well, that never got production because of the offenses they played in. Ruckert played with the best receiver group in the history of college football. That receiver group last year had Ethan Jigba and Jamison Williams. And then on the bench, they had Fleming, and then they just brought in Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, you're talking about just an insane wealth of talent for that group. And in turn, Jeremy Ruckert never got prioritized. That's not his fault. And then Jake Ferguson played with Graham Mertz and Jack Cohn. You're not going to get the ball thrown there anyways, and they play such a power run game. You're going to be asked to block a lot. Those guys know how to block, and they know how to block incredibly well. When you take guys that have that one great skill set, and then you see flashes of them being a great receiver. Daniel Bellinger from San Diego State is a guy I'm very high on for that exact reason. Those are the guys, plus with the fit and how Vikings need to prioritize tight end with how this offense projects out, you need an inline guy. You need a guy built like Tyler Higbee. I would love the alien type that you talk about, Jonathan. You have Greg Dulcich, who's a pure receiver. Jelani Woods, who tested athletically superior at 6'7", was never utilized at Oklahoma State because they run the football and they use air raid shots to the outside. Neither of which Jelani Woods that's not his game per se. With what the Vikings are going to want to do and how they're going to project out, I think that they're going to be prioritizing guys like Ruckert, Ferguson, and Bellinger. Hey, former Gator, Titus O'Neil, let's go. All right, I wouldn't be surprised if this is either Perry and Winfrey or Travis Jones and just beef up the interior, but they could go a lot of different ways here. Who knows? This won't.
I think this is a clear QB pick for them.
They just
Great. Trask is bad.
They don't think so. That's the thing. Luke Gedeke. All right. Bernard Raymond is still on the board, and Gedeke went before him. So that 25-year-old age element is really hindering his draft stock, which is fascinating to me. But the Vikings are up in 2 picks. The Falcons pick 1 pick before. This maybe is Malik Willis. And obviously, I know people are probably sick of us talking about him, but how can you not talk about a guy with that kind of traits playing that position? I'll pull up ESPN on my computer so we can get we can have a stream going because they just changed our TV to the Wolves game.
I don't know if they actually changed the game. I think
it's taking over on.
It is. Okay. So my bad about that. All right. Well, very good. I mean, obviously we love the Wolves as well. So we're obviously Minnesota sports, fans here. So hopefully, best of luck to them. We'll make sure that we have the latest content here on the NFL draft here moving forward. Jonathan, so you've been with us for quite a while. I know you're excited about a couple different guys here. You've talked about the Queen. You talked about Trey McBride. He's no longer going to be here. Quarterback obviously makes a lot of sense. I've mentioned a couple different edge guys. Let's go a little bit outside the box here with needs here. What if we were to take a look at, I don't know, maybe an interior lineman, an offensive tackle? There's a couple different good, intriguing prospects here. Who are some of your favorites?
So I was looking at the best players available tool here on CBS Sports, and it had Bernard Raymond as the 21st overall player on their board, which I don't know what that is relative to other consensus boards, but obviously at this point in the draft, having a player that high is very high. Now, the issue is he projects as a tackle, and he projects as a tackle who is probably better as a run blocker, maybe not as a pass blocker, and we already have 2 good tackles. So it might not make the most sense, but it could be a good pick because he could develop into a very good tackle, and it could make O'Neal expendable down the line.
Absolutely. And thinking about linemen as well. Oh, hold on one second. Tyler's got something for us.
So here's the thing about making O'Neal expendable. Bernard Raymond's comp is Brian O'Neal. But the problem with Bernard Raymond is he's a year younger than Brian O'Neal. And he's only played the position for 2 years. So as a long-term replacement, I don't necessarily agree with that thinking for that reason, because you're taking a guy to replace a guy at 26 who's already 25, and he needs a lot of work. I love the idea for a value depth piece. I think that's fantastic because I think he might be best served inside, and you could play him inside right now. But like as a long-term replacement, I would push back a little on that, just because he's 25 and O'Neal's 26. The money wise, I can understand that, but like I'd love to hear your counter because I know the way your brain is wired and the way my brain is wired to football, they're a little bit different, but they also intersect a lot. So what do you think about that?
I absolutely agree. it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But the argument that I think to drafting older prospects is you get a lot more value on their rookie contract. And if you were to get maybe not Brian O'Neill, but maybe a slightly worse Brian O'Neill, but for much cheaper, that's always a possibility. And like you said, worst case scenario, maybe he's a really good depth piece. Maybe he's a really good sixth lineman. Maybe he's a really good swing tackle. So it gives you options. So that's why, I mean, I'm not sold on it, but it's a definite possibility.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing with Raymond, he's only 2 years into the position, so I'm also not sure how much inherent value you're going to get from that rookie contract, and I think that's where my difficulty lies. Um, there's good from him, and I think he's a good value here. When there was talk about him going 20, I'm like, no, that the value is just atrocious. I don't want that at all.
All right, Tyler. So we just had the Vikings pick is in. I'm not quite sure who it is. We just had I forget which team, but the Atlanta Falcons. They went to go ahead and took Troy Anderson over Nakobe Dean, over Brian Asamoah, over some of these other really highly touted linebackers, highly athletic, newer to the position. Talk to us a little bit about Troy Anderson. Wait, hold on. We're here. The pick is in. Selection's in. Give me 1 second where he's up at the podium. Gable Stevenson, Minnesota wrestler elite, Olympic gold medalist, is announcing the pick. And we have selected Ed Ingram, guard out of LSU. I'll let Tyler do a little bit more analysis here. I'm sure he knows more than I do. However, I do know he does come with some off-field concerns. So this is kind of a surprising pick for me. Tell us a little bit about this, Tyler.
Well, and I think this kind of relates back to what the idea of the Derek Stingley Jr. selection. We have just more intel on LSU than just about anybody. Ed Ingram's a really good player. So if they're comfortable with the off-field, which I know there is, I just don't remember the specific details, so I won't go into it in depth. But Ed Ingram's a really good, solid football player. I thought he was going to be a late day 2, early day 3 guy. So I think this is a little higher than where I would have expected him. I can't believe Nakobe Dean's on the board. Just draft good football players. And Nakobe Dean is a top 20 talent in this class. I don't care if he weighs 229. I don't care if he's 5'11". He's a damn good football player. And to take Ed Ingram at a position where you already have an influx of guys, and I know you need to hit on those interior offensive linemen. I don't know if Ed Ingram has center flexibility. If he does, then that really skews the entire value of what this pick becomes, right? Because now we have a potential successor to Garrett Bradbury. But you have Nakobe Dean on the board. You have Malik Willis on the board. I struggle with this one because Nakobe Dean is so good, and you take a guard.
Tyler, this is not meant as a shot at you, but Malik Willis, you were okay taking with the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah.
We are at pick 60, and he's still on the board.
It's inexplainable. It's an abomination. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. I have not heard any steam. I have all the contacts I have. I've asked. They don't know why he's still here.
The only question I have, just looking at it objectively, what possibly could teams be knocking Malik Willis on?
They're still with all the positive.
I thought Kwesi was into analytics.
He's into collaboration, and apparently the football guys are a little worried. But there is a lot you can critique Malik Willis on. And I think everything that he has issues with can be contextualized, explained, and there's an easy path to fix. And I think that's where I differ from some people. He played with 10 UDFAs at Liberty. He didn't play with any NFL caliber talent. He hero balled them to victories against really good football teams. So when you look at all of that in an offense that's basically backyard football, where they're not using any kind of NFL concepts, they're not using any reads, it's great for college football because it's designed to get players in space and let them run with it. He's got incredible arm talent, and he can make elite level throws, but all the little nuanced things, Matt, he's not there yet. He's not a technical master. And because he's not a technical master, there are a lot of people that are really concerned with that. I think the Josh Allen blueprint of how he became successful is exactly how you can make Malik Willis successful. I am okay being the extreme outlier. That's fine with me. I don't understand why he's available still. I think it's a big mistake by the National Football League. I will gladly eat my words if he busts and I'm wrong. But based on what I believe and what I see, that man should have been a top 10 pick in the National Football League draft. It's crazy.
Back to the Vikings' last pick here, Ed Ingram. Any center capability?
I genuinely don't know. I think so, but we're going to have to wait for the Kwesi press conference on that. I've never seen him play center, but it's always a possibility with a guard.
He's been a left guard only his whole career, hasn't taken a snap outside of left guard in the last 3 years at least, I should say. So
he's taken a few at right guard.
A little pick. I thought we had a little bit of a need at edge. I think there's a lot of quality edge talent out there. I thought there's better offensive line talent, honestly. So this is kind of a odd pick for me, but you know what? I'm going to trust Kwesi. I think Ed Ingram has a lot of talent, so it's not something I'm overly concerned about. But you know, with never playing right guard, which is where our need is, or never played center, which is another need in my opinion, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I think QB should have been the pick. It's inexplicable to me. So, like Tyler was saying, he doesn't understand how Malik Willis is falling. I am legitimately a Malik Willis hater. I'm lower on Malik Willis than everybody, and I think we should have taken him with our 32nd overall pick. At this point, the value is exceptional.
All right, so we have the Bengals up at 60. We're actually coming back up at 66, so we're only 6 picks away from another Vikings selection. So, again, we still have that opportunity to go get Malik Willis potentially. We still have that opportunity to go get an edge. In my opinion, I think a low-key need for us is D tackle. So, and when I say D tackle, I mean like a 3-tech. Sorry. What I mean by that is a 3-tech or a 3-4 DN that is a penetrating defensive lineman. So, there's a couple guys that obviously come to mind there: Travis Jones, Perry, and Winfrey. So again, there's a lot of opportunity to still get a lot of high quality talent there. And why don't you talk to us a little bit about that, Jonathan? I know you're showing me a guy that you like as well.
Majai Sanders, very talented. There are weight concerns with him, and that's why I think he's still on the board. If our medical team and our strength conditioning team thinks he could put on a little bit more weight, I think he's a slam dunk pick as the type of defensive tackle, edge rusher hybrid who could really help our team.
I look at Sanders, so he, for playing in a conference that's not quite as strong as like the SEC or any of the Power 5 guys, he never really truly dominated. So what are some of the things that you really like about him that you think he can improve upon to become a high-functioning NFL player for the Vikings?
He's long and he's athletic. He comps well to a lot of very successful defensive ends that have produced well. He may not have dominated like we'd like to see, but at this point we're drafting late into the second, early into the third. We don't need the kind of production where they dominated in college, as long as we have the potential that they can grow into.
Tyler, all right, so we just saw Cam Taylor Britt come off the board. I think he was like a corner safety combo, right? Talk to us a little bit about how this might affect the next picks for the Vikings.
Well, it depends. Are you going to want to take cornerback again and double dip? You have a couple guys. Tariq Woolen is still on the board, and I've talked about his insane size and athletic profile and how he will project out to the next level. You also have Martin Emerson, who's a really good corner at Mississippi State. I think with corners going off the board and the Vikings likely not taking another one with this high of a selection is something that you could potentially go Malik Willis. You can potentially go wide receiver. Tight end is an option. Like, there are a lot of different ways that they can go here. I still think, as Jonathan mentioned, Myjai Sanders could be a really, really interesting pick. The guy is too small, but at the end of the day, he's a good football player and he can bull rush with his frame. I'm okay with taking that guy at the end of round 2, early round 3.
Another cornerback that was mocked to us quite a bit, at least in the Vikings Twitter sphere, that I know that was not highly touted, but just people who really wanted him, was Marcus Jones. That would be more of a slot cornerback with high upside in the special teams arena. Why should that be the pick at 66, Tyler, if we decided to go that route?
I really like the idea of Marcus Jones. He was an All-American multiple times as a kick returner, and then was a consensus All-American as a cornerback this past year for Houston. He has 9 kick return touchdowns in his career, which it can be really difficult to contextualize how good a player can be on special teams when you're drafting them with a top 100 pick. But Marcus Jones is a feisty, aggressive slot corner that knows how to play the ball and has all the agility and athleticism to be able to move laterally, which is what you need from those players, and that he gives you that inherent value as a returner. I think it would be a really nice selection in round 3. I wouldn't be shocked to see Kwesi try and trade back, maybe pick up a 4th, and then use those to come back into round 3. I like the idea of Marcus Jones. I really think that we need to look at receiver, though. Jalen Tolbert's on the board. Calvin Austin's on the board. There are other good players at that position, and we need to get one.
I agree. I really do agree. I know we have a big Gophers fan in here, Billy Werb. Bills. Hey, Bill. Hey, Tyler, can you talk to us a little about Daniel Falale? Is that how you say his last name? And could he potentially be a right guard for us, even though we just took Ed Ingram?
Daniel Falale is the biggest alien in the history of the NFL draft. 6'9", 387 pounds. He is not a guard. He has to play right tackle. And he needs to be in a scheme that works forward and not laterally. And we're going to work very lateral. He knows how to run inside zone. Outside zone is not something that he can do at a high level. He needs to be in a man gap power scheme. That man was built to be a tackle for the Baltimore Ravens. It is the absolute perfect team. Or the New England Patriots. Houston Texans might also be a team for him because they're going to potentially run some of that same stuff with Nick Caserio and Jack Easterby in the building. He's not going to be for everybody. He knows how to move for a man his size. He moves great for a man his size, but his relative athletic score was in the 26th percentile because he's just a mammoth man. An average man that weighs that is going to test in the 0 percentile, and he's in the 26th. So that tells you how good of an athlete he is relative to his size. I would not take him for the Minnesota Vikings, but I do really like the player, but he needs the perfect fit.
You know, it's funny. I always thought Orlando Brown from Oklahoma was like one of the biggest offensive linemen I've ever seen outside of Bryant McKinney and Phil Lodell. And Falale, he really does make them look small. Jonathan, so you and I have had a lot of arguments and disagreements on the group chat here around just about everything, right? And I know you don't love Malik Willis. If we decided to go quarterback, do you see a higher upside in one of the other quarterbacks that's still available, Matt Corral or whomever else is out there, Sam Howell? Or is Malik Willis the top quarterback on your board right now?
At this point in the draft, you are not drafting for somebody who you want to contribute day one. You are drafting for somebody with potential. And Malik Willis unquestionably has the highest ceiling of any QB in this class. So he would be my favorite QB here by far.
Well, at least we all agree on something for once. So, all right. So Drake Jackson just went to the 49ers. I think they got an absolute steal. That is somebody that I thought the Vikings could have targeted with their last pick. Somebody I thought they could have targeted with 66 here. Tyler, I know you've done quite a bit of homework on him. I still had Nick Benito higher than Drake Jackson. One, because of the fact he goes to Oklahoma, and two, he's, I think, a more refined player than what Drake Jackson is today. what did the 49ers get, or what did we just miss out on by taking Ed Ingram out of Drake Jackson?
I really like Drake Jackson. I think he can be a dominant edge rusher in the National Football League. One of the biggest issues with Drake Jackson is stuff that he has no control over. USC asked him to lose 25 pounds and play in space as like a linebacker. He's an edge rusher. They asked him to really play out of position, and I think that's why his draft stock plummeted the way it did. He should have been a first-round pick in this draft with another year of really good production. Like, I'm trying to think of the words to use here, but he was really good. He was on track to be a top 15 pick, and then all of a sudden, now he's being taken at 61, and I think that's really the fault of USC and not him.
Do you feel who has the better? Oh, and it looks like the Chiefs just went and took Brian Cook, another safety that we're not going to probably be looking at, but I liked him a lot. Who has the better draft right now? I mean, obviously the Jets have killed their draft. However, with that Drake Jackson pick, they got to be considered up there for one of the best drafts out here. What do you think?
I'm going to go a little different direction. I think the Eagles have absolutely killed it this weekend. The Eagles have just been tremendous. They got A.J. Brown, they got Jordan Davis, and then they took Cam Jurgens. Jason Kelsey's going to play one more year, and then Cam Jurgens is going to be able to step in and take over. They really prioritized the trenches, and they did that in a big way, and now Jalen Hurts has a bona fide number one receiver on either side of him. There are no excuses anymore. If Jalen Hurts doesn't hit, guess what? They have 2 first-round picks next year. They take a quarterback, and now they're set. I love what Howie Roseman has done. He has made a lot of very questionable decisions, but he has killed this draft.
Yes, sure. But I think, well, I'm not the biggest fan of Davis, so I'd say I think the Giants draft has been really good, especially to get Thibodeau and Neal with their first 2 picks is just unbelievable value. Those are 2, not even day one starters, but day one high quality starters that they got in this draft. I think that's going to make them improve a lot.
I mean, at one point, both of those guys were considered number 1 overall pick. Right?
Absolutely. Talents.
Blue chippers, that's what you always look for. So, I mean, I'm sitting here. I can't believe that all of these quarterbacks are still on the board. I literally had first-round grades on Corral, Willis, and I know you don't like this, and Ritter. It just baffles me that we're sitting here at the end of the second, 2 picks left in the second round. Buffalo's not taking one. Denver's not taking one. So Jacksonville's not taking one. So this is just insane. I mean, have we ever seen anything like this? I mean, literally, we had the closest thing was E.J. Manuel, Geno Smith year was at 15, 13, 30. Wow, I'm getting old. 13. So, like, we haven't seen anything like this. What's happening?
I genuinely don't know. I've asked around. I haven't gotten any good answers.
Whenever I transfer to you,
this just makes no sense to me. Oh, here we go. I might be stepping. Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. There's so much value to the quarterback position and getting a guy that you think can be the guy early on. It's just tough to understand why some of these players are still on the board. I can understand Ritter. I can understand Corral. I can understand Howell. I can understand Strong. I don't get Willis because of the tools. The other guys, you can make an argument they don't have good enough tools and the technical side isn't good enough, except with the exception of Ritter. His draw is his intelligence. He is the smartest quarterback in this draft, bar none. But he doesn't have the exceptional tools that the other guys do. So I don't understand it, but I think we're going to learn more and more as the weekend goes on why this is happening and why teams are trying to capitalize.
For me, it's like, even if these QBs are bad, at least 1 or 2 of them is going to be an NFL starter at an average level, I think. Based on the way contracts are structured in the NFL, we are in the second round right now. That's exceptional value. So it does not matter what kind of grade you have, unless they are just projecting these guys as like not NFL talent at all. But that doesn't make sense because we've seen a lot of people put high grades on a lot of these guys. So Ritter, Corral, or Willis, honestly, all of those guys should be gone by now.
Yeah, they really should be. But we're going to learn about this as things go on. The Bills are going to take James Cook, it sounds like, Dalvin's little brother, and they need a running back that can run the football. And James Cook is also a dynamite receiver. There were multiple instances in the college football playoff where they split him out wide against Michigan, and he just took over. James Cook was arguably the best player in that football game. I love what he brings to the table. Excellent zone runner, great in pass protection and catching the football. This is a very, very good player, and the Bills just got better today.
If not for maybe a few size concerns, Cook is probably a much higher pick. He's very talented. He's very fast. I think this pick is solid. We're late in the second round now, and Buffalo does have some questions regarding their talent at running back. And like you said, he's a great receiver. I love when my running backs, they can run routes, they can catch out of the backfield. They're not just running backs, they're wide receivers as well.
No, 100%. I love James Cook. He's like 80% of his brother. He's not quite as twitchy, explosive with his burst, but he is a very, very good player, and you're going to see shades of him when he's running the football because they are brothers and they're built in a very similar meme. Or, sorry. Yeah, I said meme. I meant meme.
Plus, they both have the same name on the back of their jersey, and they look similar. So it's like every once in a while you'll look over, you'll see him, and it's like, is that Dalvin or is that James?
Yeah, now we have the Denver Broncos on the clock, and the Vikings pick in 2 selections. I think this is Tariq Woolen territory. Kobe Dean is still on the board. I don't get it. I don't care if he's small. He should have gone 30 picks ago.
Maybe all of these GMs, they don't realize he's still on the board, you know? So then they're drafting guys on their board who they thought would be out there, and they don't realize Nakobe Dean is actually still available.
Yeah, I'll say this, man. When you talk about guys like Nakobe Dean, when guys fall like that and then teams capitalize, the guys that they're picking ahead of him are usually ahead on their board. So,
Ryan's going to care about the Broncos pick.
How are these guys ahead of Nakobe Dean on everybody's board, though? That is the question.
I have no idea. He's a top 30 player for me. Nakobe Dean's a tremendous football player, and he should be treated as such. I don't understand the rationale behind other than he's small. He's a small boy.
It's interesting because the way the NFL is projecting, size matters less at the linebacker position, and coverage skills matter more. So you'd think that a player like him would go higher, not lower.
Sorry, Ryan. And we have Nick Benito going to the Oklahoma Sooners, a really, really good value pick for them. Benito is just a great pass rusher on the outside, and he's going to be able to add something with Bradley Chubb at a position that they needed. Now, hopefully, they can be able to get tackled. Bernard Raymond is still on the board. Dave, carry on.
Okay. Yeah. Ryan's probably crying because Nick Benito went to the Broncos, which is a good selection for the Broncos. They need it. And we move into round 3. Jaguars on the clock. Their pick is in. That means the Vikings are on the clock. We don't know who the Jags picked yet, though. Should be interesting.
All right, Dave, we are back. I apologize about that. We're having some kind of weird wire.
Jags picks in. The Vikings are on the clock.
Ooh, Vikings are on the clock. Dave, we haven't heard much from you tonight. What are you prioritizing with this selection? What would you like to see?
At this point, best player available. It doesn't really matter. We hit interior O-line. Not the pick I wanted, but interior O-line. We've gotten a corner. We've gotten a safety. Wide receiver, if there's any available, but I think we're beyond that. So, BPA.
I agree, and I think BPA here is Dean or a QB.
We could use a linebacker. I don't know if Dean's the right one, but obviously he has the speed and downhill capability to be that run stuffer. He's got to be able to man up, though, and go against guys that are 300 pounds.
What are we talking about?
N'Kobe Dean.
Oh, yeah, Dean's going to struggle in run block and run stop.
I know,
Dave.
and that's
He's so good against the pass and can blitz. I think that's just too good of a value to pass up because he's so good at both of those things.
and Eric Kendricks isn't getting any younger.
Oh yeah, it's a great value and a potential need replacement.
And here's a report from Chris Thomason, Vikings co-director of player personnel Jamal Stevenson, on the charges for Ed Ingram. We're aware of the charges that occurred in 2018, something that we have investigated and vetted him. And Stevenson says the Vikings feel comfortable with their selection.
Yeah, and we're not going to parse that out. It is what it is. It's going to be really hard to have to deal with and think about. We're not going to truly ever know what happened, but that's tough to live with, man. But they just flashed a graphic on ESPN. Third draft in the last 30 years with only one quarterback in the first 2 rounds. I think one of them was 1984 with Boomer Esiason in round 2. And then the other one might have been 97 with Jim Druckenmiller in round 1 at 26. Like, this is just insane how these quarterbacks are still on the board.
Doug's asking about Christian Harris or Muma. Yeah, Chenal and Muma are also available. Just about any of the linebackers are available.
I'll say this. We're going to take a traditional linebacker. N'Kobe Dean's the best one, but Muma's not far behind.
All right, we've made a selection.
All right, pick is in. Let's hope for Malik Willis, even though it won't happen. Muma would be really nice. So would N'Kobe Dean. Honestly, it's going to be really hard to make a poor selection unless it's...
You're going to want to get Ryan over here.
Oh, Ryan. We took a Sooner. I think it's Asamoah.
Okay. Are you serious?
That's what Dave's saying right now, yes.
Asamoah?
Here.
I don't see it.
You don't have to spoil it.
So the TV's behind. Are you serious?
That's what Dave just said, man.
What'd you say, Ryan?
Dead air while we wait on Ryan for ABC ESPN to catch up.
Yeah, Ryan's all giddy. The way this has come down, this draft is just weird. Hey, Ryan, take a look. Brian Asamoah is officially a Minnesota Viking. Ryan is getting all excited. He is about to join us back on the table. Ryan, give us as unbiased of an explanation as you can. Why is Brian Asamoah a good selection?
As unbiased as I can get, N'Kobe Dean should have been this pick if we wanted a linebacker. He's still there, right?
Yes.
Nakobe Dean should have been the pick, but I'm extremely excited about Brian Asamoah. So he is a true 3-down linebacker. He's got the speed to go edge to edge, or go from sideline to sideline. He is an excellent coverage defender. He just plays with a really, really, really high motor. He's a little light, like Nakobe Dean. So that again, if the one knock in Dean is the fact that he's light, Brian Asamoah is not much bigger. I think he's 6 foot, maybe 6'1", and he's 226, 227. So like he's a smaller guy, but he plays with a ton of energy. He's like he worked his way up. So he had to sit behind Kenneth Murray at Oklahoma, and then he finally got his opportunity when Kenneth Murray went to the pros, and he really just flourished. Tackling machine, sideline to sideline, great in coverage. I think we got a really, really, really good player. This is a player that I wanted at 77. We got him at 66 because we don't have 77, and I think that's a really high quality pick. However, you don't take him over Nakobe Dean. So I don't understand the pick from that standpoint, but I'm going to be excited. Crockett, if you're listening here, you owe me a shirtsy. I want that Brian Asamoah shirtsy over my Lewis Cine shirtsy. So thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to sign out for a second here. Oh, actually, before I do, we're going to do a giveaway. I need the bucket. Here's the bucket. And then we'll get to your question. All right, perfect. All right, so we're going to give away a T-shirt. To those who are still here, we have 941. Take a look at your tickets, folks. 941. Troy. Nate, look at your tickets. 941. They might have left. 946. Yes. I'm pulling another one. What? 946. All right, Nate, come in, claim your prize here. 946. Good for one T-shirt. All right. All right, so we have a question. Hey, right in there.
Love to stockpile on these day 3 picks, 6th round, 7th round. Been doing it for years. He did it last year. We have a bunch of them this year. I kind of love how the one thing I like the best about this new draft strategy is they really like target the 2nd and 3rd round a lot. I mean, we were out a 4th round pick, unfortunately, because of the certain trade. So I'm thinking now it's like I'm just like I'll give up as many 6th and 7th round picks as possible to get up as high as I can get to get one or two more players.
Yeah.
Whether that's Willis, whether that's a defensive player, whether that's because at this point it's like we have we have 4 players of need.
Yeah.
What would you think about that kind of strategy to say, hey, let's screw the 7th round picks?
For sure. And I appreciate the question. What's your name?
Sorry?
What's your name?
I'm Mike Lang. I'm actually Matt Lang, the Brewers' brother.
Oh, nice. Thanks. Thank you for asking the question. So I totally agree with you that Rick's strategy, I get Rick's strategy from the perspective of you want to take as many shots as you possibly can. And obviously other teams aren't going to value those 6th and 7th rounders as much as, again, these 2nd, 3rd rounders, right? The issue is the value, right? And Kwesi talked about that this week in his initial press conference around I can have every 7th round pick and it's not worth I think a 2nd rounder, right? Yeah. So I love the new strategy. Well, not the new strategy. I don't think Rick loved doing that either. It just wasn't if he could have had as many 2nd or 3rd round picks as he could, he would. It's just that they're not easy to accumulate.
Yep.
You have to give up a lot to do that.
I think Rick lost his fastball the last couple of years.
Rick's biggest issue wasn't those late round picks because actually he hit on a good few of them.
Yeah.
The issue is he lost his fastball in the 1st round. He hasn't hit on a 1st round player outside of Justin Jefferson where we really lucked into that.
I thought Darrisaw was pretty good too.
Well,
I mean, he got a little bit worse as time goes on. I thought he was great in the 2nd, 3rd round. He just didn't get enough of them.
He just didn't. You're right.
I think he got last year's 3rd round was the biggest disappointment in his career. I was pro when they were moving on from the coaches here. I wanted to give Spiel another chance to hire another coach, but then everything played out the way it did, and I think he's, became outdated. And I was the biggest defender of him for the whole tenure time. But sometimes people lose their fastball, just like pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Tyler, I want you. So obviously you heard my opinion, and obviously I think we agree on the Nakobe Dean situation. Obviously,
Well, I have news on
well, why don't you do that, and then talk to me about Asamoah from your perspective, because clearly I do have a bias.
PFF's Austin Gale. First source, Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder and is now a major concern / medical red flag. So now it explains exactly why he's here. A little frustrating. But no, Asamoah is a really good player. Good vision in front of him. Knows how to shoot gaps. Knows how to knows how to take advantage of situations. Very good athlete. The size is a little bit of a concern, but I'll tell you what. If Nakobe Dean really does have that bad of a shoulder situation, I'm okay with the pick of Asamoah. But man, the talent of Nakobe Dean still being available. If that shoulder ends up checking out, this is going to be an absolute steal for a team. Hey, look at this. It is Mike the Miz Mizanin on the stage. That's pretty dope. He and Davey announces the 2023 Super Bowl winning Browns. That's Martin Emerson. That's a good pick. That's a very good pick.
Is weed legal out in Nevada?
Yeah, but he's a professional wrestler. What do you expect?
Yeah, but he's saying the Super Bowl winning Browns. It's either weed or peyote or mushrooms.
Oh, wait, weed is legal in Nevada, so yes. No, Emerson's a really good pick for the Cleveland Browns. I really like it. Bye, Miles.
Miles is leaving. He spent all of 2 minutes on the camera.
Yeah.
He's got kids to take care of, Dave.
He'll get over that.
Eventually, yeah, probably.
All right, so we're sitting here. It's pick 69.
Nice.
Miles and I were just actually talking on the side here right before I hopped over. Dave, you can shut. I don't know if anyone's going to come over and hop on the mic here so you can pull that camera. At what point, if you're the Titans, do you not just sit here and say, hey, let's take a shot on Malik Willis? I know it's been like the main conversation of the draft tonight, but it is crazy to think that a guy who was slated to go in the first round is still sitting here at almost pick 70.
Not just the first round, the top 5, top 10.
Exactly. So when I think about like the Titans, we're about to see their pick. I don't know who it's going to be. Ryan Tannehill easily can move off of him in a year or after this season. Malik Willis, that'd be a good spot for him to just develop and sit behind. But let's see what this pick is here. And they take so long reading them off.
Nicholas Petit Frere.
Okay. Very, very athletic, raw tackle from Ohio State. He's got a long way to go, but there's a lot of tools there to work with. And when you're in the third round and you find a guy with that kind of upside, you got to take him. Will he ever pan out? I don't know, but there's a lot to like with what he's got.
Do you remember how old he is?
He's like 21.
Okay, so
young guy.
He's still got growing to do. No, that is a good pick. Jags are next.
So we're going to get Ryan on the mic here. Ryan Ortega. You ready to chat football?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I was over there too.
Okay. Well, I mean that's fair. That's fair. So I got a proposition for you guys here.
Yes, yes.
It's a conversation that my wife brought up to me the other week in the car, and I just kind of want to get you guys' feel on it. Why do NFL teams not take a first round quarterback every year unless that guy turns out to be like the guy?
Because quarterbacks usually take 3 years to really figure out if you're the guy, unless you're as bad as Josh Rosen.
But the argument against that is, okay, maybe it takes 3 years, but then you just trade the other guys.
The Jags take Chad Muma.
Good pick. Muma's a good player, but why would you trade up to go get Devin Lloyd when you're going to take Chad Muma? That's kind of weird.
I am on your wife's mode of thinking. I think that if you had the ability to take a quarterback every year until you hit on your quarterback, that's a smart strategy. Just because of how important that position is, you should take as many shots as you can. I think my buddy Matt Johnson tweeted at me today that, because I said I wanted to go after Malik Willis, and he goes, yeah, but we literally just took a player at that position and around the same area last year. And I'm like, well, did Barry Bonds hit a home run at his first at bat? His second, third, fourth at bat? No, he didn't. You go and take as many swings as you need to until you hit a home run. And once you hit that home run, then you can ease off and you can go grab other players. Of course, in the next couple of rounds, second, I mean, look at the value we're getting in the second, third, fourth round, or second, third right now. Where we picked up Andrew Booth Jr. We picked up Ed Ingram, which is that's the only one I'm going to be a little questionable on. And then we got Brian Samoa, which that's a fantastic pick outside of
You
the
just got the shout out from Flip in the chat, by the way.
Oh,
Let's go,
Flip?
sports guy, Boomer.
Boomer Sooner, Flip. Thank you for that. I
Is he
appreciate
saying
it.
Boomer sooner, or is he calling Ryan a boomer? We don't know.
I mean, I think
Sooner.
I mean, hey, I'll own being a boomer. I don't even care. I'm not, but I would love to be because they're cool as hell. So yeah, we saw Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder. I mean, there is a ridiculous amount of talent on the board. Is there any chance that we trade up?
I think they might.
Do we have the ammo to do so without giving up future assets? I mean, we have a fourth rounder, we have a fifth rounder, 2 6th, and a 7th, right?
Yep. Before I answer that question, this is a good opportunity to thank everybody so far that has joined us this evening on day 2 of the NFL Draft. We're not quite done, though. We have the rest of tonight still ahead of us, and then all day tomorrow to wrap up the NFL Draft. There's still plenty of time to come out here and join us at Lake Monster Brewing here in St. Paul, Minnesota. We have a few giveaways left, including a Minnesota Vikings jersey. So come on out, get that, and it'll be a great time. And speaking of great times, if you're looking for a great time and great beer, you should come over to Lake Monster in St. Paul, Minnesota, because they make unique versions of classic beer styles, putting their own subtle twist on the flavors of craft beer that drinkers have come to love. They range from esoteric and approachable to subtle to over the top. Their beers adhere to the philosophy that there's always more to be discovered, and that is so true. As we had that Norseman red ale today, that's
so good.
I think typically when I think of a red ale,
it's hoppy though, but it was good.
It's not something I go to, but this, I'm telling you, they got to put this in. They got to put this shit in cans.
I'll be honest. When I first heard that it was going to be red ale, no offense, Matt, but I was not super excited. And then I tasted that beer, and it was fantastic. And I do want to do another quick shout out if we can.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to shout out Dave. Dave, I appreciate everything you're doing behind the scenes here today. I know you're getting to interject from time to time, and you need to get in here a little bit more if you can. But honestly, none of this is possible without you. Thank you, Dave, for doing all the hard work on behind the scenes to make this possible.
Wow. For this deal, it's Matt, Miles, you guys there locally. The Bears just picked Velus Jones, wide receiver out of Tennessee.
Tyler, give us your thoughts on Velus Jones, but also you're a liquor store boy. Tell us what you thought about the Norseman Red Ale this evening.
Well, I'll give you a really short synopsis of Velus Jones. He is good with the ball in his hands. Otherwise, he stinks. I think this is an incredible reach in the third round. I would have taken him in round 6, maybe round 7. I don't like Velus Jones Jr., but he provides upside returning the football. I do. I am a liquor store guy. I run Top 10 Liquors in Osseo. We have a couple of the beers. We have the Depth Charge IPA, the Como Quad Pilsner, and this chocolate porter, which I'm drinking right now. Really, really good, consistent, solid beers with a lot of upside. This would be that hyper athlete you take in round 1. I'm a big fan of what Lake Monster is offering, and obviously they've been tremendous to us as hosts and just throughout this partnership. So, I loved the Norseman Ale. It was like Killian's and a hazy IPA had a baby. It was tremendous. It was really, and it, like Matt said in the ad read, very unique twist on beer. There is always something more to be discovered. We're seeing that time and time again, and that red ale really epitomized it.
One other thing I want to mention here, and as soon as I mentioned it, he goes away. I don't know where he went, but Jonathan made his Climb in the Pocket appearance today.
He's been on once before with Jason.
Was he on with Jason?
He's been on once, I believe.
Okay. Well, first time I met him was tonight, and so he made the appearance, but he swiftly disappeared as soon as I was about to shout him out. I don't know where he went.
Maybe the bathroom.
But if he comes back, we'll get him back on for a little bit here. The Seahawks pick is in. It's a constant theme we've been talking about tonight. Potential Malik Willis landing spot, right? I mean, they need a quarterback. But the other thing that surprises me is we haven't heard anything about Baker Mayfield. And I feel like day 2 is a day that was going to happen. And it just hasn't happened yet.
Because of the talent influx that we're seeing on day 2 for all these players, I really don't think that people are going to want to trade picks for veterans. So this isn't too surprising. I think it's going to happen after the draft. It's going to happen with future picks. And it's probably going to be heavy conditions.
Ryan, do you have the bucket over there? Let's do another drawing. Well, we got 2 left, right? And then the jersey.
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Read it out.
All right, folks. We are doing which one should we do? Should we do the beer crawler 3-pack? All right. So we're going to give away 1 crawler 3-pack. Let's pull out your numbers here for those who are still here. Thank you for sticking with us. Appreciate it. All right. We have 956. 956. Anyone? Nope. Okay. Hey, I'm moving quick because I don't have time for this.
Hey, Jonathan, you want to come back on the mic? We'll squeeze you in here.
All right, let's try again. 963. Billy,
Hey,
Werb. Luckiest guy I know. Seriously, I mean, I swear. All right, Billy Werb, you win. Where did I put it? Oh, right here. Oh, almost spilled my beer. All right.
Not on my computer.
Don't
crowler.
do that. That's alcohol.
Congratulations, Billy. But Billy, in order for you to achieve that, you have to ask a question. Come on this mic here. You can come in right here. Ask a question for Tyler.
There we go. Where do you see the best fit for Malik Willis at this point?
Oh, it's not Seattle.
You got to say, I'll hang up and listen when you're done.
First time, long time, I'll shut up and listen.
Perfect.
Best fit it's going to be a team that has a quarterback with an established starter. The best fit for Malik Willis is going to be a quarterback or a place that has a quarterback that's established, and he can really have an opportunity to learn. I think Minnesota would be a good spot. Seattle could be a good spot, but I think Dave just kind of tipped a pick that's not happening. Tennessee could be interesting. Anywhere that has an established quarterback, that's the spot. If this is a quarterback and it's not Willis, I'm going to be very surprised. But it's probably Ritter if it is one.
For Seattle?
It's
No.
Abraham.
It's offensive tackle.
Jonathan, I was giving you some compliments here, and then you swiftly disappeared. But you got to hop back on some of these shows more often.
Absolutely. So it's a lot easier, or it will be a lot easier in the summer when I am back at home to hop on online. You know, there's roommates. Sorry, in college there's roommates. You don't want to disturb your roommates. You know, different sleep schedules and such. Different, just people doing things. So it'll be a lot easier after school ends in May. So after that, definitely, absolutely. So
All right, we'll definitely get you back on. And are you on tomorrow at all?
No.
Who's on? Who's on tomorrow, Dave? Do we have that graphic up? I think we should remind the folks. Of course, you're on. We should remind the folks what we kind of got going tomorrow.
We've got people tomorrow, that's for sure. We've got Matt Fries, Nick Olson back, I believe.
Okay.
Let me look for. I downloaded that somewhere. And of course, I can't find it. But I do have the schedule handy. Okay. Tomorrow at the 11 o'clock hour, Tyler Fornes, who's anchoring this entire draft with us, Tanishka Maskar, and Ed Broadmarkle coming in with his wonderful knowledge, especially when it comes to money and the cap. And it looks like a lot of the moves we made so far fall into that category. Then we have Matt Fries, Nick Olson, and a great and wonderful Flip Mozzie at 1 o'clock. And we'll lose Flip at 3. Darren Campbell joins me and Matt and Ed Broadmarkle to close out the show, along with, of course, Tyler. Jelani Woods goes to the Colts.
Dave, I think you were missing one person.
Who did I miss?
And you can shut me up. I don't know if it changed, but Matthew Caller of Purple Insider committed to at least a little bit of a segment tomorrow. Did he not?
He did. Matthew said he would pop in at a certain time. I have not got the specific time, but yes, he will, and we'll bump somebody if we have to for that brief amount of time so we can talk to Matthew.
I just want to give another quick shout out to Flip Mozzie, because obviously he shouted me out, right, for Boomer Sooner. But I didn't realize this. Asamoah is, and I'm going to butcher this, but he's from Ghana, right? Or his family's from Ghana. I see he wrote in the chat, Ghanaian. Ghanaian. Anyway, he's from Ghana, so I know Flip has that lineage as well. So congrats to you, Flip, because we have another one on our team. So very excited about that.
Tyler, how are we feeling about Jelani Woods here? I know a lot of Packer fans were hoping for him at one point in their mock drafts.
The most athletic tight end
Falcons
of all
just took a quarterback.
Ritter, okay.
Over Willis.
Wow. Desmond Small Hand Ritter.
I don't. Desmond Ritter has a very low ceiling. He's
but a good spot here. So this leads to the question, though. This leads to the question. With one quarterback off the board now, does the run begin?
Yeah, I think so.
And so when we look at 75 and 76 with Denver and Baltimore, established quarterbacks, their phones have got to be lighting up at this point. Like, you look shocked, Tyler.
Malik Willis is on the board and Desmond Ritter's off the board. Like, Ritter does not have a great upside. His upside is Alex Smith. Like, and Malik Willis's upside is like transcendent player. Like, I don't understand why you're not trying to bet on those tools. I don't get it.
Heading out?
I don't get it here, buddy. Great to meet you.
Jonathan is heading out here tonight, so thank you, Jonathan, for everything tonight. Tyler?
Yeah,
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask.
Down.
The Broncos are trading down?
Yep. So I haven't
Here.
seen who's trading up.
Here comes the run, ladies and gentlemen.
Big college football news. Jordan
Texans.
Addison, the Biletnikoff winner, is going to be Jordan Addison's going to be leaving the program. So a big power shift with college football. That's massive.
They have traded with the Texans.
Yes.
So that tells me no on the quarterback situation. But my question for Tyler was, this is in jest, but who gets drafted first, Carson Strong or Malik Willis?
I have already experienced immense pain by watching Malik Willis fall. You
It's-
want to just take a knife, stab me in the back, and twist it?
It's all love, man. I have to razz
You were
you a
turning
little
into
bit.
Jason. Is Jason in your ear right now?
Jason
should hop on. But anyways,
Jason would be proud.
Jason would be very proud. I
while you guys
I don't
discuss
know.
that, I'm going to take 5 real quick. I will be back.
All right, take care, Dave. So yeah, I mean, Carson Strong before Malik Willis. I mean, we just saw Ritter go. Corral could go.
I don't. If Malik Willis is still here, I have no idea how he's going to do. Like I don't know where any of these guys are going to go. I'm floored that the only quarterback taken before Desmond Ritter at 74 was Kenny Pickett at 20. I'm at a loss for words.
Who are the Texans trading up for then?
This could be a quarterback. It also could be a guy like Perry and Winfrey, who's still on the board, who I thought could have come off in the first round. Travis Jones is still available. Like, there's a myriad of guys they could be coming up for. I have no idea anymore. This draft is just...
So the Texans moved on from Deshaun Watson this past offseason, traded with the Browns for a boatload of picks. You could be a huge value here if they could take Malik Willis to fill that void.
Yeah, well, let's see. Willis would make sense. Christian Harris, a hyper-athletic linebacker from Alabama who doesn't know what's in front of him. His vision is not very good, and it's really hard for linebackers to improve their vision as they continue to grow at this point.
Nakobe Dean's still on the board, right?
Yeah, but it was reported just a little bit ago by multiple sources that apparently he's got a shoulder pec injury that he did not get surgery for, and is considered a major red flag and a guaranteed red shirt.
Interesting.
So that's rough for Nakobe Dean. It could have gone top 20. And now that screams 4th round.
All right, so we got Baltimore coming up along with Indianapolis. That's got to be a Willis landing spot, at least for number 77 with the Colts. When is the Vikings' next pick? 112?
122.
Holy buckets. All right, well, let's just talk about the Vikings then for a second. Let's talk about the state of the Vikings throughout this draft. They start off with a pretty prominent pick, and Kyle Hamilton's there for the taking, and they pass. They say, no, we're going to trade back. They move back to pick 32 with the Detroit Lions. They take Lewis Cine. I've heard Cine.
I've heard both, but I was told it was signed, so we'll see.
All right.
But I will say this: the Ravens continue to crush every NFL draft in the history of time. They take Travis Jones
right now.
Yeah, they're gonna take the second best nose tackle. I don't know how the Ravens end up doing it every single year, but they just capitalize on the board. This is Eric DeCosta acts how we believe Kwesi is going to act for the rest of time, and just capitalizing on the market. This is tremendous. Like, if you can't get Jordan Davis in round 1, getting Travis Jones in round 3 is arguably a better value because he was projected at one point to be a first-round pick, like just a week ago. The Ravens just get richer. If they can figure out receiver and their passing game a little bit better, this is a Super Bowl team.
Well, I mean, I think they could have been a Super Bowl team even before that point, right?
Yeah.
But let's revert the conversation back to the Vikings here. Lewis Cine, whatever you've heard. Um, Andrew Booth, and then Ed Ingram. What are your overall takeaways from those three picks?
Ingram's a tough one because there's a charge that I won't dive into, but it's a sexual assault charge with a minor. What that means with minor, I don't know. It also means we'll never know because
Right.
that is sealed information.
Right.
So the Vikings have insider information with the program because Durante Jones was their defensive coordinator last year. So we're going to know more about that situation than anybody else. Obviously, the Vikings felt comfortable. I'm not going to get into it because that's a very touchy situation.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. But that's really difficult from a PR standpoint, a human standpoint, and they're going to have to deal with that moving forward for taking that guy in the second round. Booth and Cine are tremendous. I'm a very big fan of getting both those players with how they did. Asamoah is a good pick. I wish it was Dean, especially with it potentially being a redshirt. I still think that value is tremendous, but I also haven't seen the medical, so there's probably something that I'm missing there. A really, really solid draft. I wish we would have addressed receiver by this point.
If you had to assign a grade to the Minnesota Vikings thus far, excluding maybe trades, but just like overall value of players picked, what would you give them?
BB plus. I think it's been really good so far, but there is still there's still a lot going on. Like there's still a lot that we need to know. So right now, I'd say B plus.
And when we think about the future of the rest of the draft, essentially, obviously you and I would love for Malik Willis to be drafted, right? Like hands down, that would be a fun pick to have. But what should the Vikings be targeting as we conclude, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds of this draft?
They need to be targeting wide receiver. They need to be targeting corner depth, edge depth. I wanted to see edge and wide receiver go a lot earlier than what it's going to end up being.
Yeah.
Because I think they're much bigger needs than the Vikings are leading on. But they've gotten really good players at good value at positions of need, and it's really hard to complain about that. Malik Willis still being on the board, I can't say enough. I don't get it. I don't. It'll come out why, but I don't get it.
Take care, guys. Thanks for coming tonight.
Apparently, the Vikings are trading up.
The Vikings are trading up, ladies and gentlemen.
77.
The Vikings have traded up to pick 77.
No way.
Yes, way.
Hey, just traded up apparently. No way. 77.
Meanwhile, I think the Wolves are doing pretty good.
I'll take that.
Oh, it better be for Winfrey. Oh, I'm not live.
I know what the pick is. It's not Winfrey.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's also not a position I would target.
I want a Winfrey. I want Winfrey. Ravens are going right now. Okay.
Is that for us?
Are we sure we traded up?
Yeah, unless
I think they
no,
may.
it would be to the Colts. That makes more sense.
We did not trade up. False alarm. We did not trade up. We did not trade up.
Nope.
I think there was a message out in the unit. Ooh, Travis Jones. That's a great dude.
I think they did trade up.
Oh, well,
They used to own
we'll see.
77,
We'll see.
So I'm wondering.
Here's the issue. Ravens keep getting value.
Yeah, we were talking about
Travis. I'm sorry, I was in the bathroom. My bad. Travis Jones. I mean, God, they just keep getting value. That is the team that we need to emulate from a general manager standpoint and the selection standpoint because they just continue to get top value. Hamilton, Travis Jones, Ojabo, Linderbaum. I mean, that's just a killer draft.
The Ravens gonna Raven.
Sorry to
It's the Colts.
Yeah,
Multiple people are wrong.
Yeah, sorry to give misinformation here.
I think that they saw that the pick was in, and they just didn't see that we
Yeah,
traded
the
this pick
Vikings
away.
did not trade up. Apologies.
This is
not. It was a misreport.
Bernard Raymond, that's a
Fake
really good
news.
pick. I mean, thought as a first-round pick, Tyler.
That's a great value. They need left tackle. This is the best one on the board. I really like this. He was a tight end for a while. He's going to be 25 at the start of the season. Yeah, just a overall really good value pick. And this is a guy that can develop into a starting left tackle.
Ryan, I asked Tyler this question while you were gone. And speaking of being gone, I'm going to dip out for like 5 minutes here to go to the bathroom so we can get ready for go the rest of the show. What do you want the Vikings to do the rest of the draft? I mean, they've really targeted a lot of key positions that, were needs: guard, corner, safety, linebacker. I mean, Anthony Barr's not coming back. So they've kind of hit all the marks that you would want in the draft, but where can you go from here?
I do think that there is a need at defensive tackle, especially more of like a penetrating pass rush D tackle. We have Watts, we have Phillips, we have Tomlinson. None of them are specifically pass rush specialists at the defensive tackle position. So getting a guy who can really get upfield, that's why I thought Winfrey would have been actually a really good pick with the Asamoah pick, because of the fact that he can really penetrate and break down a pocket from the inside there. So I think defensive tackle would be an interesting play here. I think there's. I didn't even realize DeMarvin Leal is still available, and I know he's a tweener. I get that he is kind of a weird kind of player, but I think he would have been a really good fit as a 3-4 DN, and he's sitting there available once considered a top 10 pick. And I know that's a lot off traits. Some of these other guys who are going off traits went a lot higher. What is causing that slide for Leal? What's causing the slide for Dean? Is it just the smaller size for the position they play? It's just such an interesting draft for me right now.
It's a very interesting draft. There's very little that makes sense this year.
Oh, my bad. Let me mute.
Yeah, there's just very little that makes sense. Some of the trends that we've seen in previous years just haven't manifested at all, and it's just taking routes that we've never seen. Contracts are being valued in a completely different way than ever before, and we saw that with the receiver class. We're seeing it now with the quarterback class. Teams are not forcing it because we're seeing. The more I think about it, time and time again, we see teams take a force at quarterback. Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins.
Was Darnold a force? So that wasn't a force. I mean, granted, I understand that it was more potential than production, but that wasn't a force, was it? I mean, maybe in your opinion.
So it's a force in the fact that they needed a quarterback and they took the best one. I didn't like Sam Darnold. He was my fourth quarterback that year, and I was very proud of the fact that I had Allen, Baker, and Lamar all ahead of him. Alex Wright. Corey Kinnan is going to be thrilled. This guy, 6'7", 270, long. This guy's a great football player. They got better. But there's so many new trends that are developing with this class. I just don't know how to rationalize it. Overall, just a very weird draft.
And I think when I walked away to go use the restroom earlier myself, did we see a second quarterback go off the board in Desmond Ridder?
Yeah.
Again, I like Ridder a lot. He's probably the most NFL-ready quarterback of the bunch. I don't see how you take a player like that over Malik Willis, over even Matt Corral. I mean, it's just a very interesting draft. Do you see a path for us to get up, move back up into day 2 to make one more selection with a lot of this talent falling?
I hope so. I don't know what they'll have to give up in order to get back into round 3, but I really hope they do. This is a very at this point, it's a good quarterback class because of who's still available in round 3. But there are some good players on the board, as you mentioned, DeMarvin Leal, Perry and Winfrey, and you still have Nakobe Dean, who's going to end up being a steal because he should have been a top 30, top 40 pick. I like a lot of the talent still on the board. Those picks in the hundreds, I think, are going to be what ones you're going to want to target because you can probably get it for a 4th and a 5th. Then you wouldn't pick until round 6 and day 3, but you're going to be able to get a potential starter at 100. And I think for where this team is and how desperately they need quality depth, I think that could be a really good value, even though you're giving up a lot of capital in order to do it.
And again, I think that really the heart of this draft is up basically to 100. So if we can get up to 100, giving up a 4th and a 5th, I'm okay with that. I mean, a 5th round pick, you can get some project guys, a 4th round pick, maybe an interesting tight end, whatever. But like, you need to go and grab these guys that are going to be high value. If it's only going to cost that 4th and 5th, which probably is going to amount to much. Oh, Azudo went. I didn't see that either. That's a very good player. Yeah, North Carolina guard. That's actually who I was targeting probably in the 5th. So the fact that he went in the 3rd is, again, this is why
It's just a testament that this draft is just wonky, dude. It's wild.
I mean, but you know what, though? This happens every year. Every year, there are players that we value much higher than most, or than the NFL does, apparently. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's wrong. I mean, you look at like Donovan Peoples-Jones. Everyone consensus was a late 2nd, early 3rd. He went to the 6th, right? And he's a productive player for the Browns. There's always these players that fall. You don't know when it's going to happen. You don't know who it's going to happen to. I mean, again, there are definitely a lot of players. Nakobe Dean, we talked about a lot. Malik Willis, we talked about a lot. They're 1st-round guys that are sitting here at the end, near the end of the 3rd round, and I'm flabbergasted. But it happens every year. Different players, different prospects. It usually doesn't happen to quarterbacks. So this is just fun. This is a kind of a fun draft.
Yeah, I was going to just say just that. You usually don't see quarterbacks projected to go in the top 10 available in round 3. Like, the NFL doesn't know how to evaluate talent, just like I don't know how to evaluate talent. We know, but we don't know, and that's kind of the fun and wild thing about this. Like, I think it's just a massive mistake that Malik Willis is here, and I'm going to beat the drum until somebody really proves me wrong because everything I've seen, he can translate into a top 5 quarterback. I don't understand why nobody's been willing to take that chance. I'm floored. The Chargers being on the board right now is interesting because they need linebacker, and Leo Chenal is still on the board. Do they take Leo Chenal with Kenneth Murray on the roster is a question because they are very similar players, even though Chenal is a much better athlete. He's a better straight line athlete. He's not a better lateral. Chenal. Chenal's not a great lateral athlete. Kenneth Murray. Then again, Kenneth Murray's
Whoa, wait. Are you talking shit on my Oklahoma players?
No, I'm being honest.
No. You're not speaking honesty.
He's not
Kenneth
an Oklahoma
Murray.
player.
Kenneth Murray is a phenomenal athlete. We should trade for him if they don't want him because I love Kenneth Murray. But no, to your point though, I mean, they definitely could go here. I mean, that would definitely be a good pick for them. And definitely Murray did not play well last year, and I can be honest about that. Let's see who they take. We have JT Woods, which is you take a look at this. The NFL values players differently than the media does, or than couch scouts or whatever you want to call them do. You're sitting here, again, maybe I'm wrong because I haven't been following super closely, but Nick Cross, Kirby Joseph.
JT Woods was always that type of player. He's got the speed, man. JT Woods ran in the 4.2s, and teams are always going to value that highly. He can play at deep third. And that's mainly what he did. He was more of a robber at deep third because Jalen Petrie was playing in the slot and he was just roaming all over. This is a really interesting pick to pair with Derwin James because James is going to do a lot of that underneath stuff, be that extra linebacker. He can go play in the middle, and with the 2-high system, when you're doing cover 3, you've got Woods over the top and you've got James underneath, and when you want to play 2 high, they both can do it at a very high level. This is a really fun pick. They got a guard, they got a safety, and now in round 4, they can prioritize getting a wide receiver, potentially a slot guy, or a guy that you think can take over for Keenan Allen, so Allen can start transitioning in the slot because he's not getting any younger, and his skill set might be more apt to play in the slot at this point as he starts to kind of begin the downturn of his career. So the Chargers have done a really good job with their limited capital, and they got Khalil Mack with their second-round pick. Greg Dulcich to the Broncos is nice. They got to pair some with Alberto, and now they have two great pass catchers, but I probably would have prioritized somebody in line.
I mean, they're both very similar tight ends, right? I mean, they're literally you're looking at Dulcich and Alberto, pass catchers, not in line at all. So why would they not? Maybe I mean, just is this pure as a backup situation, or do they not want to run a lot of that 12 personnel?
It's also possible that this staff doesn't value Alberto, and they had to throw in Noah Fant for the trade because the Seahawks tight end situation was kind of wonky. They like Will Dissly, but they want to do more 12 personnel, and now they have the ability to do that on a consistent level. They honestly should have just kept Jacob Hollister, but they didn't believe in him, even though he had the production with those injury-riddled years of Will Dissly to really back that up. I like Dulcich, but for the Vikings, this is actually good that type of tight ends coming off the board because the type that they need to prioritize is inline guys are still going to be available, projected out into round 4. Jake Ferguson, Daniel Bellinger, Jeremy Rucker, those are the three that they should be looking at if they go that direction.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Look, I haven't heard from you much tonight. What are your thoughts on the Vikings draft so far today?
I think we've overdrafted in the last 2 picks. Drafted too high. We could have got him lower.
Which guy?
On the last 2 in particular. Let's see.
You're thinking Brian Asamoah and Ed Ingram?
I'm thinking, especially Ed Ingram, yes. But also
I
Asamoah.
agree. I think Ed Ingram could have came off probably maybe with our 4th round pick, but again, who knows how the NFL evaluated him. I think Asamoah was probably a good value. I thought he was more in the 77 to 85 range.
I did too. He was lower. And we picked him early, whether it develops or not. And the team knows, in the war room, hopefully they have intel on all the other teams, what they're looking at. So they're hopefully, knowing I need to target this guy now, because if we don't, and he goes down to where he should be picked, we're going to lose him. But we don't know. This draft has been extremely weird. I'm not overly impressed with what the Vikings have done so far. Sorry to say, I'm not. So we'll see how it all turns out. You can't evaluate it for a few years anyways.
And that's interesting. I'm sitting here outside of the Ed Ingram pick. I'm ecstatic with this draft right now. I love Cine. I love Booth. I literally said this, and you were on the show, Dave.
Yep.
I said I would have taken him at 12. Not that I wanted to take him at 12. I would have preferred to trade back and take him later, which that's what happened. But I would have taken him at 12. So I'm very ecstatic about Booth. Cine is fantastic, in my opinion. And we all know. And I'm not sitting here. I know I have an Oklahoma bias. I know I do. But Asamoah is not a bias. He is a baller. You're going to love the energy he brings. You're going to literally what I'm seeing out of this draft is the 3 of the actually, I don't know about Ed Ingram, but 3 of the 4 players that we've taken thus far, they are dogs. They are players that are going to get in your face. They're going to set the tone. They're going to make a difference. They're going to bring some energy.
Ryan.
All 3 of those defensive players do that,
Ryan.
and I'm excited.
Ryan, have you seen the movie Draft Day?
Yes.
So
I watch it almost every year.
Every year. Tyler, have you seen it? I know it's a dumb question.
Have I seen Draft Day?
Yeah.
Do I love Malik Willis?
Well, it's funny you ask that question because I was just walking by my wife over there, and she asked me, she goes, we're talking about the fall of Malik Willis here, but did anybody go to his birthday party?
Nobody went to that birthday party.
Nobody.
No. No.
Is that
He's a good kid. Come on.
Is that why
I
he
don't
fell?
care if people didn't go to his birthday party. He helped a homeless man on the street unprompted at the combine.
Well, you should
We've all seen that
check out the
viral video.
tape after Avonte Mack sacked him a couple times.
Here's the issue. I've helped a homeless man on the street unprompted, and I'm not an elite NFL quarterback.
All right, the Eagles pick is in. Who are they selecting?
So I want to say this about the Falcons' last pick, D'Angelo Malone, the edge rusher out of Western Kentucky. I really, really liked his film, and I thought with what we were starting to do with the 3-4, he would have been a fantastic ad. Really good speed edge rusher, knows how to dip his hips and get around the tackle. I know a friend of mine, Connor Rogers from Bleacher Report, had him as a top 50 player. I thought he was damn close for me, too. Just an awesome guy, great production in Western Kentucky, multiple 9-sack seasons. It's a steal. Ebiketie and Malone, they just revamped their pass rush. The Falcons have had a good draft, except taking Ritter.
Two things here. I'm going to mute you guys. I want to be cautious of your time, Tyler. I know you have NBC Sports Edge obligations. It's approaching 9:30 here. Are you going to go to Thor's house, or are you going to stick around here, or what's your plan?
I'll probably stick around for a little bit, but I do have that at 10 o'clock. So
Okay, so you're going to just hang here till 10?
I'll hang here until close, yeah.
Perfect. All right, that's what I like to hear. My second question here, Philadelphia's on the clock. The conversation is going to keep going around to Malik Willis until he's taken off the board. Is that an option for the Philadelphia Eagles to take Malik Willis, especially considering that you're kind of in a Jalen Hurts year?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is the truth. So
We're gonna have to
no,
take
they
the
do
mic
not
away
need
from him
Malik
soon,
Willis.
Yes, I
Ryan,
see that.
We're gonna mute Ryan because he's being a meme right now. But no, Malik
Wonder how
Willis,
many of those red ales he's had.
Not enough.
Even if the Eagles believe Jalen Hurts is the 100% truth, it's honestly they should and probably will take a quarterback in this point because they believe in building that quarterback room. They value the position more than anybody else because Nick Foles took him to a Super Bowl. That's why they took Jalen Hurts right after they signed Carson Wentz to that big deal. So it would not be shocking to me if they take a quarterback here because of how they view that position. But I'm at a loss. I just don't know anymore, man. I don't get it. Dave, I don't get it.
It's this draft has been weird. Flat out weird.
Yeah, everything about it has been weird. The first round, the lack of quarterbacks, the player trades on day one.
Mm-hmm.
There were 9 trades.
There goes Winfrey, I believe.
Hey, Ryan.
I may have misread that. Stand by. No, Nakobe Dean goes to.
Never mind.
The Eagles.
Dave thought it was Winfrey.
It's Nakobe Dean.
The Eagles have had a great draft. They don't prioritize linebacker, and they get a first-round linebacker at 83. It doesn't even matter if he has a redshirt a year. If he comes back healthy in 2023, absolute win.
So we're sitting here quick. We got one more thing to kind of give away. I hear. Is that a?
Did you hear Merlin?
That's not Merlin.
That's Merlin.
So we'll do that giveaway here soon, and then we'll cap the night here with the Viking jersey giveaway. One comment for those watching. Maybe we'll do it this way because I kind of dropped the ball here. Flip Mozzie, you guys know him from Vikings Hot Takes. He had 2 Unreal hoodie sweatshirts to give away, and we failed to do that here. So if we can think of a way quick, Dave, to, I don't know, figure out how to give them away in the chat, let's do that. If not, we'll hold them for a different kind of giveaway.
We should do that day 3 tomorrow.
Yes. We've got to figure out a way to enter.
We'll brainstorm. We're smart guys. We can figure it out.
All right. So stay tuned, people watching and listening here. Potentially tomorrow, 2 Unreal hoodie sweatshirts up for grabs. And Flip's going to be on tomorrow too, right, Dave? So if that's the case, I think you're muted, by the way, Dave.
Yes, he is in the middle block. Yes,
if that's the case, then maybe he can do the drawing. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. They already took Kenny Pickett, so we know that they're not going to take Malik Willis. It's just it's a wild draft in the sense that these guys just keep kind of dropping. I'm glad to see Nakobe Dean found a place. I mini mocks I've had him going to the Vikings. So to see him kind of fall all the way down to the third round is wild to me.
Steven, if you've seen those UNRL hoodies, they are sweet. And they're sold
Hey, shout out to Steven.
On the
Shout
website.
out to Steven. He was here tonight at Lake Monster Brewing. I saw him. I think I said hi as I walked by. But Steven, thank you for showing up tonight. If you run right back, you might win a Viking jersey.
Steelers pick is in, and we're waiting to see who.
I would laugh if they took Malik Willis and be like, hey, go compete with Kenny Pickett. They won't, but it'd be hilarious. Malik Willis could be the next
Let him
Kirk
duel it
Cousins.
out, man. It's no different than when the Washington, well, formerly the Washington Redskins, took RG3 and then Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. Tyson, I like your thinking there.
What'd Tyson say?
He would take Tariq Woolen as a project.
Marvin Leal.
DB.
That's a nice pick because he's going to be able to do a lot for how they run their fronts. Ryan, Leal to the Steelers. I like that.
I'm going to go.
All right, cool. Yeah, very good pick. I'm very interested about Tariq Woolen territory now. Like Woolen,
For the Vikings or just in general?
In general, but I would love him for the Vikings.
Do we feel like the Vikings would potentially trade up in a situation soon? I mean, you said they had picked 122. Why did I think it was 112 for some reason? Dave, can you confirm?
What? Where we're at now?
What's our next pick? What's the Vikings' next pick?
Vikings' next pick is 122.
Okay.
We got that from.
So we got it.
It would take 122 on the Rich Hill chart's worth 25 points. Our fifth rounder is worth 11. That equals 36 points. That puts you right at the 101st pick in this round.
Okay, so they need to give up quite a bit more to move up to this range here. So now we're just pretty much reacting to what's going to come our way. So the Patriots pick is in.
And they go to commercial.
Donnie Osmond.
Marcus Jones, Houston. For the Patriots.
Yeah, that's a Patriots pick, man. Really sticky man corner that can do a lot of different things. He's going to be a special teams ace for him right away. This is a really, really good pick for the New England Patriots. Big fan. I would have loved him on the Vikings. Ryan and I were talking about him earlier. Just the special teams upside for a guy like this really helps him elevate just at least a little bit on the board. 9 kick return touchdowns, 6 of them at kickoffs and 3 punts. He's also got an interception return for a touchdown. Just a really sticky corner. As you watch kind of the highlights, if you have ESPN on, he knows ball skills. He's small, but he plays a lot bigger. I'm a big fan of Marcus Jones.
I'm also a big fan. I really wanted him on our team. I thought he would have been an excellent slot corner and again, special team ace here. But again, once you sit here at 86, you don't expect him to last much longer. And with us at 122, we're gonna have to trade up. For trading up, I want to trade up for a position that I really, really, really want. Malik Willis. Again, I know we talked ad nauseum about him today. This is just insane. So
it's like Brady Quinn back in 2006, Aaron Rodgers 2005. Those guys fell too.
Yeah, but then we're talking a mid-round fall we're talking like a fall in the first round, still taken in the first, to a fall all the way to we're almost at the end of the third. So
Did you already spoil the news?
I did not spoil the news. I'll let you announce it right now as you sit back down.
Okay, so I only want to just pat myself on the back a little bit because I just mentioned it a little bit ago that it would be super smart with them with Ryan Tannehill moving on well, potentially you could move on from him after this year. The Titans have gone with Malik Willis
Mm-hmm. I just saw
at
that.
pick 86. Tyler, that's quite the drop from number 2. You got to unmute your mic.
Malik Willis is going to make the entire NFL regret passing on him for 85 picks.
And here's the thing. I agree. I like to give Tyler a lot of crap. I really, really do. It's a hobby of mine, actually, Tyler. But this is insane to me. So, Matt, I think we're getting to the point of the night. We don't have another pick unless we trade up. We don't have anything specific to announce. So I think we should move to our own personal mock draft of our sponsor, Lake Monster Brewery. We have a mock draft of Lake Monster beers. How we're going to run this is, Tyler, I think you've had enough of them. You can make your own picks. We're going to start with Matt.
Well, honestly, it's Tyler's fault for not having all of them by this point.
I agree. So,
with all due respect, you haven't given me any promotional material, and I live 45 to 50 minutes away. I come when I can, and I like this place a lot.
I love it.
I'm just saying.
This man is the point man, and I have gotten
Kwesi would not sit here and make excuses for the research that he had not done to this point.
Have you worked 90 hours a week the last 4 weeks?
Kwesi has.
We don't need to be talking about working hours here. What we need to be talking about is beer. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start with
half my working is beer.
That is true. We're going to start with Matt.
No. I would actually prefer the third pick because
Nope, you're not. Nope, I'm calling the shots here because I'm in primary chair, which is the far left chair, and because I set that rule as of this very second. I want you to start first because I think that you're going to pick a beer that's fantastic. It's truly the number one beer. You've had the beer the most out of all three of us, even though I do buy it often.
Yes.
We'll go Tyler 2. We'll go me 3.
Yeah, we'll just snake draft
and then we'll
it.
snake it. So I'll come back. I'll do 3, 4, and we'll go until we don't know anymore.
Yeah, so this one for me, with the number 1 overall pick in the Climb in the Pocket Lake Monster Beer.
Wait. We got to get Dave in there. Dave, you're 3. I'm 4, and then we'll transition back.
Do you have the list up, Dave?
No, I just have my selection.
Well, it could be gone by your pick, so you better be careful. With the first pick of the Climb in the Pocket Lake Monster mock draft. Well, this isn't a mock draft. This is the real draft. This is what I'm taking. This is my number 1 beer here at Lake Monster Brewing. It is the Depth Charge Juicy IPA, number 1 overall. It's a true hop bomb. It's a base of pale and wheat malt with huge charge of Citra, Bravo, Idaho, 7, and Strata hops. It's a smooth body, clean
I'm
finish.
cutting you off here. I'm sorry. Malik Willis finally goes to the Titans. Matt, you called it. You said Tannehill is on. They can move on from him after this year. He finally goes to the Titans at pick 86. The free fall is done. He's emotional.
You see that
He
face?
is going to turn this league and shut them the F up.
That's the face of a man with a chip on his shoulder who's going to make every team regret it for the next decade plus.
I agree. Sorry to cut you off.
Well, I also want to just say it wasn't my idea. I mean, Miles was the one kind of telling me all this stuff before he left, so I stole it from him. But anyway,
there you go.
The first pick for me, Depth Charge Juicy IPA. It's great. I mean, it's smooth, it's light, it's refreshing. So that is my number 1 overall pick. Tyler, you are on the clock.
Ooh.
You have about 10 seconds.
Ooh, you know what? I'm going to need to do some research. I'm going to take my entire clock here.
Yeah, he doesn't have to make the pick in 10 seconds. We can speculate about what he'd pick.
So, knowing Tyler, I know he likes sours. I know he likes goofy beers. So
I do enjoy goofy beers,
Yeah.
but I also enjoy the classics, which is why I'm going to actually go with the Como Claw Pilsner.
Wow, some might call that a reach.
You know what? You know what? Sometimes you can get all the high end beers. You can talk about all your extra ingredients, your specialty hops, your heavy fruited stuff. But there's something about taking a crisp Pilsner and just making it extra, just doing that little extra with it. And I really respect a good, simple, clean beer.
Yeah.
They do a tremendous job.
No, I don't think it's a bad beer by any means. I just think number 2 is quite the reach.
I think it's a reach, but at the same time,
The
you're
Como
right.
Cod Pilsner is the Malik Willis of craft beers.
Well, then that'd have been your last pick then.
I thought about
So Dave is pick 3, correct?
Dave is pick 3.
All right. Well, Dave, your
I have
beer
two
is on.
favorites, but as I showed before, Rare Species IPA, nice 6.8 ABV, good taste, beautiful hops. Cryo Mosaic, Citra, and Strata hops go together, and there's nothing better than lots of hops.
All right.
Is Rare Species.
I'm going to sit here and be very upset with you. You sniped me, Dave.
I know.
Because Rare Species is my number one. Like, that's my sleeper. That was my number one. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward with the Monster Shipwit at
Oh, I
number
knew
4.
you were going to take that.
Monster Shipwit was my number 2 overall pick. They actually brewed this beer in collaboration with another local brewery called Wooden Ship Brewery, and I think that's down in South Minneapolis area, if I remember correctly. It's a Belgian style beer, which if you know me at all, I'm a big Belgian style beer fan, and it's a phenomenal beer. It's light enough for the average beer drinker, but it's got enough flavor for those who need that, and it's got a little sweetness to it. Let me take a look at what do they have in it. They got some orange peel.
I think
they
you're
got
just buying yourself some
sage.
time. You got to make a snake draft pick.
They got some lingonberry puree. I mean, there's just a whole mess of different stuff in it that's delicious.
Okay.
My on the turn, what I'm going to go ahead and go with is, honestly, God dang it, Dave, you really sniped me on that one. I'm going to go with the apricot. Is it, how do you say it? Not gose.
I think it is.
It goes.
Just ghost?
Apricot Ghost. So this is a newer beer for them. They built it as part of their sour series that they put out. You can find this beer in this sour sampler pack that they have, which has a pink lemonade sour. It has their traditional raspberry sour, which is also phenomenal, but this apricot one is delicious. You're talking about a German-style beer with some sea salt, coriander, and apricot. Just tart enough for your taste, but also sweet enough to give you that nice, refreshing feel.
I can respect that pick.
All right, Dave, what do you got for pick number 5?
Empty Rowboat IPA in the mini growler.
They're tried and true, baby. That's it.
It's 6.9 ABV, and it's got an 80 IBU, which means it's very dry, very hoppy at the end. It is absolutely wonderful, especially if
I was
you like
hoping that was
hops.
going to fall to me. Because if I would have got Depth Charge and Empty Rowboat, that's a baller team right there.
So you got your second favorite, though.
I know.
All right. We're going to.
Jalen Tolbert, real quick. Jalen Tolbert to the Cowboys. They just added
Good
their
pick.
wide receiver 3.
Good pick. He's a guy that can really stretch the field and let Gallup and CD really do a lot of different things. I'm going to go with the Art Shandy Chocolate Porter.
Okay.
I love me
Fancy.
a good porter.
Fancy.
I like malty, man. We have it in our store, Top 10 Liquors in Osseo. Come out and visit me anytime. And I love a really good porter. It was very well balanced, not overly sweet. You got a lot of that chocolate profile, and the malty was really good too. I really liked that beer when I had it, and I already had one tonight, so bingo. I've got Rich in the chat telling me to go home. Well, you know what? I can if you want, because I have a commitment to Twitter Spaces on for NBC Sports Edge here in about 20 minutes. I mean, I know you didn't appreciate the flow, but not everybody appreciates the good hockey hair with the beautiful sweater.
There you go. All right, Matt, what do we got?
Well, so I could go a few different ways
I
here.
already know where you're going.
Because I have 2 back-to-back picks. So here's how we're going to do things here. With the number 1 pick, I took a Depth Charge.
Which is a juicy IPA, right?
Yeah.
It's a good beer.
With my next pick here, Ryan will understand it, of course. But it is maybe my second favorite beer here. It is the Insanity.
I knew it.
I knew that was coming in.
Yeah, it's it. I tell you what, guys, it's a fantastic beer.
Here it
I
is in
have
the
actually.
mini growler.
Do you have it? There it
There you
is.
go.
I have not had one tonight, actually. This is my first depth charge because with my next pick,
Oh, I think we have a surprise coming.
we do. It's the Norseman Red Ale,
The Norseman Red
number 3. My third selection tonight, which I think will be my last. Probably we can only probably do
We're only doing this last
round here.
Three
So,
rounds. 3 rounds.
my final team is a depth charge IPA, an Insanity Pale Ale, and a Norseman Red Ale. And if you don't think that I have the best team, well, you're just wrong.
Mine's for sure going to be better. I know it.
Wow, he's got the Kenny Pickett of teams. He's already claiming the best.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, have fun with Malik Willis in the third round.
Ooh, damn. There is some shots being fired, but we got Tyler with a rebuttal
Did
here.
anybody take the double depth charge yet?
They
No,
didn't. So,
double
but
depth charge is
but
available.
before
Ooh.
are you going to make that pick?
I think so.
Okay, well, tell the fans about who Terrell Bernard is, who the Bills just took here at 89.
Terrell Bernard's an undersized backer. He can do a little bit of the rover stuff. Really good downhill, got great vision, instincts, burst. Just an overall tackling machine. He's going to fit in really well for the Bills. A potential Terrell Edmonds replacement if they can't get a deal done.
Very cool.
But yeah, the double depth charge, double dry hop, double IPA. I love me a double dry hop double.
Man, that's speaking to Dave's heart over there. I know he
yes.
likes that.
Mm-hmm.
No, Dave, you are up. So hold on. Let's recap Tyler's team then.
We have the Como Claw Pilsner, the Arch Shandy Chocolate Porter, and the double depth charge, double dry hop, double IPA. A very well-balanced team that can attack you from all levels of the field.
That screams safe to me.
Basic bitch.
A double dry hop, double IPA
I'm
is
joking.
not exactly
You're
basic.
right. You're right.
All
Actually, you're the most adventurous team of them all. Actually, with chocolate and
So Dave,
and the
I have
doubles.
multiple flavor profiles.
I love it.
Dave, you had empty.
I had empty,
You had empty
rowboat,
rare
right?
species.
rare species, and I can't go any further because I haven't had any others, other than what some of the ones you picked.
You're gonna have to pick one off potential then.
Well, let me
Hey,
bring
Dave,
up the
hey,
website. Come
Dave,
back to me.
Dave, hold on, Dave. Let me give you a little hint because I know you're gonna like this too. They got a rare species 2 coming soon.
You know that's
Go ahead
gonna
and
be
pick
good.
You know it's gonna be good.
Without a doubt.
Are you pulling up the list there, Dave?
I'm pulling up the website.
Well, as you wait or as you go, because I know you're not gonna pick this beer because it's not a beer that you typically would like. At
You
least
don't know what he's gonna pick. You're gonna have to wait.
Okay. I was just trying to break up.
Okay.
The Raiders
That's
is
a double
your first
death
pick.
charged. How about the sunk cost?
Oh.
Sunk cost.
It
That's
is
a
good.
one.
It is very
Double
good.
IPA. 8.5
It's probably one of the-
ABV. I call that
probably one of the-
efficient drinking.
I call that a vision drink.
All right, before Ryan finishes off this mock draft here of Lake Monster, or real draft of Lake Monster beers, the Raiders pick is in.
Do they have Wayne Newton up there?
Yes. He's got
I mean, I guess that.
Wayne
Raiders
Newton
have
and
80s or
Marcus Allen.
90s.
Oh God, does his face move?
Jesus.
Look at that, Jesus. All right, my bad.
He's
All right.
lived a good life.
Oh, I mean, God, he's a legend.
He lived a good life like he's dead, Dave. He's literally announcing the pick right now.
Yeah, but it may not get through it. Dylan
Marcus
Pardo,
Allen.
guard from Memphis.
Hey, I like that pick.
I would have preferred Parham to Ed Ingram. That's for
Yeah, I like Parham a lot.
Well, here's the thing with
Parham.
Parham, right? Is we know that he's got the guard center versatility,
Yeah,
right?
and he doesn't have a sexual assault allegation. That's a big thing too.
Yep, for sure. All right, well, I'll round out the draft here for Lake Monster Brewery beers available right now. This is a tough choice. I'm flipping between a couple. I want to provide some diversity, but I got to go with my heart, and my heart's telling me I need to go with the raspberry sour. The raspberry sour is phenomenal. It is just,
I forgot about that one.
Raspberry sour is phenomenal. Again, we're heading into summer, baby. We get warm weather. We need to be out there with that apricot sour. We got to be out there with that raspberry sour. My team is all summer ready. And that raspberry sour, it's just the right level of tart with the right level of sweetness and with the right level of just that beer. And seriously, guys, it's at Total Wine in the local Minneapolis area. It's at probably most of your local liquor stores. Go check out that sour sampler pack. They also got a Splendid Things pink lemonade ale in there. And again,
Ryan's already trying to go after the undrafted free agents here, Dave.
I have to go
I see
after
that.
literally, if you go out there and you get this, you will. If you enjoy sours, you're not going to be disappointed. I popped open a couple of these last weekend, and I just got lit because it was delicious, and I couldn't stop.
Well, here's what we'll do. We'll recap this part here. We'll make a post on Twitter, and we'll let the people vote on who they think has the best beer for Lake Monster here. Ryan, I'm going to be honest. I think your team is a little bit I mean, you got 2 sours on your damn team. I mean,
I'm just saying we're going into
it's
summer.
modern, it's trendy.
I'm keeping up with the times right now. You guys are back in the winter times, and I'm sitting here with the nice warm weather beers, easy to drink on the boat, easy to drink on the patio, easy to drink at Lake Monster Brewery in St. Paul.
If I'm going to pick any other person's team here, I'd probably go with Dave. I think Dave's team is very underrated.
Well, yeah, it's Rare Species 1. That was the number 1 overall pick. You messed it up.
I don't think I did.
No,
man.
it's strong. It's beefy, just like I like my O lineman and D lineman.
There you go.
Did any of you guys get a chance to watch Kevin O'Connell on the Pat McAfee show the other day?
I did.
Any thoughts? Any takeaways from that?
I love him. That's about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll say this about Kevin O'Connell. He's self-aware. I like that. I like that in a human.
Okay, so my dad just texted me. He said, I'll take Ryan's team. I love those sours.
Yeah, see, I know what I'm talking about. We're going into summer. If we're going into wintertime, maybe Tyler's team, maybe your team, but you guys are all on the heavy side. I got a bunch of light beers that are just easy going.
Tyler, what is more crushable than a Pilsner?
I mean, sure, but and then you also got some
Malik Willis's draft
You got
stock.
some chocolate beer that is fantastic
for
for the wintertime.
At least you won't be on the show tomorrow.
It's all in good fun.
Oh, I know.
Hey, Wild win, by the way. Wild win 4-1, so I think they secure home ice advantage for the playoffs.
How are the Wolves doing?
I don't know.
I'll
Probably
pull it up.
blowing it as usual.
No way. I guess
It was
they
like a
did.
3-point game at halftime. Wolves lead.
What happened to the Blues, though? I thought they secured the home ice. Obviously, that's
We have a 4-point lead with 5 minutes left in the third.
Okay. Is that all the insight you guys? So Tyler, you mentioned self-awareness for Kevin O'Connell. Anything from you, Ryan, other than that you love him? I mean, I've been there with a head coach before, and I'll tell you what, it doesn't end well.
I agree, and I love Zimmer as well. I mean, eventually they all run their course, and if Zimmer is still here, I wouldn't be upset about it. But I just, to Tyler's point, very self-aware. I think he's very calculated in his approach, and I hope that translates not only to media presence, but that also translates to the field.
Yeah.
Because he seems like he's very calculated in the moves he's making, the approach that he's taking, and if that is at all like he is on the field as a coach, that's going to lead to a very successful team, in my opinion.
Let me tell you 2 things that stuck out to me from the Kevin O'Connell, Pat McAfee show interview. The first one was, dude likes to shit talk, I guess. He will not be the guy to initiate, but he said straight up, someone catches me on the wrong day and says something to me, I will give it right back. And I love that because I feel like from a player perspective, you feed off of that type of energy.
I don't even know who that is.
Tyler's
love that.
Tyler's gonna speak up here.
Oh.
The Buccaneers just took Rashad White.
I'll speak
running
up, and
back,
then
Arizona
I've got to
State.
go because I've got my NBC commitments. But Rashad White, great pass catcher, and you need a running back in this offense that's a great pass catcher. They almost didn't bring back Leonard Fournette Rashad White has good juice and he can run. He's got good vision, but his value is going to come in the passing game. Just a dynamite pass catcher. He's a little bit of an older player, but you're getting him in the third round. He didn't. He had to be the workhorse this past year because of injuries, and he played very, very well. I think he'd be a great complementary piece to that offense. Giovanni Bernard's like 50. Leonard Fournette feels the same. Keyshawn Vaughn didn't work. This is going to be a better, version of Keyshawn Vaughn. I said Deshaun. I'm like, no, Deshaun does not play for Arizona State.
Green Bay Packer pick is in. Tyler, before we let you go, two things. One, thank you. The knowledge you provide to these shows is you can't put a cost on it. So I appreciate your time. I know you got to drive back home. It's going to be a little bit of a drive for you, and you still got a lot of work left of you tonight and all day tomorrow. So on behalf of myself and all of Climbing the Pocket, I just giving you a thank you for all the work you're putting in.
Yeah, Tyler's just seeing who the Packers chose.
Yeah, and I absolutely hate that pick because it's really good. Sean Ryan's a fantastic player. Left tackle, he's going to transition best inside the guard, but that versatility is going to be incredibly valuable, especially when you talk about a guy taken in the third round. The Green Bay Packers know how to scout and draft offensive linemen and then develop them. If they see something in Sean Ryan, which I do too, like this is a tremendous, tremendous pick. Just bad news for the Vikings to see the Packers get this kind of player at this kind of value. He should have been a mid-second.
One question before you go.
Yep.
If Matt Corral is there at 112 for the Vikings.
Yes.
All right. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
If Matt Corral's there, yes. If Sam Howell's there, not very high on him, yes. If Carson Strong is there, absolutely. But there's no downside. It's a fourth round pick, and there's upside with all three of those guys. Sam Howell's the one I want the least. Carson Strong's number 2 on my board. Matt Corral's number 3. Just good football players. I don't know who Dr. Disrespect is, but that hair is disgusting and wonderful.
I think he's a Twitch streamer.
Oh, okay.
49ers take Tyrone Davis-Price, running back out of LSU.
Interesting.
The running backs are going. Dave, I think it might be you and me to close this show out.
Okay.
If you could see Ryan out here, I don't know if you. I don't know if he's getting back on the mic here. He's been here for a long time. Oh, shit. Here he comes. He's back. You coming back on? I think Tyler is rolling.
Yeah, I got to roll. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I will be here tomorrow with Dave all day. I have no NBC obligations. Dave, you and I are going to have fun tomorrow on day 3. We're gonna talk a lot of Vikings. We're going to talk a lot of why Malik Willis fell and why I'm just irate about it. We're going to have a fantastic day. And Ryan got an Oklahoma guy, so it's automatically a great draft for him. Now we just gotta continue getting good football players and
build
the one guy. There are 2 guys I desperately want at this point. Calvin Austin, 3rd from Memphis.
Wait, before you go,
UTSA.
Breaking news: with the 94th overall pick in the 22 NFL draft, the Panthers traded up to the Patriots pick, and they take Matt Corral.
All right.
Okay.
They trade up for Corral. Good value. Really good value.
Dave, we're going to jostle the seats around here quick, and then we'll wrap this thing. So hold on one second.
Tyler, I will see you tomorrow morning. Make sure you have a good breakfast and coffee all ready to go. I like eggs and bacon.
Dave, I'm going to have a cooler of beer next to my seat, just like I did last night. I'm going to be ready to go. We're going to have some fun. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk much with you in the comments. Feel free to send me a message if you have any questions about any of these prospects. Richard, by request, I'm going home. Have a great night.
Tyler, go follow Ryan and
get
a crowler to go. Well, not to go, but you know what I mean.
Don't drink and drive.
It's not Wisconsin. Let me just shift these chairs around one second.
It's not Wisconsin. Oh, wow.
And then there was one, Dave. Then there
I
was
see
one.
that.
Surprisingly, too. I mean, I've been pounding the beers back all night. I still feel pretty good here. So I don't know. Must be doing something right, or I just drink too much. One of the two.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
So we're seeing a little bit of a quarterback run here. Malik Willis off the board along with Matt Corral. I think that kind of puts it off for the Vikings. Outside of those two guys, I don't think that they would really take a quarterback.
I
I
don't
would be
see him.
surprised.
At this point, I didn't even see him up
Let me
until
say
this
this
point.
about Corral real quick, Dave.
Huh.
I know I got to go, and I'm going to be late, but whatever. Corral's a really nice upside pick for Carolina. He needs to learn the NFL concepts. He needs to learn progressions. And needs to command an NFL offense. But you know what he has? He's got a great arm. He's got Brett Favre like gusto, where I shouldn't make this throw, but I'm gonna make it anyway because I know I can. And he's got grit, that innate running ability where he can take a hit, get back up, and he's just gonna be a leader. He's gonna be able to get back in the huddle no matter what's going on. He played battered and bruised the back end of that year. And then he shouldn't have played in the bowl game, and he did anyways because that's the kind of leader and teammate he is. That's the kind of guy you want in a locker room. And when you're a Carolina Panthers team that desperately needs an upgrade at the quarterback position, that's what you're going to get with Matt Corral. Because Sam Darnold stinks, and Matt Corral can be the future. Especially for a team that didn't have a pick between like 130-something and 6. So they get a guy that they believe he can be the franchise. Good pick. I'll tell you this, I don't know what they gave up to go get it, but I like it. Now I'm out. Have a good night.
Bye,
See you tomorrow.
Oh, the crowd's going wild. I don't even know if you can hear that here. Before we kind of conclude the third round of the NFL draft, I think one thing, Dave, that I kind of want to get your feedback on, that hasn't really been talked about at all, at least on the Climbing the Pocket show, is what are the NFC North teams doing outside of the Vikings? I mean, we know that we traded with Detroit. They've taken Jamison Williams. I forget what their second round pick was. That's frustrating. I get it because Kwesi definitely said that the Vikings had interest in Jamison Williams. The Packers have had a pretty good draft too, and that's frustrating in the sense that
Well, no, I don't disagree with having a good draft, but they didn't address Aaron Rodgers first up, which I think Brian Gutekunst is wonderful for that. Now, they did get the wide receiver today with Christian Watson, obviously out of NDSU. I don't know how much
How do you feel about that?
he needs to take, but
how do you feel about the Vikings being the proponent of that? Because I'm always leery of trading like interdivision, just because because you are essentially saying, "Yep, I am okay with
giving you the best guy on the board."
Yeah, exactly. And so that's always a little scary to me. So it sounds like we're kind of on the same page, but Ryan's back.
Now, you never shoot yourself in the foot, and that's exactly what they did. And I have no idea what they're thinking.
You're muting all the wrong buttons here.
Why are you
kindler, gentler, whatever? It just doesn't make sense to me.
And here we are, folks. It's essentially Vikings happy hour. Some may be a little too happy.
Oh, I'm very happy.
There's nothing wrong with Vikings happy hour. It's a great show.
Ryan, I was not here when you. Oh man, we got the wave going on.
We got
a
wave going
on.
Yeah, this is.
Ryan, I didn't get a chance to ask you about the Wolves are up by 10, by the way, at the end of the third quarter.
Yes.
Didn't get time to ask you about your thoughts of the Vikings taking an Oklahoma player this evening. I mean, you were running up and down Lake Monster here, screaming like a child. But why should Viking fans be excited about it?
Here's the issue: is that I went through the last time this happened. I went through Drew Samia. I did the same thing ish.
I'm not nearly as excited about Drew Samia as I was, or as I am now about Brian Asamoah, but I hope this doesn't come bite me in the ass because we literally passed up on Nakobe Dean, passed up on Leo Chanel, which I still would probably take Asamoah over Chanel, but
Is Chanel still on the board?
He's still on the board.
No shit.
However, so why should we be excited? You're getting a 3-down linebacker who can get off of blocks. He can penetrate the pocket. He can go sideline from sideline and make the plays that you need a linebacker to make, especially in a 3-4 set. He's excellent in coverage. One of the best graded coverage linebackers in the draft. Where I have slight concern is he is an undersized linebacker. He's 6 foot, if you're generous. He's 225, 230. But again, as I said earlier on the show, you just added a dog. You have Cine, who's a dog. You have Booth, who's a dog. You have Asamoah. We literally just changed the attitude of this defense. And I'm excited about it because we needed that. And will Asamoah make a year one impact? I'm not sure. Can he beat out Jordan Hicks? Maybe. He's going to be a fun special team specialist. And in my opinion, he's a better coverage linebacker than Jordan Hicks, even as of right now. And you're basically getting. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it. You're getting Eric Kendricks. That's what you're getting. I don't think he'll be as good as Eric Kendricks. Eric Kendricks is like freaking all pro in my opinion. But you're getting Kendricks, you're getting a Eric Kendricks like linebacker out of Asamoah. You don't have to take him off the field. He can get sideline to sideline. He can make the plays in coverage. That's what you want in your linebacker. That's what Eric Kendricks does well. That's why we love him. Asamoah can do those things. Can he do them at the high level that Eric Kendricks does? Maybe not, but he's right there, and that's what you want.
We did not talk enough about Andrew Booth tonight either.
Dude, I want him. I'm not saying I wanted him at 12. I would have taken him at 12. I'm not saying I wanted him at 12. We should have traded back, which we did, and we got him. I love Booth. Booth is a baller. He is a top 15 pick if he did not have a groin or sports hernia or muscle. Yeah. I've heard literally 3 different surgeries that he's had. But if he didn't have that issue, he's a top 15 pick. He's got all the size. He's got all the speed on tape. He's got the leverage that you want. He can break on the ball. He's physical. He's got ball skills. I mean, he's got an incredible interception he made against I forget the team which tape that was, but one-handed. I mean, it's just he's got everything you want in a cornerback. He's got the size. He's a CB1, future CB1 that we have to pair with a CB2 and Dantzler for the foreseeable future.
And he's
quick
22,
question for you.
Going to be 22 this year.
His truck's outside if you want to run it out there.
Sure.
What a guy. What a guy. This is a good opportunity to thank everybody here tonight that's still joining or still with us. It's been a long 5 hours here. People here at Lake Monster still going wild. But also those of you on YouTube and in the chat as well. It's fantastic to see you guys here. And if you haven't yet, I assume you have, but if you haven't, head on over to our YouTube channel, like and subscribe. We're here about 5 days a week, right, Dave? Mm-hmm. Monday through Thursday and Saturday.
Yeah,
a couple of
6,
podcasts.
Depends, but yes.
Giving you content like you cannot believe. I mean, I think there's a multitude of different personalities.
Different styles.
I think,
yes.
different styles too. I think that's the most intriguing and fun part about climbing the pocket is it's just both ends of the spectrum, right? If you want a detailed, down to the gritty details of a Vikings defense or player or whatever, Kindred Skulls, head over there. I mean, those guys crush it when it comes to the technicality side of football, when it comes to draft prospects, and how certain players might play a role in the Vikings. Tyler's got you covered on Mondays. He is as knowledgeable as any when it comes to the NFL draft. Um, if you're just looking for a quick podcast, something real quick, right? Eric and Flip got you taken care of on Thursdays with Viking hot takes. If you want some guys that have gone through the ringer as a fan, but really know their shit, you got to check out Two Old Bloggers every Saturday. Dave and Darren put on a fantastic show. And then, if life is calm enough for Jason and Miles, they can put together a pretty damn good show on Tuesday nights in the huddle. So it's fine. And then, if you're really just looking to kick back and have a beer and not really care about anything,
And see somebody who's way out of shape because holy crap.
that's an addition that we need to put on the show page. But Vikings Happy Hour, that's every Wednesday. So,
it's a
like
fun
I said,
show with great guests.
Yeah,
And
I guess I did leave that word out.
Mm-hmm.
And not to do a promo here. We don't have anybody here.
Oh yeah, but then they can contact us, right? That was the whole thing. They were going to contact us.
I don't think so.
No,
It's
we're
those
going to work
three.
on it tomorrow. Flip will be giving out the Unreal hoodies.
Yeah, we got a jersey to give away, so we'll figure that out.
Oh, you got a jersey.
Hopefully people still have their tickets.
Yeah.
We'll put it out there. If somebody reaches out, great. If not, no big deal.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But so not to do a shameless plug here, as we're kind of getting away from the NFL draft. So let's see what the Lions pick, and I'll do a shameless plug here for Vikings Happy Hour.
Shameless.
Kirby Joseph, safety out of Illinois.
Anything
Yeah, Kirby Joseph. I mean, he's somebody that I mock to us a lot in the third round. Obviously, that's without Cine being a part of the equation here.
Right.
But I think Kirby Joseph, he provides just a really solid safety. I don't know if he's going to ever be anything more than like a middle tier, if not like even like fringe backup safety. But
Yeah.
I think he provides a lot of versatility. I think he's what you want in a safety in terms of the skill set. But again, he needs more reps. We need to see him against better competition. Again, I always have a hard time rating Big Ten defensive backs in general because they don't necessarily go against unless they're unless they play Ohio State a ton because none of the Big Ten they're all running teams, right? It's all run and less pass catching, and you have outside of Ohio State. So I think he's got the ball skills. I think he's got the adequate skill set to be an effective safety in this league. That's why I was comfortable taking him at 77 in a lot of my mock drafts. So we'll see. We'll see how he turns out for the Lions. Hopefully, I'm wrong because outside of that, they've had a really good draft so far. So,
Commander's pick is in.
And you know who it is?
No, I don't know who it is yet.
I got Chase Young doing the pick.
I really wanted Nick Benito, man. I really
You
did.
got an Oklahoma player.
I know, but Benito would have been the better one.
Let me do my shameless plug here. For those watching right now, Vikings Happy Hour every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central on our YouTube channel. The next 3 weeks loaded, actually. So this week, pending Viking press conferences with new players. It's Arif Hassan of The Athletic here to recap all of the Minnesota Vikings draft picks. The week after that,
Arif got his start.
K-Fan?
Daily Norseman, wasn't that?
With our partner, the Daily Norseman. Is where Arif
Yes.
did. It's where he got famous for his 5,000 word deep dives into whatever particular football subject that was tickling his fancy.
Yeah, and his work is fantastic over on the Athletic. So if you're not subscribed, you should do that. I don't know if the promo for $1 a month is still going on, but you should definitely do that. He'll be here next week. The week after that.
Plus, he still has his podcast over at Daily Norseman.
Yes, Norse Code. The week after that, very special guest of ours, Dr. Eric Eager.
Doctor.
Yeah.
As in PhD.
Yeah.
Yes. As in
PhD from
super brain when it comes to math
From-
and analytics.
Yes. From Pro Football Focus. He will be here the week after. And then
And for all those just wondering, I will not be at that show. Sad to hear. So if you want to tune out, that's okay. Don't be upset about it. Honestly, oh wow, I got muted. Honestly, Eric Eager is one of the best. So you got to tune into that show. It's fantastic. Even though I won't be here, you have to put up with Matt alone and Eric. It'll be a good show.
It will be a good show.
And then the week after that, Luke Inman, who's now on Locked On. He used to be from Zone Coverage. Worked a lot, very closely with Sam Ekstrom, who was Purple Insider. Then he went to Locked On as well. Luke Inman will be here to talk the Minnesota Vikings as well. So, like Dave said, media member galore coming up here for Vikings Happy Hour. Dave, anything coming up with two old bloggers?
We will obviously do stuff this week and on the show tomorrow. And then the following week will probably be a final wrap up. We'll have all the introductions, see who it is. We're probably going to go into tier 3 of free agency, where we start filling out any leftover holes. They'll be signing UDFAs at that time as well. We'll go over that, and eventually we'll probably dwindle down to once every other week or so as we get into the summer months. I will change my efforts from 5 shows a week down to 2 or 3 here at Climbing the Pocket or so, and I will get back to doing what I love, which is football art.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
and honestly, that's great art. It really is. We get to see previews of that all the time, and just phenomenal stuff, Dave.
Dave, fun news, by the way. I just bought a house, and so you know what that means, right?
Hey,
I need some of that artwork for my man cave.
You just pick out what you want, and we can discuss what the costs are.
Absolutely.
It'll go nice on that pink wall if you decide to put it there.
There's no pink wall on that.
It was pink on the picture.
Was it?
It looked pink to me. Maybe I'm colorblind. I don't know.
I am colorblind, so. The Browns take David Bell. You know anything about David Bell here?
Yeah, I mean, I did a little bit on him. He's just a solid receiver. I don't think he's going to be anything special. He doesn't have any particular specific traits outside of just being able to catch the ball and get open for Purdue. He was just the main guy that took over after Rondale Moore left for the Cardinals, and got steady hands. But again, he's not overly quick. He's not overly fast. He's just going to be a solid, probably slot receiver or a Z. Majai Sanders to the Cardinals. He's a player that was undersized, and people were a little concerned about that. But with the 3-4 defense that the Cardinals do run, he gets to be a little bit more on the outside. A little concerned about not having more production against lower competition, not being in a Power 5 conference. But I think he shows a lot of traits that can be a really, really high-quality player. I know Jonathan and I talked about him a little bit earlier today, and how we thought he potentially could be a fit for the Vikings. So I think this is a good player for the Cardinals with the gap losing Chandler Jones.
And the Jets pick is in.
I'm really intrigued.
How the draft picks up the later we go. Teams are like, let's get this done.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm really intrigued to see which route the Vikings go tomorrow, right? Because I think I talked about it. I can't remember if I was on mic or off, but they've really hit a lot of the needs early on, right? We think about the depth at defensive back. We think about linebacker, guard. Are they blowing the lead?
They got 4-point lead, so 4-point lead for the Wolves.
How much time is left?
7 minutes, 8 minutes.
Great.
Yeah, but no, 20?
for the yeah, close 11, I think 11 or 13.
Well, we still can use a tight end.
Yep.
And then we're looking at special teams.
Charlie Collier. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Guys.
Dave, are there any big boys that you want?
I'd have to look. I haven't gone through and marked off who's gone. I wanted Jurgens, but of course he went a few picks before we were up.
You're supposed to say Perry and Winfrey. You're supposed to say Perry and Winfrey. Big
I
boy,
thought Winfrey's
defensive
gone.
back. Nah, he's still there. They're sleeping on Oklahoma products, and that's okay. Let them sleep.
But interior defensive line, possibly.
Okay. Well, I mean, we got that kind
we
of.
We need edge. Edge and tight end are the two priorities I go with for tomorrow.
I think I agree with that, Dave. I'm the same way. Maybe like a nickel cornerback if there's one available. But yeah, I think edge, tight end, or even like I said, a penetrating three tech slash 3-4 DN.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my three big needs.
Running back?
I don't think it's a need. I think you can pick up an undrafted free agent and be fine.
I get that, but I just feel like
we have what, 4 on the roster right now. We don't go with more than 4.
Who's the 4th?
You have Rose.
Oh, that all right. Yeah.
Rose, Madison, Cook, and Ham.
No, and
Kenny.
Yeah.
And Wangu.
Yep, and Ham's the fullback. So
I just thought that potentially running back could be a spot that they look at, maybe 6th, 7th round, as we think. They're not going to extend Alexander Madison. There's just no way.
And
in fact,
coming up where he's getting.
I'll call it right here. What? Well, is it a dumb take to say this? Maybe it is. Watch for Alexander Madison to be a potential camp casualty.
That'd be interesting. I don't know why he would be. He's so cheap.
Yeah. And it's.
But I mean, I get why you're saying it, but yeah, he's so cheap.
That's why I preface with it's kind of hot take-ish.
Yeah, I think that there are some high quality running backs.
Dave rolled his eyes at me when I said it. He just looked dumbfounded.
I think there's still some. There's high quality running backs left in this draft. I would definitely, if anything, rather than a camp casualty, I'd look at seeing if somebody might have interest in a trade.
Mm-hmm. I am with Dave. Tomorrow the first pick for me is going to be a tight end, like with a bullet, because you're not rolling into the season with Irv Smith and Munt.
I agree.
Well, Timothy's talking about we could use a wide receiver.
Yeah, and you can probably so there's a guy, it's Josh Johnson out of Tulsa.
You like Josh Johnson? Yeah,
I do. He gets bashed quite a bit for his drops, but I think that he's a late round receiver.
Oh, there goes Jeremy Rucker, tight end. That would have been a good tight end for us. So.
Yes, it would have.
I'm on the Bellinger train.
I'm all on Charlie Kolar. I'm all in.
Okay, I can get behind Kolar too.
What we were just talking about,
Josh Johnson.
Khalil Shakir is still available, I believe, unless I missed it.
Timothy in the chat mentioned
Isaiah Likely.
Jordan Barrett is furious. F.
So Jordan Likely, or Isaiah Likely, I should say, he's basically a slot receiver, like a really big slot receiver. He can get bigger. He can practice at blocking, but he's not quite. I mean, he's basically like Irv Smith but less blocking skills. So, sure, that wouldn't be a bad pick. I like him. I think he's extremely athletic, and it would probably create some mismatches. But for our tight end too, I think that we're probably looking for somebody with a little bit more inline ability, like a Kolar, like a Bellinger, like
we got
Kate
right now.
Kate Otten. Yeah, but again, yes, Ellison's fine, but you want somebody with more receiving ability than that, who's not just purely an inline guy. You want somebody who can also create a mismatch. And the guys, Otten, Kolar, Bellinger, I think they can do that and be red zone threats.
They're talking about the Dolphins pick, and they're showing Dolphins from the 70s. Wide receiver, I'm not sure there's a whole lot left. But anyway, if we go wide receiver or running back here tomorrow, I expect those guys would also be able to double up as some sort of returner. punt, or kick. We obviously
But
got
I don't think.
Kenny as our number one
Yeah,
kick
that's what
returner,
I don't think you need necessarily a returner.
but we need a punt returner. I would like
So
an additional one.
They're flashing up wide receivers right now. Best wide receivers.
Calvin
Austin's
Austin.
still out there. Khalil Shakir. The Dolphins pick is in.
Calvin Austin, a lot of people are trying to comp him to like a Tyreek Hill light. I don't know if I see it necessarily, but I didn't see Tyreek Hill coming out and being a Tyreek Hill. So
yeah,
you never know. And they're similar size, similar speed profiles, quickness profiles, measure up very similarly in the RAS ratings or whatever you want to call it.
Raw athletic score, yep.
Yep. So, that could be an interesting option. It's kind of more of a maybe potentially to at least start as a punt returner, like Dave said, maybe a little bit more of a gadget guy and somebody who can take the top off the defense.
Waiting for this Dolphins pick, and then we only have a few more to round out this
when
third
does it end?
round.
Ooh, Channington.
105,
that's a good pick.
Is the pick.
105.
So,
Okay.
yep.
We're sitting here. We got the Wolves on as well. We got Wild already winners. Do we know if the Twins won? I think the Twins won.
Twins lost.
Oh, darn. We had a big win.
Now, you saw Zonka up there? I watched Zonka as a kid. What I loved about Zonka, he had the U bar right over his nose. What a great running back. He'd plow people. Boy, Georgia produced a lot of NFL players this year.
We were talking about that last night in the first round. If it weren't for the Packers, though, they wouldn't have had many picks.
Man, Desmond Bain just sucks. Dude, sorry.
It's still 5 hours later. We can't figure out these mics.
Oh, there we go. That's a good
big 3-pointer here for the Wolves. They lead 97-94 with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game.
Ooh.
And foul. Were they saying foul?
Offensive foul.
Offensive foul on Desmond Bain.
Okay, Chiefs pick is in. Jordan,
let's see who they get.
Leo was selected. Leo Chenal.
The Wisconsin linebacker.
They're just killing this draft. They're killing the draft. They really are.
The linebacker from Wisconsin, who I frequently mock to the Vikings in like the second round. So the fact that he's going at the end of the third kind of kills me. But that just goes to show you, right? We don't know what we're talking about ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's oftentimes we're sitting here thinking that these players are going to be there or not be there, and Cole Strange goes in the first. We think he's going to be there in the third. You have Leo Chenal going at the end of the third. You have Malik Willis going at 86 overall, whatever it was. And they're just consistently you have these players who drop and fall or rise, and we just never know.
Right.
The NFL sees this stuff as so much differently than we do.
It is we're kind of shifting the topic here as we round out these last two picks. The Rams are 104, the 49ers are 105. The pick is in already for the Rams. The Wolves and Grizzlies are tied 97-97, and the Wolves just got the ball back here with 4 minutes and 44 seconds left to go. Anthony Edwards drives down the lane.
Oh, that's
3-2.
Goaltending.
Ja Morant with, I believe, a foul. The series is Grizzlies are up 3-2, so the winner of this, if the Grizzlies win, it's up.
If the Grizzlies win, it's over. The Wolves need to win out. Yeah.
God, the Chiefs nailed this draft.
Yeah, they just
Trent McDuffie,
so
George
value.
Karlaftis, Sky Moore, Brian Cook, and Leo Chenal.
So much value. They just killed it.
But yes, to answer your question, Dave, it's 3-2. If the Grizzlies win, it's done. If not, we go to Memphis on Sunday, I believe.
Sunday or Monday? I don't know. Yeah, Sunday.
Sunday.
No, Monday.
For a game.
One of the two. I don't know.
7. The Rams pick is in.
They're excited. They look pumped. I don't know who that is. Oh, that's that one dude from SNL and Single Parents or whatever that's called. He's funny. Pretty the same. Oh, I don't know why we're doing that.
I don't know what's causing that. It's weird. And as they go through the mini speech, hopefully they'll pop it up.
It's wild that it does that. I don't get it. Try that other mic.
Just make the pick.
Yeah, just make that pick.
The Viking, or not the Vikings. The Wolves lead 99-7.
Logan Bruss, guard Wisconsin, goes to the ring.
Now they're Wisconsin. They breed offensive linemen, so one goes to the Rams here at the end of the third round, with the 49ers looking to wrap it out here. So three-pointer from the Grizzlies, no good. Cat with the rebound. Anthony Edwards bringing it up the court here with a 2-point lead. One-on-one with Desmond Bain. Step back three jumper. No good.
You're just doing your best PA here.
Well, I don't give a shit about what the 49ers are about to do. I want to see this Wolves team pull it out. But
I agree. I actually would rather have that on the big screen right now, but that's all right. You never know. We might trade in to 105.
Yeah, well, that's why we got to stay here.
Niners pick is in.
Okay.
Hold on. We got one question here before we log off. It says, based on past drafts with Trader Rick, the draft was for 3 starters plus and a bonus. Get rid of the 6th round pick. Maybe that's not a question, more of a statement. So.
Maybe rounds.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Here we go.
The last pick of the 3rd round. A final thank you for everybody here at Lake Monster Brewing listening to us, and everybody in the chat. Everybody subscribing. Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We appreciate you. Stay tuned for a lot more coverage the rest of this weekend. Danny Gray,
just
wide
a
receiver,
fun,
SMU.
exciting, speedy wide receiver from SMU. Actually, he's somebody that probably was mocked right around this area. I'm surprised he went over Khalil Shakir, and Romeo Dubs. But you sit here with Danny Gray, you got a speedster. That's a good pick for them.
Then that's it. That is the last pick on day 2 here, and so that's it for us as well. That's a wrap here at Lake Monster Brewing here in St. Paul, Minnesota. We're getting claps from the audience right now, and some laughs because they're laughing at Ryan.
I deserve it.
Thank you again for everybody joining us this evening. Dave, special thank you to you for 5 hours of producing, and you're not quite done yet, so kick ass tomorrow. We're going to sign off here, but Dave, let people know what the schedule is.
Tomorrow, we'll go live just prior to 11 o'clock in the morning Central Time. We start out with Tyler. Tyler will be anchoring it all day. We have the lovely Tanishka Maskar and Ed Broadmarkle joining in the first segment. Then at 1 o'clock, we bring in Matt Freese, Nick Olson from Kindred Skulls, and the great and wonderful Flip Maze. He should have his takes. He always loves young, new guys that we can experience and see if they can develop. And then in the third and final hour segment, starting at 3 o'clock, we have Tyler. Matt Freese stays on, so the knowledge there base is just outstanding. We'll have Ed Broadmarkle come on to discuss any sort of financial stuff and how he feels about how the draft went. And then, of course, Darren Campbell also joins, and we'll get a little of that 2 old bloggers flavor as we wrap this puppy up and see how Kwesi Adofo-Mensah and Kevin O'Connell did in their first ever draft. And, of course, we'll probably give an obligatory useless draft grade at that point.
Perfect. We love that. We love that. Well, Dave, without further ado, how do we normally sign these shows off?
Skol Vikings!
Skol Vikings.
Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and ring the bell, and rate us on your favorite aggregator. And a special shout out goes to our partners, the Daily Norseman, where the best Vikings content can be found, and to Lake Monster Brewing, home of the best beer in Minnesota. Skol, everybody.